automatic dedication of the land to the Jewish people. This eventually was expressed after Herzl's death in the Balfour Declaration, when the British government said that they believed in the idea of the establishment of Jewish homeland. We talked about this many other books. Now, while Zionism was arguably the most popular of the various political expressions that were happening at this time, when Jews all over the world began, like many other political expression, it was certainly not universally approved by all Jews. There are many, many objections to Zionism, and there are three main groups of Jews who legitimately objected to Zionism at the time. The first were the ultra-Orthodox. This is based on a reading of the Talmud that essentially argues that Jews, having been exiled from the land of Israel, having lost their sovereignty specifically way back in the ancient period, they were not allowed to go back to the land of Israel and establish a sovereign nation with a flag, with an army, with passports, with currency, all those things, until the arrival of the Messiah. And so there was a good core of ultra-Orthodox Jews in particular who felt that returning to the land of Israel and establishing a state there was inappropriate. Returning to the land of Israel, to live there, to pray there, to study there, very, very beautiful. But to establish a state, these ultra-Orthodox Jews said, no, that has to wait for the Messiah. Ultimately, this group was always a minority of the Jews overall. Again, various election results indicate how Jews felt about this position, but nevertheless, it was a theologically principled argument. Today, we have a situation where half of the world's Jews have already demonstrated their commitment to Zionism by actually living in the land of Israel, and so only a tiny fringe of that ultra-Orthodox objection still remains. You will see them showing up at pro-Palestinian rallies, and they have been doing it consistently for many, many years, not just since October 7th. They're associated with groups like Notori Karta, who are pretty much universally disliked by the rest of world Jewry. You can see them here. This is in a German protest. And they have a few non-rabbis or non-Jews apparently standing beside them, carrying signs that say, authentic rabbis are opposed to Zionism. Here's a pro tip, by the way. If you believe you are authentic, you are certainly not going to convince anyone by putting it on a sign and saying that you are, in fact, authentic. And it's especially difficult for most Jews to deal with this kind of thing because, as you can see, the other flags that are being represented here include, for example, Hezbollah, which is one of the most murderous terrorist organizations that is dedicated to the idea. As you can see on their flag, they've got like a gun on the flag. They want to destroy Israel and every Jew who lives there. It's just very offensive to most Jews to even think of Jews participating in these kinds of rallies. Enough that they're wearing this kind of keffiyeh, taliesin, things like that. But anyways, that is, nevertheless, the modern vestigial remnant of a theological objection to Zionism, which was more prevalent at the turn of the 20th century, but dramatically dropped off after Israel became a state in 1948. There was also a socialist objection to it, and you see this most dramatically in the political party called the Jewish General Socialist Workers' Party, known in English as the Bund. And this was a group that said, no. Zionism is a bad thing because it's going back in time to a kind of bourgeois form of government, whereas we want to move forward with a social democratic government, specifically kind of a communist government. So they oppose Zionism on political grounds. The Bund basically also disappeared with the 20th century. Stalin got rid of the most leftist sections of the Bund. It survived to a certain degree in America as a Jewish workman's circle and so on, but that was also a principle opposition to Zionism on the basis that it was moving in the opposite direction of what all society should go. This is why, the social democrats tend to embrace Zionism, and there were Jewish social democrats at the turn of the 20th century as well. Finally, it's a much smaller group, but still nevertheless significant in some ways. The so-called diaspora nationalists, or led by Shimon Zugno, and had some success in implementing their notion of the appropriate form of Jewish political expression in the interwar period in the Baltic states, in Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and also in short-lived Ukraine before it was taken over by the Russians. Dubno's vision of Jewish political expression argued that they should, in fact, be more invested in their own communities around the world and not seek to go and create a state. With no vision, he felt that existing as a diaspora community actually represented a more advanced form of social organization than statehood, and that Jews were in a equal place to actually express it in the future. So people see occasionally the diaspora nationalist objection to Zionism. It was especially common in the 1920s. It faded away in the 1930s under the influence of executive nationalism and fascism and so on. Nevertheless, these are three principal oppositions to Zionism that existed when Zionism was still like an idea as opposed to actual expression in the state. Let us move now to what is anti-Zionism and what is specifically anti-Semitic about it, since I just described to you three reasonable forms of anti-Zionism, although it's very hard to find it actually. So let us understand that anti-Zionism is unfortunately basically the fifth stage of the evolution or devolution, if you prefer, of a form of ancient hatred. Jew hatred is, arguably the oldest form of hatred we have on the planet. Just like the Jews are a very old people, antipathy to the Jews is also a very old phenomenon. But we see it in much the same ways, and when it happens, we recognize it. I'm thinking to myself, for example, how many times have I walked to synagogue on a Saturday, and some car drives by, and someone rolls down the window and yells, some expletive, F you Jews, that kind of thing. Nowadays, they roll down the window and free Palestine. It's the same thing. It really is just a different form of expressing hatred for Jews. But I hope to demonstrate exactly. Mm.
Yo, what's going on, Tim? How are you? What up, big dog? Watch your William Montgomery. It's right here. On William Montgomery podcast. Oh, he's talking about Dr. Professor Henry Everton is talking about the various movements and Israel's attacking Palestinian Zionists getting personal drafting that is another time. Um, it's a contentious subject and has been for about 200 years in Judaism. There are groups, Jewish groups, Greek primarily Jewish groups that have been anti-Zionist. One is what, for lack of a better term, the ultra-Orthodox, the a segment that feels that we should not return to Israel until Mashiach comes. I understand the legitimacy of that argument. It makes a lot of sense to me. There is an argument to be made, the second one is which is like a Jewish socialist movement, particularly in Russia. And that one argued that basically Israel should be established in its current form. It's too bureaucratic. It should be established as a socialist state, which I get that one too. And then the third, which basically states it's another socialist movement that was popular in the so from like 1918 to 1939 or so, that makes an argument that Israel shouldn't be established in its current form. But it's not. Not in its current form because it is built on the idealism of communism or a socialist strategy or philosophy, I should say, strategy. I think these all make sense, particularly the first. And while it's considered a fringe within Judaism, it is not. There are major, there are at least 10,000 people, particularly focused in New York, who feel this way. There's a segment of Judaism, and I know that that echoes in the diaspora. The idea, in that third one that I mentioned about a socialist future, um, I empathize with, but also one of the movements is focused on the diaspora and that Jews should be doing what they can within their own countries to be able to bring about Mashiach and perhaps um, one day have Israel. I'm of the mindset that Israel is everywhere, and the reason why I say that, it doesn't say in the Bible the borders of Israel. It just doesn't. It doesn't say like, oh, it's from the Mediterranean Sea to the Jordan River, the Sinai Peninsula to the Golan Heights. It does not say. It's not saying that at all. It's very vague, and I'm, I'm someone who feels as if Israel eventually. Now, does that mean that everyone on earth gets slaughtered who's not Jewish? I think people should have the opportunity to become Jewish if they're not, if they wish. And there's a certain contingent of Judaism now that is um, it's very exclusionary, even to Jews. Israel can be very exclusionary even to Jews. Um, there are people, particularly in more, I don't even call them fringe movements, but like not mainstream centrist orthodoxy, who are not allowed birthright because they may not fit a certain political philosophy or religious philosophy. And then Israel allows people in that I don't think they should allow in. People who just go to like a Reform temple or whatever they want to call it, Reform synagogue, and they're there for like 6 weeks. And then they just did it because they're married to rich guys. But basically, there are ways to get rabbis and grand rabbis to be able to tell the conversion that's really not seen as a kosher conversion. And so it's a very contentious, and controversial subject. I am someone who feels that, no, honestly, guys, no one is a good enough Jew. I'm not a good enough Jew. And Netanyahu isn't a good enough Jew. The the Rabbi Lau, the Ashkenazi chief rabbi, is not good enough Jew. Rabbi Yitzhak Yosef, the chief Sephardic Jew, or chief Sephardic rabbi of Israel, is not a good enough Jew. And to what we all been I realize what a Jew should be. And thus, I think we all need a conversion of some sort, or at least need to improve. And that would be that when Mashiach comes, he's supposed to unite the nations, but also teach us all exactly how to uphold the mitzvah. So basically, like with the Judaism, much of our teaching have just been passed on from the rabbis. And these are men who make mistakes. They are fallible, I should say. And it becomes an issue, especially when you get into the nitty-gritty of Judaism, where it almost becomes like an obsessive compulsive way of living. And it that's fine if it is consistent, but it's inconsistent in other ways. Like, um, so we're not supposed to drive on Shabbat. I don't drive on Shabbat. I've known rabbis in particular situations. I don't agree with this. Who consider themselves Orthodox, who take Uber on Shabbat. I don't agree with that. That to me is a loophole that they're exploiting. And some no, no, it's not that. It's not that. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with combustion and the benefits of combustion. Basically, striking a match on Shabbat is prohibited. Now, on the flip side of that, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So that's an issue. Very good. Um, an excellent observation. What about the electric car? So generally, we consider the electric car to be alcohol or prohibited to ride it on an electric car is considered to be prohibited. However, there are Judaism is an ever evolving religion, and there are arguments to be made that once you can completely program a car from start to finish, you may be able to because there's no combustion. So what does this mean? Once you have like a race situation where you can program it to come to your house, or Waymo, I should say, you can program it to come to your house at a certain time, pick you up at a certain time, drop you off at a certain time. There's an argument to be made that you are not violating any of the prohibitions of Shabbat, and you should be allowed to do this. Now, there are some really minuscule aspects of this because we're not supposed to. Here's the thing: there's a segment of Judaism that says you're not supposed to interact with electronics on Shabbat due to that combustion. Due to that combustion. However, this was very contentious about 150 years ago, where people said, "But electricity is not combustion," and the majority of rabbis said, "Yeah, but it's close enough." But when you really look at it, they're separate things. Fire and electricity are separate. In the Bible, it doesn't say you can't use electricity. So it's kind of been one of these things that, while people think that it's been something that we've done for 3,000 years, it was a guess of the rabbis 150 years ago when electricity was becoming more popular. Are you able to use it? Yeah, I mean, it's really not even anything like striking a match. Basically. And that's the issue. That's the issue. But there's a bigger issue. I mean, there are all kinds of issues here. Really, I think you see it gets very obsessive compulsive. That, like, before I started streaming, I had to fight, and I mean fight. I could write a book, and I thought about writing a book, and I think I will write a book one day on my journey of it would just be a book on how to be an Orthodox Jew in the modern world. And what just a specific part of this book would be the negotiations that you have to have with employers and in order to observe certain holy days. Like here, there are all kinds of just confusing aspects. And I remember I was working on this project with a very large company, Fortune 100 company, and I was working on a project in Irvine and working remotely on a project for Israel, for our Israeli segment of the company. And I'm in the diaspora, which is outside of the land of Israel, generally speaking, like outside the borders. And traditionally, if you were in the diaspora, when you would celebrate a holiday, you celebrate 2 days. And the reason why you celebrate 2 days is because you didn't know specifically when the holiday was going to be sometimes because we didn't have phones, we didn't have telegrams, email, or anything like that. And so to ensure that you celebrated on the correct day, you would celebrate 2 days. And sometimes the message would take a while to come to your city to say, like, okay, it's sundown on this day. So you celebrate 2 days. So that means during Passover, the first 2 days are holidays. The last 2 days are holidays. During uh, during Rosh Hashanah, that's 2 days. During Shavuot, that's 2 days. During holiday of Simchat Torah and Shemini Atzeret, those would be 2 days. During Sukkot, those are 2 days. Everything is 2 days except really Yom Kippur. And the reason why that's different, and it's really not explicitly stated, is because that's a fast, and it's just too difficult to fast for 2 days. We don't fast when we fast without water and without food, and it's pretty difficult. It's not just like without food, like some things. Okay, so everything's 2 days. But then I work with a team in Israel, and I tell them, okay, we've got Yom Kippur, we've got a holiday coming up. I'm going to be on, let's say, Monday and Tuesday. They're like, why are you going to be on Tuesday? And I say, because I'm in the diaspora, and we celebrate 2 days. I know that you're in Israel, and you only celebrate 1 day. So what is this? So here I am. We're both Jews. We're both very, they were more secular than I. But yet I'm having to take 2 days off, and they only take 1 day off. And they asked me, what are you talking about? You're taking 2 days. And I said, look it up. It's 2 days in the diaspora. This has been the tradition for 3,000 years. They look it up, and they're like, oh, you're right. We didn't recognize that diaspora celebrating the holiday for the state. And it's been that way for thousands of years. And yet, who the fuck really knows? We don't. We really don't know. But I remember this one incident, or incident where it wasn't an incident. I should say that. But this one time, this one, this one experience that I had, where here I am thinking to myself, I'm working on an Israeli project with an Israeli team, and they're not able to advance the project because I'm going to be off, and I'm doing it for a mutual religion, and it's like I'm more religious than they are, and that's how it is in the diaspora. I just thought that this was it doesn't happen very often, but it did, and so we had to delay the project by a day so that when I returned, we could continue, and we did, and it was very successful. It was one of my most successful projects we ever had. But essentially, we were transitioning the Israeli part of the company from Asia to Europe, and we were doing a lot of software transitions, and basically one segment of the company was being run out of Asia, but then the company changed, and this was pretty popular with Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies. they would be from Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So that was like the section. They're like different sections of them for these very large companies. There's APAC, which is Asia, Pacific, Islands, and Australia. There's uh, EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And then there's North America, and there's South America. It's actually called Latin American Organization, but basically it's South America. It also includes like Central America. But those are the global areas for like major companies on which to focus. There's like Asia, Pacific, Islands, and Australia, Europe, Middle East, Africa, North America, and South America. Those are like the big four. So we were transitioning. It's, well, yeah, I mean it's a global company, so that's what that's what we did. And we were transitioning part of the business, specifically in Israel, from one of those to another, and we had to do it by the end of the fiscal year, which would have been like June 30th, 2021, and we did it by it was like June 50th. We had like another 2 weeks. We were up done successfully. But anyway, previous to that, it was like May, I don't know, it's like late May or June. We had a holiday known as Shavuot, where we celebrate getting the oral Torah on Mount Sinai from Moses. And when we were celebrating it, I explained to the team, we off Monday, Tuesday, or whatever it was. And they're like, okay, but why are you missing Tuesday? And I'm like, because I'm in diaspora. And don't you know, we celebrate our holidays in 2 days. And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, I know you guys do it one day, but we do it 2 days. It's been like since when? Like, since at least the following September, so at least 2,000 years, at least 1900 years. And they're like, actually before that, it was like 25 years. And they're like, oh, we didn't really think about that. So I'm like, yeah, so we'll have to do it this one day. And they're like, okay. And we did, and we were still early with like delivery, and it was very successful. But now without that garbage, and I call it garbage because who the fuck knows? With that being said, this all goes back to Genesis and when God created the world. And this is an argument that I make to even like the most orthodox of Jews. There are loopholes in the system, or anybody who's religious for that matter. For as good of a Jew as I am, I'm as good of a secular theorist as well. I see the world in both ways. So when someone says to me, well, okay, so I would say this: like when I was working and had a career, it was very important that I would take Fridays afternoons and leave a little early so that I could be home and at synagogue by Sunday. And issues arise, especially during the summer months, or well, actually, particularly the winter months, I should say. So from like October to May, where the sun, at least at my latitude in Southern California, it begins to set as early like in December, about December 22nd or so. The sun begins to set out 4:18 in the afternoon, which is very early. And you have to think, okay, I have to be home by then. I have to get changed, I have to shower, and then I have to walk to synagogue. So I was leaving work about 3 o'clock. That's what I that's those are the arrangements that Fridays I leave at 9. And I would do all this work to do that. I would make sure all my food is prepared and, like everything. Like I didn't have to do anything for that, just 24 hours or 25 hours. And I would think to myself, I'm doing all this. But in reality, if I go back to Genesis and read, on the seventh day, God rested. That's cool. But we don't know exactly what day that is. So what am I saying? Yes, traditionally we have an idea of what day it was, and we can calculate back 5,785 years. But in reality, that's fairly accurate, just because it's very hard to keep time during such a long period of time. Exactly. So there's an argument to be made, an excellent argument, that any day could be Shabbat. Meaning, like today, it's like a Tuesday, but today could be Shabbat. And what do I mean? If when God created the world, if that's the story with which we're going, as an Orthodox Jew, okay, He could have created it on a Monday, on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday, on a Thursday, on a Friday, on a Saturday, or a Sunday. There are 7 days in the week, and we don't know exactly which day it was when He created the world. We don't know. It's not a perfect science. So just through tradition and such, we have fallen on agreed that like Friday night to Saturday, Friday to sundown to Saturday to sundown is Shabbat. But that means that there's only a 1 in 7 chance that we're correct on this assessment. 1 out of 7 is approximately 14%. So basically, there's a 14%, but that means there's a 6% chance that we're wrong, meaning a much higher percentage. So when thinking individually start to dissect the numbers, and even many people who are religious and they start to have these arguments with their rabbis, the rabbi says it's just something that you do out of tradition. And the people say, okay, well, that's fine. But doesn't it say that if we celebrate Shabbat on the wrong day, it's punishable offense by death? Yeah, that's true too. So aren't you taking a very big risk by just assuming that Shabbat is on a single day? There's only 14% chance that you're right. And that's when a lot of people fall out of favor with religion and say, okay, that's fine. I see these traditions being done, but nobody really knows. And that's why many Jews are separate. I mean, not just because of that, but these are excellent arguments to be made. So with all that being said, I do the traditions to the best of my ability while still maintaining my common sense and a secular mindset to some extent. And I wait on Mashiach, our Messiah, to someday teach us the actual way. And until that day comes, we're all just doing the best that we can. Whether it's that team in Israel with which I was working, whether it's the chief rabbi, chief Ashkenazi rabbi of Israel, whether it's the chief Sephardic rabbi of Israel, whether it's the chief rabbi of Greece, whether it's all the rabbis of the United States, whatever it is. And that's just the Orthodox world. That does not get into the conservative world or the Reform world, which Kaiser, I can tell you that's our forte. I don't know really any conservative Jews. I know some who have become Orthodox, and maybe they grew up in conservative or perhaps Reform, but I just don't interact with those worlds. They're almost different religions. In fact, traditionally, I think if Judaism were seen under a different light, they may be considered different religions, but they're not. I mean, we all consider ourselves Jews, but like even within, even who they consider a Jew versus who we consider a Jew differs, and that causes a lot of contention. For instance, I can trace my mother's bloodline. Essentially, back to the Bible. Someone in her family had a DNA test. It's for the National Geographic Project, which is something that happened in 2004. And I have an uncle who was a very intelligent individual. He's an MIT engineer, worked for Boeing, like very, very smart. Um, and he was like at the forefront of genetic testing because he's just very interested in population and such. And so this isn't like a 23andMe. All of the data on the 23andMe was based on these groups and was based on these tests. So this is a test that happened a long time ago, and or not a long time ago, maybe 20 years ago, and it stated that basically our matrimonial line could be traced back to the Bible, or at least back to 4 people who had this genetic cancer, 4 women had this genetic ancestry. Okay, great. Does that make me better than anybody? No. But and there, I'm not the only person who has this kind of bloodline. It's pretty common within Orthodox Jews. But then we run into an issue where, let's say, within Orthodoxy, we have someone who converts, and let's say their mother converted 3 generations, and she has children, those children have children. And usually what happens with the conversion is it occurs, then we don't really talk about it. We don't remind somebody that that's the past and we look towards the future. All right, that's fine. But then those kids, let's say of this generation, think that they have the same bloodline as I do. And it just doesn't turn out to be that way. And it's very disappointing to us when they find out that they don't. It shows that they have escaped confidence. And it can cause a lot of contention. Now, with all that being said, we didn't always within Orthodoxy determine a person's Jewishness by women. Back in biblical days, it was both your father and your mother. But that changed like 2,000 years ago. It's been very consistent since then. Okay, so then we have other movements within Judaism, specifically the conservative, but actually specifically the Reform, that in 1982 or so stated that you could become Jewish from both your mother or your father, which causes a huge amount of issue. That to me is a different religion, but it hasn't been determined that way. But okay, that's fine. So then what happens is we get people who are like Jewish summer camps, who are matrilineally Jewish, and that's seen as the gold standard of Judaism. And you get people there who say they're Jewish because their dad is Jewish, and they're just looked at as non-Jews. And they're told that they're non-Jews. And then they go to their mom and dad, they start crying, and they say they don't consider me Jewish. And it's like, yes, but not Jews. And it's just very, very common. When in reality, these are all human-made laws. They're not necessarily determined by anything but what somebody said, some rabbi said, either 100 years ago, or 30 years ago, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. These are just some of the difficulties. So back to your original question, what are my thoughts on Zionism and anti-Zionism? It's very complicated, and that's why I feel whether you're a Zionist or you're really anti-Zionist, if you want to be a Jew, everybody needs it. I don't want to say it's a conversion, but everybody needs to play by the same rules. And when Mashiach comes, I don't know that day, Mashiach comes to just what to do. So that's enough Jewish time with Rabbi Rothschild. Let's go back to the present. Excellent. you're Jewish or Christian or Muslim or Buddhist or Tao or whatever, never forget, no one really knows. I don't know. The chief rabbi of Israel doesn't know. The top imam in the world doesn't know. The Pope doesn't. In the end, if we're being truthful and honest with each other, everybody is agnostic. It just means you don't know. You don't know. You just do the best that you can under the Kartik Redemptor essentially, under the in the environment in which you are, but nobody really knows. So if anybody says to you, we're in one out there, you're watching.
Why are you taking an Uber in an electric car?
That's Shabbat. Yeah, I don't do that. I see that as a prohibition. And if you play by those rules. Now, there are other rules to say that Shabbat could be today or tomorrow or anything but Friday. So if that's the case, then it's fine for you to take an Uber. It's basically like a chess game, and it's like, all right, well, I got you a checkmate. However, I got you a checkmate because of this move. And then somebody's like, well, I got you a checkmate because of this. And it just basically comes down to nobody really knows. So that's it. What were your thoughts on William Montgomery's performance on the most recent Tony? Why not? I thought you were a fan of William Montgomery's stand-up. Are you serious? Well, I must say, while I appreciate it, it doesn't surprise me in my heart. I was the number one fan this entire time. And with all of the William Montgomery knowledge that I've needed from his podcast, I think I can destroy the William Montgomery trivia, perhaps. Dog, I'm watching it. I'm watching it right now. It's weird. You can hear it. I'm watching the William Montgomery podcast. It's William Montgomery's show. No, I am. I'm watching the William Montgomery show, but you asked, you're really watching the podcast? Yeah, I'm watching William Montgomery's podcast. It's the William Montgomery show. I know about Tony Chan. So I'm watching them in reverse, and I'm on episode like 34, maybe episode 39 of 168. So that's absolutely true. I even said at that time, the best part of the show is the last 5 seconds when they go shh, dun, 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 and then he's like, who the fuck said that? That to me was the funniest part, and I still think that's the funniest part. It's a very funny part of the show. It is not the best. Well, I want to also go back and say that I think it's a good idea that he does um, he does the he has the people at the Record Austin podcast company or whatever do all of the editing for him, because I don't think Grant. I think they did allow Grant to do it, or he does it now or something. But when they were just starting off, he was doing all the traveling um, for stand-up comedy, and he just didn't have time to like talk about movies and stuff. So I get why they just made the happy part. And I recently learned that Casey Rocket is no longer doing Tony. Did you hear that? Yeah, he's doing like he's moving to like Chicago. Or like he's like was born in Illinois. He's moving to Chicago to work at uh, for a month. He's doing like a residency, and I think he's gonna fly back and do the cover show. Cover show, but he's not gonna do Kill Tony. And a lot of people on Kill Tony are upset about this because he's one of the favorite people on Kill Tony, but he he says that it's very difficult for him to do 1 minute of stand up and be funny, which I get. You know, you and I study the art of stand up a lot more than most people, I would say, at least in a discussion forum. And in order to be funny in front of that audience of Kill Tony, you can't go out and just be a storyteller. And a lot of these quote unquote stand up comedians aren't traditional stand up comedians, they're storytellers. Like who? Like Bert Kreischer, like Joe Rogan, like wait, that's fine, but their observational, their humor is through a story, which is different than if you ever saw traditional stand-up comedians who would have like one-liners. They would be joke after joke after joke after joke after joke. And the thing is to be very random. People, right, right, and it just could be like a little riff, like a song. Like one thing he always says that I don't know if he always says it, but he said it on one of them, and it just becomes like very popular until Tony. He just goes, "Never made it as a wise man," and then like that's his joke. Like that's just a song that's there. But and then he'll like go do his like riff. He'll do his crab walk or whatever, and that just people really like that. Um, but what ends up happening on Kill Tony is there's a saying: you either die a hero or you live long enough to be a villain. And like, what am I saying? Basically, if he gets out while he's on top, people will really like him. But if he keeps staying there, like David Lucas got to the point where he like wore out his welcome. The fans didn't like him anymore. They don't think he's funny. They literally like they tell Tony somebody probably has him as one of the worst comedians that they've ever had. And the thing is about David Lucas is he's just not that creative. No, no, it's not that. It's not that. Because I don't consider myself racist and I'm not content. I think that I could say as pretty neutral because I didn't like come in when he started either. As a neutral party, he just reuses his own joke. And he does do some joke theft, which, believe it or not, I'm okay with being a joke. And here's what I mean: like the joke thief, the big joke thief event happened in 2006 or so. It could have been as late as 2008. Between Joe Rogan and Carlos Garcia. Do you know this story? Okay, so it's on camera. It's on camera if you ever want to see it. Okay, so basically, okay, do you know what the Chappelle Show was? Okay, so Chappelle Show was like a phenomenon from like the year 2003 to 2005. It ran like 2 seasons, but then it ran like a little bit of a third season. And then they basically said to Dave, we're going to give you like a $30 million or $50 million contract, but you've got to put on your dress and you've got to play by our rules. He's like, look, I'm not going to do that. He went to Africa and disappeared for a while. But he had like the he had like a black, like African American, but like it was more than that. It was black, meaning like it had Africa and Europe. It wasn't just necessarily. He had like a black, um, what do they call those kind of shows? Um, skit show, basically. And Comedy Central thought, you know what? Let's do this with someone of a Latinx background. So they make it like a Latino sketch show. And so he had a show known as Mind of Mencia. And Mind of Mencia was not as popular as Chappelle's show, but still gave Carlos Mencia a lot of visibility and made him a very popular comic. Well, what he would do, what Carlos Mencia would do, is he would go to the comedy store and see younger comics who had good jokes, and he would steal them. And Joe Rogan got sick of this. And a lot of other comics did too. To the point where they would dim the lights when Carlos Mencia would come into the belly room and the main room to warn the comics that Carlos Mencia was there and not to do any new material because he's going to steal it. And because he had his own show, he's going to be able to basically win the argument like, well, I'm the bigger dog, that's my show. Now, he's not the first guy to do this. One guy who was infamously jokey is Robin Williams, the actor and comedian. Robin Williams would steal people's jokes. He would just get drunk at the bar and just do coke and just watch comics and steal their jokes. And then the comics would approach him later saying, hey, you're doing my joke. And he would just get out his checkbook and say, okay, how much do I owe you for that joke? And he would just write him a check for the joke. Now, normally it's not seen as a bad thing to sell your jokes if you're doing it before the person starts using it. But if you're having to confront them, that's where it becomes an issue. So anyway, Carlos Mencia is at the comedy store. And this is early days. This is before Joe Rogan's podcast starts. This is Brian Redman, who just followed Joe around the green room and videotaped it, just doing like random conversations with people. And Carlos Mencia gets up on stage, and they basically he starts doing some of his jokes, and somebody complains or something like that. Joe Rogan gets up there, and he's like, "What are you doing? You keep stealing the art of the people who are here and portraying it as your own. This is wrong." And he's like, "What do you mean? What art am I stealing? Like, who the fuck are you? I have my own show. You're just like the Fear Factor guy." And Joe's like, "Fuck you, man. All our friends come here, or my friends come here, all the time, and they complain about you stealing their jokes." And Kevin Spacey's like, "What joke have I stolen?" And Joe Rogan's like, "You stole my friend Ari Shaffir's joke. That is basically like, all right, so the president wants to build a wall, right? This was like a long time, 25 years ago. The president wants to build a wall, right? Well, who do they think is going to build it?" And it's like this joke, ha ha ha, because like Latinx people when they build the wall. And if they don't build the wall, close to build it. And Carlos Mencia allegedly stole that joke. And Mencia's like, "Well, I don't understand. I don't remember stealing that joke, whatever." And then they go out to the front of the comedy store, So then Joe Rogan he was banned from the Comedy Store for like 5 years or so, like 8 years, and that's when he started the podcast. And he would do shows at other stand-up venues, but he wasn't allowed back in the store. And then his his show gets really big, and Carlos Mencia is seen as a hack who stole all these jokes, and then Joe Rogan is seen as the best, the person who won. So this is getting back to the argument about joke theft. So there's this issue that arises, and it happens in music too, that like or any kind of art, all art is borrowed, no matter what it is. Somebody had to hear it from someone else and make it funny, but or a song had to make it catchy. They borrowed it from someone. All right, so what ends up happening is somebody hears something or reads something and they think it's funny and they add it. Well, or they think of it organic. But there's something known as parallel thought as well. For instance, like you and I could both think something is fun, like we come up with a joke that's exactly the same, but we didn't talk about it. We just came to the same conclusion with the same joke. It's not super common, but it does happen. It happens in marketing, it happens in music as well. So who deserves credit for it? Should I get credit for it or should you get credit for it? It's usually first to market is the person who gets credit for it. All right, so moving into the modern day, every joke, I mean, I even see this with comics and music too. There are certain categories of jokes that very few people think outside the box, but they have like racial jokes, they have gender jokes, they have political jokes, they have like fart jokes. They're just like certain categories. Back like maybe 40 years ago, there were other popular ones. There were like blonde jokes, dead baby jokes were popular. There were racist jokes. Like, but like you read a joke book. If you read a joke book, it would be like they have different categories of jokes. And basically, we're at the point now in comedy where I don't want to say every joke has been told. That's not true. But especially with how many comics there are, that let's say I'm gonna just go do stand up. If I come up with a joke that I think on my own, let's say with you, and let's say we come up with a William Montgomery looks like a red Sasquatch joke. That's our joke. And we probably get a few people to chuckle at that if they really fans. Someone else has made that joke something. That's not that creative. And because of that, we came up with that joke on our own. I mean, I just came up with it right now. But somebody else could come out and say, you stole that joke. And the thing is, we didn't. We just came up with it right now. We parallel thinking to the same punchline. And so I'm at the point where, because all of the jokes have basically been told, maybe 100 years ago it was true as well, but not everything had been reported. So it's very difficult to prove. But now we've been in like at least 50 years of stand-up comedy consistently being reported that all of the good jokes out there, or not every single, but many of the good ones have been recorded and um, they've been documented in some way that you can go back and say, well, this was Chris Rock's joke, or this was Dave Chappelle's joke, or this was Rodney Dangerfield's joke, or this was George Carlin's joke, whatever. And then what happens in comedy as well is people just slightly change a joke and make it their own. And is that a new joke, or is that just that's just a good Louis C.K. joke, or that's a good Dane Cook joke, or whatever. It's like it's just one person's opinion as to what they feel the comedy is who owns that comedy. So I'm at the point, and I think that this would be, I think it'd be fine to do, but I'm almost like I don't think joke theft should be a thing. If you can tell the joke better than I can, go ahead and tell it. Because even if it's my joke, even if it's my joke, if you can make an audience laugh more with my joke, then that's fine. If you want to give me credit for the joke, then that's fine too. But if you don't want to give me credit for the joke, I almost am okay with that because was it really my joke? Couldn't somebody else have come up with that on TikTok or come up with that on Instagram or on YouTube or saw it on a comedy special, whatever it may be? Like basically everyone is built on everybody else. So for one person to say, well, you stole my joke is to me not that valid of an argument anymore because everybody stole everybody's jokes. So with that all said, I think that these comedians now who go out, and this is David Lucas, who says that David Lucas just steals people's jokes. That's that may be true. But what allegedly David Lucas does is he just goes on Twitter and looks for funny jokes and he puts those in his act. That's how he gets jokes. And which is considered like a hacky way of doing it, but it is what's allegedly he's done. Um, what I'm saying is I think that's fine. Basically, it's best to, if you know where you got the joke, to credit the person. I think that should be seen as a very high act. But no longer do I think that someone shouldn't be able to tell the joke because someone else told that joke back. And why do I say this? Because there are a lot of jokes out there, a Lenny Bruce joke, a George Carlin joke, a Richard Pryor joke, that nobody's going to hear anymore because those guys are dead. So why shouldn't you be able to bring those jokes back? With that being said, what are your thoughts? I get that. I get that. I'm not going to argue that. And I think that you're right, probably, that to some extent we are just scratching the surface on what could be funny. However, you use the argument that you can't tell that joke because someone else told a similar joke 25 years ago, well, then you can use that argument to prove
I don't think that,
right? You understand how they could have some overlap, basically.
no, no. I mean, like, you're, like, literally, there's like a little quantify data on
Are you okay with someone just saying, this is an old Lenny Bruce joke that I'm going to do in honor of Lenny Bruce, and then they just do their stand up? I don't know if you have to say the second part, but I'm going to agree with you. I think that kind of stand up, I don't understand why people don't do that kind of stand up. I don't understand why some, I've seen it done a little bit, but, okay, for instance, okay, there was this guy, like, Phil Tony, like, almost 2 months ago or so. His name is Timmy No Breaks. And he was very popular. I talked about it last time we spoke. And he did this whole, like, no, from Jersey, eat pizza, and I like to, I like to have sex with a lot of chicks. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like that kind of, that time. Very much like Andrew Dice Clay. And when he got up there and he started doing it, Kill Tony or Tony Hinchcliffe was like, I usually hate when people do someone else's act, and here, obviously, Andrew Dice Clay's act. But you did a good job of it, whatever. Here's a big jump. And then Timmy No Breaks said, I don't write, throws the book into the audience, like he just rejected the book. But if you actually like look at the Andrew Dice Clay said that he didn't come up with that character, that it was just a riff on John Travolta and Sylvester Stallone. And he used to do a bunch of characters, and they were all okay. But when he would do that character, it killed. People loved it. So he just made that his act. So basically, like, even Andrew Dice Clay didn't come up with that originally. So for Tony Hinchcliffe to say that this Timmy No Breaks is just doing Andrew Dice Clay's act, isn't that kind of like, not really, he's stealing John Travolta and Sylvester Stallone's act from whatever. Basically, what happens is in a comic's mind, a certain joke gets associated with someone, and then that's like their joke forever. When in reality, they didn't necessarily come up with it. And um, so I think that it's great to. I think it would be great. I think that somebody should do other people's acts, word for word, but just give them credit. And I think you could tour with that. I think you could be very popular with that. Like, hey, I'm going to do an old Dane Cook album. I really used to like this. Shout out to any Dane Cook fans out there. And here we go. It's 100%. 100%. They should have covered. Yeah, but like, yeah, there you go. So, comic book. And then to say that that's brilliant. And then to say that that's brilliant. Yeah, I love it. Full circle. Because it's, yeah, no, I think it's really good. I think it can be really popular. Um, it's almost like people doing a play. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Shakespeare. That could be. And you could add your own jokes to it, but it just could be the structure. So here's what happens, and this is what modern comedy becomes. And it gets back to Casey Rock. So these comedians, it's very important for them to have like an out to be a big touring comic. And it takes them like an entire year to come up with an hour of material. And it's much easier to tell a story to fill an hour than to do joke after joke after joke after joke after joke. When you do joke after joke after joke after joke, like a Gatling gun, it takes a lot of work to remember all of that and also to come up with that much creative material. As opposed to just telling a story which is like to take up like a chunk of like 5 or 10 minutes. It takes a lot longer to come up with like within a story you might have 5 jokes in it, but if you're doing joke after joke after joke after you might have 60 jokes in 10 minutes or so. And I find that comedians are much more leaning, at least big time comedians, they're much more leaning to political commentary and stories, and they moved away from that fast hitting joke after joke after joke. And with Casey Rocket, as he said, he's more of a storyteller. All of these comedians say that though. They all say I'm a storyteller. Joe Rogan says that. Bert Kreischer says that. Spurs says that. Even Dave Chappelle is a storyteller. But what they do is they build you up for a really big money. And that's cool. I don't find that many comedians anymore doing joke after joke after joke after joke. Rodney Dangerfield was great at it. Um, like the one liner, oh, yeah, exactly. He is rare that he does joke after joke after joke. And that's why his comedy set works really well for Kill Tony because he knows how it works. He's got 1 minute to make people laugh as much as possible. So instead of him going in and just telling some joke that could flop at the end, or telling some story that could flop at the end, he's going to tell you 3 to 5 jokes. Maybe 2 or 3 of them are going to land, and you're going to think he's a funny person. And because he has to do it so often, he writes them on a piece of paper, and people are okay with that. And then he tells the jokes. And I think that works much better. That type of joke delivery works much better than telling a long story. And what what he allegedly said was something like, I'm more of a storyteller. I can tell you a longer joke than just 1 minute. In order to make people laugh in 1 minute, he's got to do all that sticky shit that I'm going to crab walk. If never made it as a white man, and all that other shit. Or never made it as a white man, and all that other shit. And he's kind of a zany guy, and it's hard to keep the momentum going week after week after week when you're doing that. When um, when like if you have a bad week, the people on the Kill Tony subreddit just absolutely shit. And they say, "Oh, I remember when he was good. He's not as good as he once said. He's a hack. All these other things." So my Casey Rocket say that he did Kill Tony for a few months. He's been a comedian for 15 years. That's a long time. And now he's just gonna do this residency. He's gonna continue to do the William Montgomery show. I'm sure he'll be back on Kill Tony eventually, but I see why he made that decision. Basically, to be funny within 1 minute is very difficult. To be funny within 10 minutes, I think it's, some people may say it's much more difficult, but in a lot of ways it's easier. If they say to you, you have 10 minutes, not you have to fill 10 minutes, just you have 10 minutes to make people laugh as much as you want. Okay, that's fine because you don't have that cat or the bear at the end that is going to cut you off. So I understand why Kate's track is making the same. No, his stuff is usually longer than a minute. He has a story to tell. He wants to make you. Right, or at least, or at least people will laugh, even if it's not a joke. People will just laugh at his delivery. Um, it's exactly right. What is funny? I mean, it's a very philosophical question. But what if? But what if they didn't need to make it cause laughter and it makes somebody laugh? Okay, well, you said it had to have the express purpose, essentially, to make someone laugh. Oh, okay, I agree with that. You said, and you said something. We can go back on the tape, but it was anything that someone does to cause laughter, and I disagree with that. It should be just anything that causes laughter. Right? I think. I think that it does. Right, which is very vague. Hey, Lou and I have been playing this game. It's the oldest game. It's the oldest board game in human history. Do you want to play it? No. No. Oh, wait. It's been continuously played. Let me look. Um, let me look. So it's called Mancala, and it's pretty simple, but it's like fascinating. It was played in Egypt, like in the pyramids. So it is versions of the game date back past the third century, and evidence suggests such games existed in ancient Egypt. It is a you do? All right. Well, I'm sending you an invite, and we're gonna play. Okay. Well, I want to play with you. It's kind of a fascinating game. I get what you're saying. Yeah. Let's look it up. I'll look it up right now. Yo, dog, is there some kind of like strategy that always wins in Moncala? like there is basically in tic tac toe or other games like that? No, great question. So here's the deal with Mancala. Specifically, the most common version of the U.S. hobby called Kava. Is there a perfect strategy like tic tac toe? Yes, kind of, but it's more complex. In 2000, it was proven. The person who goes first in standard Kala, 6 pits per side, 4 seats per pit, can always win if they play perfectly. Oh man, so there is like it is big. So yeah, there is a perfect strategy, but it's a lot more complicated than tic tac toe. Most humans can't memorize it. Oh, so maybe there's not. Key to winning. Yeah, dog, how you looking at? Because they have people who are 18 in there now that it's up to adults. How you looking, big dog? Jewish history lecture. Word, dog. Are you big with Rothschild? Okay, what do you like about him? Okay, very well. What other streamers do you like? Who's that? Okay, I got you. Do you like any games talking? You like Halo Infinite? What one do you like? Uh, did you ever play Halo 2? Word, dog. What's your favorite weapon? In any of them. Word, dog. All right. What are your thoughts on the plasma sword? Do you like it? Did you ever play Team Swords in Halo 2? Oh, well, it's pretty baller. What's in your agenda for tonight? Riser? 24/7, 365. Welcome, Zoo. Word, dog. Zoo, how's your day going? What happened, Zoo? What happened? Come talk to me about it. You're lonely. Okay, did you get on any dating websites? Why won't it help? So, uh, I do know, but I don't let anybody chat in it because people spam it. With VC, dog. Say anything you want in the VC. Yeah, them the people. What are you talking about? So that I can watch Jewish history lectures on one and talk on another. Oh, God. 33 devices, son. Word. Pardon me. So what are your hobbies? What are your favorite things to do? What are your favorite things to do? Oh, type. Do you play on Xbox Live? Yeah. Oh, you play on. What do you play on? How was that? Is it, good, is it a good experience? Okay, type. Very cool. So it comes with Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3. What ones are those? Okay, what Halos are they? What was the last one you said? What's ODST? Oh, okay. Just really like Halo 1 and 2. Well, they played a lot of Halo 2 though, online. That's baller. How'd it go? Why'd you lose? It's making me sweaty. Very cool. Do you like sports? Why not? Okay, you like UFC. You know there's a UFC this weekend? That's fun now. Victoria, I think? UFC. UFC. Alright. UFC. Victoria. Holloway versus Corey and Reed. You gonna watch it? Word, dog. Word. You gonna check it out there? Yeah. Right. Do you do you ever buy them? Fuck yeah. Word. What were your thoughts? Do you want to play a game? Do you want to play a game? Do you want to play a game? Do you know what Play-Doh is? Plato. It's an app on the App Store. Google Play. It's free. Download. It's got like 30 games on it. Things like mini golf and archery cards and billiards and poker and checkers and chess and Uno. It's got like everything. No, it's not universal. Play-Doh right now. Yep. You download it. It'll it takes like 1 minute to create an account, and then you can play all these games for free. And it's really a smooth game or a smooth platform, meaning it doesn't crash. It's not really heavy on your system. You have an iOS or Android device. Okay, do you have an Android phone or a Windows phone? Or an iOS phone? Do you have an iPhone or an Android device? Okay, so that's an Android device. Yeah. Well, hold on. Hold on. Is it an old Nokia or a new Nokia? You have an OG Nokia with like Snake? Why do you have that phone? Yes, you decided I don't want an iPhone. I don't want an Android device. I want like a phone from 1998. How do you even get that phone here? No, I mean you get like cell service with it. Can you get email on it? Why did you go with that? Not like an Android or an iPhone? Yeah, but you could always put a case on your other phone that makes it pretty strong. So why? How long have you had a Nokia? That's true. For how long have you had a Nokia? since 1998. Shush. They didn't even have email on cell phones back then. They didn't have cameras on them. Well, it's not the 1998, it's got a camera on it. Like, what kind of music do you like? Bruno Mars? Who's that? He from 1998? All right. You like him? Have you ever seen him in concert? Did he give you a shout out? Since you were the only person there? Because nobody's heard of this fool. All right. Do you like oldies music? Why not? It's a great question. I define music from the 50s, 60s, and early 70s as oldies. You heard me, son. 50s, 60s, and early 70s. You've never heard of the Beatles? Have you ever heard of the Beatles? Why not? What is your genre? Is that what kind of music is that? Have you met Maz? Are you guys doing manager? Does he have a Nokia from 1998? Oh, that's tight. Does he play Snake on it? Does he play Halo 1? Does he use Xbox Live? Oh, that's tight. That's tight, and that works well. I got you. What is what? Where? That's Jewish history lesson. That's Jewish history lectures. You want to listen to them? Do you want to hear it? Do you want to hear it? All right, Doug, you're gonna hate it.
How that's happening. Let's go through the first four ideological forms of anti-Semitism, and we're going to focus on anti-Zionism specifically. The first form of antipathy to Jews is actually the most normal of them, the most kind of like human and understandable, and that's basically xenophobia.
Yes.
This is something we see in the ancient period among Greeks and Romans in particular. You see it in Greek and Roman literature, and it basically refers to like nasty things said about Jews, largely because the authors did not understand Judaism and Jewish culture. For example, the fact that Jews would refrain from work 1 day a week, and that they were therefore considered slothful, because that was on the Sabbath, that was something that was not familiar to Greeks and Romans, and they just didn't understand it, so they assumed Jews were lazy. Because Judaism requires, if you want to convert to Judaism, it requires a fairly high bar of commitment, for example, circumcision for men. So they felt that Jews were clannish and were, like self-selected and things like that. And so it basically represents a form of misunderstanding of the basic functions. So here's another one, for example, Jews keep kosher. And so if you want to invite a Jewish neighbor over to your home and say, hey, we're having pork or shellfish or something like that, and you say, sorry, I can't eat that food, say, oh, what's wrong with you? I'm having kosher. So that's just misunderstanding the reason why they're not eating with you as a form of misanthropy, of hatred of other people. So this is something that happens when cultures meet up against each other and don't quite understand each other. It's still not so nice, but nevertheless, it's something that happens, and it happens to all people. The second form of anti-Jewish antipathy is something we see more with the birth of Christianity, because Christianity is a daughter religion to Judaism, and as a result, there's a special mother-daughter relationship that Judaism would not have, for example, with Hinduism, to a lesser degree with Islam, which is kind of like sort of a granddaughter religion, but the relationship of the mother and the daughter is especially important. In this context, this early form of Christian anti-Judaism is basically a theological debate. Who are the Jews as a chosen people? If they're the chosen people, what is the Christian people? What does God think of this relationship? Who is Jesus, and what does he think for the, we have the Jewish Bible planted at the beginning of the Christian Bible. How do we define our distinctions? That can sometimes express itself in antipathy to Jews, and that's something that was especially prevalent for, let's say, the first millennium after the Common Era. The third period is when Jew hatred really goes off the rails, and criticisms are leveled at the Jews, which are just mind-boggling, bizarre, like this crazy idea that Jews must drink Christian blood in order to avoid some kind of strange smell or various other nasty things. The idea that Jews must somehow ritually murder a child in order to fulfill some kind of bizarre ritual purpose. These are like weird ideas that in the 12th and 13th century in particular began to take hold of the European imagination. They connected especially when printing became popular and it was possible to disseminate these ideas cheaply and widely, and unfortunately we're still dealing with this form of medieval Judaism as well. The fourth form, which unfortunately until recently I believe is likely the final form, but that was optimistic, is what we would call today modern anti-Semitism. This is when the actual term anti-Semitism was invented in the 1880s as an attempt to try and sort of couch these old antipathies in a modern sort of scientific term. And basically the content of modern anti-Semitism represents the departure of a religious lines of anti-Jewish hatred.
Yeah, because I spanned it all. So now I just spanned it.
One, that the Jews constitute
I must betray now. Yeah.
National identification, but now they have some kind of quasi-scientific
I'm live on 22 different YouTube
association with their very beings, their very bodies. And secondly, the idea of conspiracy.
Yeah, if you want to find me at
way this race works,
I'm live
all
on
connected. It's a grand, awful, diabolical plan to dominate the world. And that's living from the
Yeah,
1880s to the
Rothschild.
Nazi period through the late 20th century up until finally we come to this fifth form, anti-Zionism. What is this? How does it differ from the legitimate forms of objections that we talked about earlier? And why is it fundamentally different? Anti-Zionism is basically this position that ascribes a fundamental illegitimacy to the modern state of Israel, saying that unlike all other countries in the world, Israel somehow should not be allowed to exist. They based on fundamentally flawed, fatal flawed principles that means that it is something that must be eradicated completely, something that
I have
say
more
about
social media than
Canada or England or any other state. We don't say it about Israel. And secondly, anti-Zionism argues that all Jews, not just Israelis, but all Jews around the world are somehow equally culpable for establishing this so-called illegitimate state, that they are so-called complicit in this crime of Israel's existence. And that's really what this anti-Zionism is all about. So what I'd like to do now is to walk you through examples of how we see just how inappropriate, illogical, and fundamentally hateful this argument is, and how it distinguishes itself from the earlier forms of opposition to Zionism that we can understand based on legitimate grounds, whether or not we agree with it. Let's take, for example, as a litmus test, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. It's not, for me, it's not my favorite form of defining anti-Semitism, but it happens to be something that is in the news because a lot of political debate is whether or not we should formally accept this definition, not this. But let's just use it as our litmus test. So if you look at where I pointed the arrow here, we should say clearly that criticism of Israel, similar to that leveled against any other country, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. I mean, if you were to say anyone who criticizes the government of Israel is anti-Semite, you would have to say half of the population of Israel is anti-Semitic because they have a very vigorous democracy. They have protests, they have arguments. It's actually a raucous kind of thing. The Israeli Knesset, politics there's tremendous amounts of criticism of the government, the current government, previous governments, and I'm sure future governments. So there's certainly no boundary in this definition that says that criticizing the decisions of a given government or political orientation in Israel is off limits. There are, however, some things which go way beyond it, and that's what we're really focused on. So here, have a look at the second page, which sort of expands with lots of examples of the definition. Let's look at some of the detail and see why anti-Zionism really goes beyond the level of appropriate criticism of government and gets to anti-Semitism.
They know me so well that whenever I think of it,
or Israel is a state of invented or exaggerated Holocaust. Sometimes called this Holocaust revisionism, and the reason why anti-Semite might want to do this is because part of the reason why the need for state Israel is present is because of the genocidal attack on the Jewish people in the Second World War that necessitates some kind of refuge for people. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. This is also a very old criticism. It's the dual loyalty charge that is saying that it's not possible for a Jew to, let's say, for example, serve in the United States Armed Force because they're really more dedicated to Israel. I mean, if that is the case, again, you have to wipe out, you have to remove from its ranks a tremendous number of people in armed forces who come from other countries or have various, opinions for other countries. So we're going to step back in a second. Anti-Zionism means denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for example, by claiming that the existence of the state of Israel is a racist endeavor. All other countries seek to establish national homelands for their indigenous peoples. That is somehow okay. But for Jews to do that, not okay. We see it perhaps most starkly in the 1975 UN resolution that equated Zionism as a national movement to the Jewish people as a racist endeavor. There's no such UN resolution that says that French nationalism, American nationalism, Russian, Venezuelan nationalism are somehow racist, but Jewish nationalism is somehow racist. It's a fundamentally flawed argument. As you can see from this map that indicates the nations that sponsored it, primarily the Arab League, and those that were favorite, probably primarily those who were deeply beholden to some of the petroleum resources of the Arab League, that you get a really a sense of like where this is coming from, as well as those who objected to this particular resolution. Building on this idea of equating the Jewish national movement with racism and not other national movements, applying double standards by requiring of it, Israel, a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. They hold Israel to a different standard of what is acceptable. We see this especially today. We see this in actually a rather brilliant article that was just published yesterday by Zach Goldberg in Tablet. And basically what Mr. Goldberg did was he went and looked at some of the major media resources and he said, okay, how many times is the word genocide used in connection with, and he identified half a dozen odd recognized massacres that may reach the level of genocide. I won't go into the details of separation between them. But as you can see, when you connect Israel to genocide, that's a phenomenally popular topic, far more than connecting, for example, the Cambodians to genocide or Rwandans to genocide, and so on. When you say Israel and genocide in one sentence, you get a lot of hits. So therefore, that is suddenly become a tremendously popular thing in much of the space. And he points out here, I'm actually read a quote from that article, which is rather remarkable. He says, if Israel's war in Gaza qualifies as a genocide, it would constitute a striking historical outlier. Perhaps the first such case of genocide triggered by a mass terrorist attack involving the slaughter of civilians and the taking hostages. The first in which the genocider, quote unquote, permitted food, fuel, and humanitarian aid to flow into the territory of its purported victims. And potentially the only instance in which the perpetrators lacked any prior plan or ideological commitment to extermination. It may also be unique in that the targeted group's combatants have deliberately embedded themselves into civilian infrastructure and sought to increase civilian casualties for strategic and propaganda purposes. And it could be the only genocide that might plausibly be halted on the spot, not by the genocider, but by the group claiming victim. Specifically, for Hamas to release the hostages and lay down its arms, Israel's military campaign, having achieved its core objectives, cease. I don't mean by this discussion to in any way diminish the horrific suffering of the civilian population in Gaza. It's a horrible thing, and my entire being rebels against it. But the bottom line is so much focus on Israel saying, stop trying to rescue your hostages. And hardly anyone saying, Hamas, let go of the hostages. You took civilian hostages, murdered many of them. You still have 20 of them. Why isn't the world screaming at Hamas, screaming at the Arab world that is in league with Hamas and saying, force them to release the hostages. The violence will cease. That's something that still bothers me. Next, using symbols and images associated with classical anti-Semitism, such as claims of Christ killing or blood libel to terrorize Jews or Israelis. Lots of examples of this, very offensive metaphors. So it's really harming children, God forbid, these kinds of things. Drawing comparisons with contemporary Israel policy to Nazis. That happens everywhere all the time. You see swastika on the Star of David flag, things like that. And finally, holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the state of Israel. And that's why we're talking about this right now. This is something that we've seen for a long time with Israel and other things, such as the horrific massacres at the Tree of Life synagogue that occurred actually before October 7th. Of course, we see it today in terrifying murder of two legitimate staffers walking out of the museum in Washington, or the horrible attack on the peaceful protesters. Okay, I hope this video sort of explains what is anti-Zionism, why it is fundamentally a form of Jewish truth. That yes, there is a possibility of disagreeing with the policies of the state of Israel. Yes, there are so many people who disagree with how the current government is waging this war, and that's not the topic of this video. But the purpose of this video is to illustrate that by aligning yourself with a group that calls themselves anti-Zionist, you may be buying into a much larger agenda than we're actually doing revolution. I hope this video was useful to you, that we see the end to the violence, return for hostages immediately to their families, and the cessation of all of the attacks and suffering places. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been conducting research for the upcoming Cologne cruise, and I came across something yesterday that just blew my mind. That even though it's not dealing with the Rome material, it's in a very close by area, the region of Bordeaux and Bayonne, which we will be going to God willing next year. It was just such a fascinating thing. I figured I've got to do more research on this, and I can't wait to share it with you. So let me talk a little bit about the region of Bordeaux, and specifically to the south, the region of Bayonne. I was reading a one-volume study of French Jewry by Esther Benbach, a fascinating historian who was also a politician. She was a senator in France. And I came across this amazing story of the Jews of a place called Saint-Esprit de Bayonne. I chased down an article by Ed Zink on this to read a little more, and it's just absolutely amazing. So this place, Saint-Esprit de Bayonne, you can see where it is here, sort of like perched on the very western edge of France, just above the border of Spain. That, by the way, gives it a very important role later in the colonization of the Americas, and Jews were part of the story, and I'll return to that in a second. It's also especially important because it was the destination for a lot of Portuguese Jews. Let's just quickly explore why they're coming to this spot specifically. Let's recall, Jews were not allowed in France at the time the Portuguese Jews began to move there. The Jews were expelled from France. Is not unified like it is today. There were different territories controlled by different powers and so on. But basically, the Jews are expelled first in 1182 and then invited back, and of course they were expelled again several times until the end of the 14th century. And in Provence, the region that's close by here, finally expelled at the beginning of the 16th century. However, there's a little footnote in that King Louis XI wanted to resettle the region of Bordeaux, which was devastated by the 100 Years' War. So in 1474, he invites foreigners, except the hated English, to return to Bordeaux and to settle them. And there he explicitly allows the so-called Portuguese merchants, and later they're openly called Portuguese New Christians. They are given residency rights in this region of Bordeaux and Bayonne. Now, who are these Portuguese merchants, also known as Portuguese Christians? These are essentially Jews who were forcibly converted in 1497 in Portugal and were looking for ways to get out of that country. And many of them made their way to more hospitable colliders like Amsterdam, for example. We've spoken about that quite a bit. And many of them went out to the New World, to Brazil, and other places. But this is really close by. It's just over the Pyrenees, just over the border, and there's a lot of these Jews who are given technically the rights of Christians, but still wishing at some level to live as Jews. These are called crypto-Jews. They used to be called Marranos, which in itself a derogatory term swine. So crypto Jews or conversos is considered a more acceptable Jews who, they're along a whole spectrum. There are some who really become true believers and are ultimately absorbed into the larger Catholic population. There are those who deeply, deeply resent the forcible conversion and they're doing everything they can to live underground as Jews. And then there's a whole bunch of Jews who are in the middle of that, who are trying to maintain their safety and living as Christians to the outside world, but in their own homes, they're still marrying other crypto Jews, practicing some Jewish traditions, and so on. So they're making their way now to the region of Bordeaux. Everybody knows that they are of Jewish extraction, and there's a degree of persecution that goes along with that, even though they are technically baptized. We know that the Jews were useful. I look at this chart here, you can see that in 1751, 51% of the Jews, there were a very small number of them who were impoverished, almost all of them producing for the economy. About half of them are involved in trade, about 30% are involved in banking. That is a little bit skewed from what you see in other parts of Europe where Jews are allowed to go banking. Small commerce might be a little bit larger in governments. There's 12% involved in crafts and 5% involved in other things. In terms of the trade, this is Santa Cruz is on an important river that opens out into the Atlantic, so they're involved in all kinds of things, wool sales, chocolate, and tobacco, and you name it, all kinds of soap and making soap, all kinds of things are going on there, and they're definitely very useful people. So by 1550, King Henri II specifically assures their residency rights, even though they are Portuguese Christians. Now, what's especially interesting about all this is that what's going on in Bordeaux and Bayonne is not necessarily what's going on in the entire country. By 1615, King Louis XIII requires all Jews, including crypto Jews, to leave France. And that, by the way, affects a lot of the Jews who have made their way to the New World. A lot of French holdings, like Louisiana and elsewhere, Jews are technically expelled from those regions as well. But in Bordeaux, here's really interesting. In Bordeaux, the Jews are allowed to remain there because the local parliament refuses to obey the king on the expulsion of the Jews. And in fact, they develop a legal remedy. They sell naturalization rights to Portuguese merchants. 260 of them take advantage of this, and they buy the right to be naturalized in Bordeaux specifically. And essentially, they just sort of ignore the king on this regard. And by 1723, the people living there are open to refer to them as Jews, despite the fact that the legal ban on their settlement in French territory is still fully in place. It's absolutely amazing. The legal nomenclature of what we call them, Portuguese merchants or New Christians or Jews, reflects the reality that is developing on the ground in Bordeaux. Throughout the 17th century, all kinds of measures that are cataloged in an exhaustive manner that really went down to local archives demonstrates that they are more and more openly returning to their Jewish practices. For example, birth rates seem to be pretty much stable, but the number of baptisms, especially baptisms of Portuguese families, declines. They employ a Paris priest to serve as this kind of go-between to buy a plot of land to allow them to have their own cemetery with their own segregation and rights, and they develop all kinds of traditional institutions like you have in a much more well-developed area than, let's say, Jewish Eastern Europe. So by the last quarter of the 18th century, Jews of Bordeaux are openly voting what's going on in the rest of France. They're living without any restrictions on their movement within Bordeaux and Bayonne. They can own the real estate. They don't have to wear the well, the Jewish badge. They don't have to wear the yellow hat. They have an incredible amount of freedoms within this region. Now, I want to point out one thing here that we can't miss this. Just think about this. I was just describing things that happened at the end of the 1700s. But they were descendants of people who were forcibly converted at the end of the 1400s. So we're talking about 300 years, right? From, let's say, 1500 to 1800. So we're talking about, how many generations is that? For generations, about 25 years. That's 3 times. That's 12 generations. I mean, can you imagine living as a submerged identity? 12 generations. And if you want to say that the Jews were sort of coming out of the woodwork in 1800, well, it's been a good century of tolerance in North Golden, much greater, I would think, in the famed convivencia that you see in the south and home to the Muslim movement. But that's still 100 years after that started. So if we go back 100 years, you're still talking about 8 generations. Can you imagine returning to your ancestral identity after 8 generations of living as a submerged individual? It really is mind-boggling. Here's the thing that adds that really drives home her article on this topic. And maybe she's thinking of the darker history of the 20th century when this kind of tolerance was sadly hardly in evidence. The fact is that national leaders, kings, and so on, make all kinds of pronouncements. They can make so-called political statements. They can pronounce ideological verdict, like saying, hey, France is going to be good around here, completely Catholic. Of course, France had a lot of difficulty with non-Catholic Christians as well. But it only really matters when it can be enforced on the ground. If there is a gap between these national leaders who are playing to all kinds of different agendas and the people who actually live there together with their Jewish neighbors, if there is a gap, if there's any daylight between those two positions, that's a moment in which you have real humanity express itself. The non-Jewish population of the Golden saw the Jews in the 17th and 18th century as essentially their neighbors. We know that they're linguistically very well adapted, that looking at studies of rental agreements and purchase agreements and all kinds of contracts, that Jews were basically treated like every other citizen of Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was especially fascinating to see how these crypto Jews were able to emerge from their submerged identity and they find a welcome place in this corner of France. Wow, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much for watching this Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the course of my research, as I prepared for another kosher river cruise in France, this time in Bordeaux, the southwestern part of the country, I came across this absolutely fascinating discussion relating to liturgy. Many historians have pointed out that one of the best ways to study Jewish history is to simply look at the Siddur, the prayer book, because so many events and experiences of the Jewish people are layered into the fabric of Jews' prayer book, and as you peel away those layers, you can see a lot of fascinating things about Jewish history in general. So I came across this one passage in the book of Gerard Nahum. He's a phenomenal historian, perhaps the greatest historian, certainly of the Bordeaux and Bayonne region, which has been studied all his life. His family was originally from Algeria, although he himself was born in Paris. He was a student at the Sorbonne, and he taught at many universities, and Nahum is especially associated with Michael Rabbi, who is over he's a major scholar of French and Sephardic Jews. I found something really fascinating in his 2003 publication, Judaïsme et Judaïsme à Bordeaux, Jews and Judaism in Bordeaux. So the first part of his book goes into some of the Bordeaux antiquities, like when did Jews first come to this region? And certainly lost in the sands of time, because by the time we first get records of Jews, they aren't referring to their settlement, so referring to Jews that actually have lived there for some centuries. Most likely they came in the early first millennium, maybe the first or second century with the Romans, but we'll get into some of the details. We have some interesting archaeological discoveries. For example, in Bordeaux, a gold ring was discovered in the vicinity of streets later called Rue Judaica, or Rue Juive, the Jewish was first published by Camille John in 1890, who presumes that it was an engagement ring of a woman named Esther. When you look closer at it, you can see that in fact it does have the name Esther, which is in fact also the equivalent of the name Esther. We know that from this remarkable first century epitaph that was set up for Claudia Esther, who was one of the slaves who was taken from Jerusalem in the first century to Rome, and it was put up by her husband. But looking more closely at this particular image, why would you think that this Esther is definitely a Jewish one? Well, it is obviously the representation of the menorah on both sides of the ring. You can see that's a classically Jewish symbol. The seven-branch menorah, in particular, really goes to the heart of Jewish symbology. You see it from very, very early, and it's very popular in the first, second centuries. So, whereas Journal argued that it was an engagement ring, Paul says that's probably not the case. He says it probably belonged to a man named Asterius. I'm not sure how strong the argument is personally, because why would it say Asterius, although the last three letters kind of indicates like a nominative case of Greek. I think itself. That's a short form, but who knows? At any rate, everybody agrees it's from the 6th century, right? So we're talking about 500s. We know that there were Jews already living there at this time. We also have a really fascinating document that goes back a couple hundred years earlier, and this one is really interesting. It is the document of the Pilgrim of Bordeaux, which is really fascinating. It goes back to the year 333 or 334, and it's regarded as one of the very earliest itineraries composed by a Christian pilgrim making his way to the Holy Land. In this case, from Bordeaux all the way over the northern Mediterranean and down into the land of Israel. And it's been studied for centuries and centuries as a work of history, of geography, of piety, and so on. But what's really interesting is that there's this Professor Klein who already published in the 1930s an article saying that, wait a second, are we sure that this pilgrim from Bordeaux was in fact Christian? Because when you look at the itinerary itself, he zips right through Galilee, where Jesus was active for 2.5 years. That's where most of his stuff happens. He doesn't talk at all about Nazareth or Capernaum or any of the important places in the Galilee. He goes straight down to Jerusalem, and he talks about really important Jewish characters like Elisha and King Hiskiyahu and all kinds of people who are really important in the Tanakh and the Hebrew scriptures. But he only has 2 references to Jesus in the entire document. One of them seems to be entirely unpassing because he's going through Bethlehem or Bethlehem. So Professor Klein suggests maybe this guy's actually a Jewish pilgrim, but he left this very rare travel log, and that's how we have it today. It was a mistake to describe it to a Christian. But anyway, that's sort of an open-ended question. What I want to talk about today is the Urach prayer, which is well known, particularly to men who pray the morning service. In the Orthodox world, typically women do not pray this section called Tachon, which are penitential prayers that are read immediately after the essential part of the prayers, the Mastrate or the Amidah. And on Sunday through Friday, there's a short version. But according to Jewish tradition, since Mondays and Thursdays are the days when the Beit Din sits, that is the court of Jewish law sits, so this happens also in heaven. Therefore, it requires additional prayers to expiate our sins. So that's basically what this sacrament prayer is. And there's this longer section on Mondays and Thursdays called the Urach, which is the first 2 words of it, and He is merciful. God is merciful. So where does this prayer come from? So looking at some of the standard reference works, like the Rothschild's Philos, there is a reference to some people who were once in danger, somehow connected with a boat, but not much discussion there. And they composed this prayer, and it was so beautiful that it was included in a regular liturgy. What Professor Gerard Nahum brings forth, however, is a 1407 manuscript from Troy, elsewhere in France, where a student of Rabbi Nahum named Steve story goes, as we've discussed previously on this channel, there's a legend that Vespasian, as part of his peak with the difficulty of putting down Jewish rebels in the Great Roman Jewish War of the first century, he loads up 3 boats full of Jews. He removes the luggers, and he puts no skipper on them, and it just pushes them out into the Mediterranean. This is considerably less comfortable than what we enjoy in country river cruises on the time. At any rate, according to the legend, which is reported from the 12th century onward, these 3 boats went to largely southern France. One went to Ireland, one went to Lyon up the Rhone River, and one somehow got to Bordeaux, which is hard to imagine geographically. It's really would have had to go all the way around Spain from the Atlantic Ocean. But never mind, this is a legendary. And the Jews disembarked there and established really good settlements in what would have been Roman Gaul, would have been a Roman territory. So according to the legend recorded in this 1407 manuscript, there was a king who reached the Bordeaux, and they originally treated the Jews very well. Then he died. And just like we have in the book of Exodus, a duke from arose who knew not the Jews and began to persecute them. And so there were 2 brothers named Joseph and Benjamin, and a cousin of theirs named Shmuel. It's interesting that the specific names Joseph, Benjamin, and Shmuel adds a degree of this to the whole story. But anyway, these 3 people get together and they each compose a section of a special prayer. They recite this prayer to God, and then the king forgets about persecuting Jews and decides he dies in horrible death. After this, the prayer was so successful, and actually it is very beautiful. And I will tell you that we tend to rush through it. We really like saying time. It's very sad to have prayers, but it's actually very beautiful. So actually enjoy it. This prayer spread throughout the entire Jewish world. It has been incorporated into both the Ashkenazic and the Sephardic rites because of its great antiquity. It predates the separation of Ashkenazic and Sephardic culture, and it is included and appreciated to this very day. So it has its origins, apparently, at least according to this legend, in Bordeaux. I hope you found this interesting, and I hope you'll be able to join us on this fantastic cruise to really unusual part of France. We'll hope to discover a lot more Jewish history along the way. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. A few weeks ago, we spoke about the Bordeaux itinerary, which is this fascinating sort of travel on, taking a pilgrim from Bordeaux, France, all the way to the land of Israel and back. And I had come across this article that suggested that perhaps this Bordeaux pilgrim from the year 333, 334 was possibly Jewish. I want to dive into that just a little bit more because I just think it's so fascinating that we should have some kind of artifact like this all the way from Bordeaux at this very early period of time. So first of all, what is this Bordeaux itinerary? It's known in Latin as the Itinerarium Urdigalense or Itinerarium Urdigala usque Jerusalem. Meaning the Bordeaux itinerary or the itinerary from Bordeaux to Jerusalem. And basically, it's really boring. It's a text of a few pages that basically describes, really, really dull information, but important if you're traveling, of how far it is to go from stop A to stop B. You've got to break this into a lot of stops because you're going to be doing a lot of overnights a donkey or a horse or a foot. So how long it takes to get from one place to another one, and where you can change horses. I think it's really fascinating that you have like horse renting, horse renting stuff, and teaching horse and things like that. The oldest versions of this document that exist today are from the 8th and 10th centuries, and there are 4 of them. 2 of them omit most of it except for the section in the land of Israel itself, which is especially relevant for people all over. But 2 of them do describe the route all the way from Bordeaux to Israel and back. Here you can see a map representing the Bordeaux itinerary, both there and back, and several stops along the way of important places. Now, the text itself, however, looks something like this. Change at Stomatai, leaks 7, change at Senone, leaks 9, city of Astates, leaks 8. Most of it's pretty boring until you get to the land Israel, which is a lot more detailed information about what to see in connection with the Bible and things like that. So that's basically what this really early pilgrimage account is, and it has lots of fascinating things associated with it. Now, there are a lot of questions for scholars. For example, are the actual sites as they are described, meaning can we link the sites described in the Bordeaux itinerary to the events actually described in the Bible? Or were these places kind of like made up, especially in the 4th century, because that was a time when there was a huge kind of like quote unquote rediscovery of Christian holy sites, which scholars affirm to one degree or another. There's a lot more, fascination with Helena, for example, from Constantinople coming, saying I found the true cross and things like that. So perhaps these sites aren't actually representing actual historical invasions. And it's also some really interesting literary discussions of, is there a subtle versus Judaism tradition here? Is this fitting into church father writings around the same time, perhaps criticizing Judaism by the contrast of various holy sites? These are all great questions. But we're going to look at one set of questions in particular, which was advanced by this tremendous scholar named Shmuel Klein, who was born in Hungary. He moved to Israel in 1929, where he's one of the first faculty members of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He had a rabbinic background. He had served as a rabbi, and served as a chaplain, and so on. But his real love was historical geography, and especially the historical geography of the Holy Land. His PhD dissertation was defended in 1909, and it was on topographic and historical material in the poetry of the 7th century liturgical poet Kalia. Absolutely fascinating. And he wrote a list of articles as long as my arm describing various historical and topographical aspects of land Israel, huge influence on later geographic studies. Now, Professor Klein opined that, maybe we should take this itinerary at face value. For example, he says, why is there so little material in the itinerary on the Galilee region in Galilee? I mean, that was Jesus' main area of activity. Why is there no reference in the itinerary to Nazareth, Capernaum, Magdala, and Cana, sites that are so prominent in Christian scriptures? Why does the pilgrim spend this huge trip making Israel and Israel and then just skip over all those things, just go straight to the coast and spend time in Jerusalem? Good question. Second one, why are there so many references to Hebrew scriptures, especially events that occurred to particular kings, as described in the Book of Kings or the Book of Chronicles, and like lots of things which are fascinating in Jewish history, but they're not really that closely followed in Christian history. Some scholars preceding Klein, and he quotes in his article on this topic, suggest that perhaps it was a Jewish Christian or a Christian Jew, maybe someone who was part of that generation who was of Jewish ethnicity but was practicing Christianity. And there's something to be said for that argument, but it's really quite late for that. We're already in the 4th century, and the split between Judaism and Christianity was pretty profound by the time we get to the 4th century. And then finally, perhaps most fascinating, there's lots of references in this text, not to the Old Testament, the Hebrew scriptures, but to the Jewish legend. Both materials that are discussed in rabbinic literature, but a lot of material that appears to be like local popular lore that is not exactly agada in the technical sense of things contained in the rabbinic text, but nevertheless a tradition handed down in the Jewish community. Is it not possible, asked Professor Klein, that Pilgrim is actually Jewish? Now, spoiler alert, he says no. He says, I don't think so. I don't think the author of this particular text was Jewish. First of all, the text has lots of Christian references to Jesus as Savior, which would definitely be not okay for a Jew. Perhaps the pilgrim was writing for a particular audience and included those things in there for the audience. Possible, not especially convincing, but possible. Perhaps it was added by later copyists, also possible, but if they're going to add stuff, they could have added so much more stuff. Why add a few consolate references? What Professor Klein argues, and many scholars believe the same, that it was not actually written by a Bordeaux pilgrim. It was rather written by someone living in Bordeaux, cobbling together reports from other people who had made this journey. And he argues that the author of the itinerary actually collected information from Jews in the region of Bordeaux. They had made this itinerary and he pulled material from them. Jews in Lyon in particular, which is fascinating because we do know that there are Jews in the region already from the first century, but only tiny little scattered references. If Professor Klein's thesis is correct, then there's a lot of detailed information available to the author of the itinerary because there's significant Jewish populations in Bordeaux and Lyon at this time. We know from rabbinic literature that there are a couple of interesting figures. For example, there's someone called Rabbi Gallia, the man of Gallia, that is, of course, a Roman prince. That's mentioned in the preceptor of Rabbi Yuda in Gallia, Rabbi Yuda from Gallia, and he's mentioned in the Sixth of the Rav Kahana. These are all very old texts, which suggest that, yeah, in fact, there are, some kind of quasi-rabbinic populations there that so much so they can produce at least these two figures who are cited in very, very ancient texts. So this is actually Professor Klein's contribution to this, and it's really quite convincing that the pilgrim who wrote this text did not actually make the journey himself, herself, but most likely cobbled it together from lots of other sources, including from at least one Jewish source who traveled to this region from Bordeaux. I think that's absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much for watching this short video. I'm so glad that there are other people who find this stuff so interesting. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so grateful to have had another opportunity to visit the Douro River Valley with Kosher River Cruises. It's so fascinating to see evidence of crypto-Jewish communities living in that area over 500 years since the Inquisition. But we're going to move on now because in November, God willing, we're going to move to another location. We're going to go visit the area of Bordeaux, which is in southwest France. It's a new area for me. I've never been there before, and I'm quite fascinated to see what that place is like and to discover the Jewish history inherent in this very unusual region. So what I'd like to do in this short video is to just go quickly over the history of Jewish settlement in Bordeaux. It's quite fascinating and unusual, and very much related to the discussions we had regarding Portugal as well, because a significant number of Portuguese Jews made their way to Bordeaux, particularly in the 16th century. To start with, have a look at this map here. Here's where Bordeaux is. You can see it's on a waterway that opens to the Atlantic Ocean, and like many centers of Jewish civilization, it is an important mercantile site. Of course, the entire region is suffused with wine culture, and I'm going to have to learn a lot more about that before I go there to understand the role of Jews in the history of wine. But for today, let's just look at settlement. So we have a medieval legend that speaks about 3 rudderless ships being cast adrift in the Mediterranean Sea by Vespasian in the 1st century after the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem. These rudderless ships wandered throughout the Mediterranean and landed at the city of Arles, located at the mouth of the Rhone River, and made their way upstream to Lyon, a bit further on that same river. And then another one went somehow all the way around, I guess, the Strait of Gibraltar to land in Bordeaux. And this is the legendary origins of Jewish communities of these three very important cities. But if we move past this fascinating legend and look at the archaeological evidence and the literary evidence, we do have a fascinating signet ring that looks at a ring that appears to have menorahs on it and the name Aster, which could be an abbreviation of the Latin name Asterios, not especially Jewish, or Esther, which of course is very Jewish, and that dates from the 4th century. In the late 500s, we have a literary report of a Jew in Bordeaux who got into trouble because apparently he ridiculed a priest's belief that a particular saint would cure him of an illness. We don't know the specifics of that particular story, but it does have certain ring of truth in some ways. And then we also have much more evidence by the time we get up to the 9th century, much of it coming from anti-Jewish sources, but nevertheless pointing to a fairly well-developed community for the 9th century in Bordeaux. By the 11th century, you already in geography of a place called Mont Judaïque, which means like the mountain of the Jews, or the Jewish mountain. That's outside the city walls. There's a Jewish cemetery in place. There's a Jewish street, and a port is called Porte de Jeux, which was known earlier by the name Porta Judea, clearly meaning the port of the Jews. So certainly by the 11th century, this is around the time of Rothschild, this is around the time just before the Crusades and so on, you actually have a very significant Jewish population. And again, where they came from exactly is unclear. But we do begin to see clear migrations from other regions afterwards. And this is largely because France went through kind of like this paroxysm of desire to expel Jews from its environs at several points during the High Middle Ages. The first of them was in 1182, which did not actually affect the Jews of Bordeaux because during this time, specifically from 1154 to 1453, Bordeaux was not under French control, it was under English control. And even though this part of England was located on the continent, it was nevertheless impervious to the demands of the French kings. I think it's also interesting to observe that the 300 odd years that Bordeaux had independence from France, from being attached to England, may have contributed to a certain cultural orientation that we certainly see more of as we move into the early modern period, of being willing to defy central authorities, specifically with regards to the treatment of their Jewish populations. So, if we go back to our expulsion situation, the Jews of Bordeaux were not affected by the expulsion of 1182, but they did get exposed to 3 rapid expulsions in swift succession in 1284, 1305, and 1310. And as you might wonder, wait a minute, how could you expel a population in 1284 and then expel them again in 1305? Did they get invited back? That certainly happened in other parts of Europe. And then expel them again 5 years later in 1310? I mean, it doesn't make sense. In the case of Bordeaux, it seems that the expulsions were not actually implemented. There were orders of expulsions, but they were really just tools to extort bribes from the Jewish community to allow them to remain in place. This is another illustration of what one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival, that when confronted with various threats, including expulsions, the Jewish communities could elect to simply bribe the parties, the nobility or the kings that were demanding their expulsion and remain in place, or they could simply say, well, it's too dangerous or the price is too high and they could flee. So it seemed that the fee strategy was at the turn of the 14th century in Bordeaux. In 1320, however, the Jews of Bordeaux suffered horribly from attacks by a group called the Pasteurs. These are the shepherds. It's a populist movement, very similar to the Crusades, which, of course, began in 1096, so this is like a century after the continued for some time. It was originally an anti-Muslim movement. The idea of European Christian effort to Jerusalem and the Holy Land had lots of very negative spillovers in Europe proper, and particularly for Jewish communities living in Europe, particularly because of the whole idea of the Crusades is to reclaim the Holy Land for Christianity and drive out the infidel. Well, a lot of locals and populists said, we have infidels living right here in our own communities, obviously referring to the Jews. So there was also a class element specifically to the Pastoreux uprising, in that they wanted to, try and attack communities that had concentrations of wealth. The Jews were unfortunately an ideal target. They were concentrated in urban centers like Bordeaux, and also they were more openly associated with cash-bearing industries like money lending, like minting, like crafts, silver, goldsmiths, things like that. And so they were a favorite target by the Pastoraux, and they suffered horribly in the year 1320. The upper church, and the Pope in particular, defended the Jews like they did with blood libels, things like that, saying this is not right, this is not Christianity, we should not be doing these things. However, when the Pastoreux had forcibly baptized Jews in their rioting, the church would not allow them to return to Judaism because, we've discussed many times in connection with the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, that baptism being a sacrament, and that once a person was baptized, forcibly or otherwise, even though it was forbidden to forcibly baptize someone, that meant that they were nevertheless considered Christians. A lot of sad stories about that, but I won't get off track. So at any rate, 1453, Bordeaux returns to French control, which was technically at this time Lutheran, because there had been a major expulsion of Jews in 1306 from a large amount of French territory, and it's not certain if this decree was imposed on the Jews of Bordeaux. What we do know, however, is that there were significant populations of Jews, and especially crypto-Jews, who had been making their way up to Bordeaux from the 15th century and on. Again, you'll recall that in Spain, there was a massive wave of pogroms and forced conversions that gave people the status of new Christians. And as I mentioned a second ago, they were officially Christians, even though they did not necessarily want to regard themselves as Christians, but they had the privileges of free movement as Christians. There would be attempts to lock this down by both Spain and especially by Portugal, where a lot of these Jews fled. But in the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries, there was periods of time when this was relaxed. And a lot of these nominal Christians, these so-called new Christians or conversos, sometimes called Marranos, which is a derogatory term, they made their way out of the Iberian Peninsula and looked to other places to live. Amsterdam, Hamburg, very prominent sites, the New World, Brazil in particular, and also just across the Pyrenees, the region of Bordeaux. And we begin to see an unusual sort of cultural combination of these new Christians moving into Bordeaux, identifying as Portuguese, later as the Portuguese nation, and ultimately as Jews. That combines with the sort of contrarian spirit of the Bordeaux population, and the Jews begin to get more and more privileges for their independent communities, even though they're still technically considered Christians. We see that they develop separate cemeteries. We see that they're developing unique processes of marriages, which are recorded in church documents as, these people were married according to the Portuguese rite, which means essentially they were married Jewishly. And by 1723, we just totally give up on even bothering to call themselves Portuguese, even though technically Jews are not allowed to live in France. They are openly living as Jews in Bordeaux specifically. At this time, we also begin to see Jews migrating from Papal states, where there were also holdouts of Jews that were not initially affected by the expulsion of 1306, increasing pressure we placed on the Jews of Avignon and Castelnaudary, which are regions that are controlled directly by the French rather than the French kingdom. And so Jews begin to over to Bordeaux as well. And over the course of the 18th century, you have two distinct communities living in Bordeaux: the Portuguese Jews and the Avignon and Contabinense Jews. They're not exactly Ashkenazic. They have the Provençal, but to really establish significant communities which were technically illegal. They set up yeshivot, right, schools. They set up Bikkur Cholim, which are like Jewish welfare associations, especially for the sick. They set up all kinds of charitable organizations for the community. And eventually, the Jews from Avignon claimed a similar communal status as the Portuguese, even though they had never been to Christians at all. By the time you get to 1806, which we weren't going to cut off this, but we're going to enter into the modern world and some amazing things that affect Porto at this time, you have 2,131 Jews living in Porto. 1,651 of them were Spanish/Portuguese. 144 were from Avignon, and another 336 were attracted from other Ashkenazic lands, Germany, Poland, and the Netherlands. Absolutely fascinating community with all kinds of different strands of thought coming in. I'm really looking forward to visiting Bordeaux in November, and I hope you'll be able to join me. Thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just want to tell you about one really interesting moment in the year 1755 when a great scholar named Rabbi and another remarkable scholar from Rothschild, a really fascinating historians have a little bit humor experience. So first of all, who was the Rabbi? That's an abbreviation for his name, Rabbi Chaim Yosef David Azubai, who's an incredibly important scholar who lived in the year 1724 to 1806. I've actually studied personally many of his books, and one of his books I've actually read multiple times. Great encyclopedic scholar, tremendous special interest in manuscripts, and fascinating. So the reason that he's especially useful for us is because in the year 1753, when he was in his 30s, he was asked by the community of Hebron, he lives in Israel, he was asked by the community of Hebron to make a circuit in some of the larger communities, particularly in Europe, to collect money for the struggling community. And so he did this. He went and he became like a mashulach, as it were, a messenger to collect funds for the yeshiva in Hebron in particular. He ended up being really good at it, and he did it for about 2 decades. On the course of his many travels, he wrote down a travelogue, which is called Magal Tov. It is one of the most remarkable rabbinic documents of the 18th century, which also produced a whole series of amazing documents. But this book, Magal Tov, is just all, it fits within the long history of Jews going on trips and describing them everywhere from Benjamin of Tudela to, your Aunt Sadie going to Boca and writing about it on Facebook. This is a long Jewish tradition of describing Arlington. And the Rabbi does a phenomenal writes with a sense of adventure and curiosity and provides all kinds of fascinating details. Many of them really quite scurrilous, really surprising, quite fascinating how he gets deep into the community and understands the kind of stress they have going on. And it's a remarkably important source for understanding of major Jewish communities throughout Europe in the 18th century. He also has a brilliant, amazing sense of humor, which you would never know from reading standard rabbinic ones. But Malachi Alfo, this really comes up on. He went to Bordeaux several times. That's the reason for this particular research is that preparing for the Kosher Movies to Bordeaux this November. And there's a lot to say about Bordeaux in specific, but I want to talk about one encounter he has with a remarkable Bordeaux Jew whose name was Jacob Rodriguez Pereira, also known as Pereira. He was born in 1750, a rough contemporary of the Jacob, and he lived until 1750. His story is, like many Bordeaux Jews, he came from Spanish Portuguese roots, especially after his father died. His mother picked up and fled to Portugal, and he ended up in Bordeaux, where they readopted to Jacob. At this time was 6 years old. He was circumcised, and he dropped his baptism full name of Francisco, and that's what became Jacob. Yeah, brilliant creative mind. In many ways, a lot like the Fida, although obviously without all of the rabbinic background, and didn't have the advantage of that kind of training. But he invented all kinds of fascinating things. Like he's considered one of the fathers of modern computing because in the 1700s he invented and built a calculator, mechanical calculator. He met people from Tahiti, where he traveled to Philadelphia for college support, and so he wrote a dictionary of the language of Tahiti. And he was an engineering design a method to allow sailing ships to dramatically increase their speed of transatlantic voyages. Really, really fascinating. He was an educator, and he was also not only a tremendous advocate for the Jewish community in particular, we'll talk about that in another video, but he also believed in public education, and he taught the poor children of Orville for free, giving them basic life skills, vocational training, and so on. He was a well-regarded, well-revered figure. His main claim to fame was that he was one of the first early people to teach people who were deaf and mute how to speak. He actually demonstrated the effectiveness of his techniques for King Louis XV, who awarded him with an annual pension of £80, and was a big hero for inventing this particular method of using finger shapes to represent sound. He wrote about this in the book in 1778 entitled Observation sur le Muet, was published by the Académie Royale des Sciences, Observations on those who are deaf and mute. Absolutely fascinating. Now, in his travels, the Fida went to Paris and arranged for a meeting with this individual. They met on the 12th of Av in the year 5515, corresponds to July 20, 1755. And the Fida was just overwhelmed with this. Just imagine that personality-wise, they probably had a lot in common, very curious, very eclectic, and so on. And now I'd like to read to you from this passage of their meeting. It's really quite fascinating. I should mention that Magal Tov is really quite an amazing book. It's published many times in Hebrew original. There's a very, very hard to find English translation, which of course we have in our English library, translation by Dr. Benjamin Zimmerman, who published in 1996. Now listen to this though it is. Now, an astounding thing of wisdom to descend from Senor Jacob relate to me. With his wisdom and by exercise of his intellect, together with painstaking care, he had succeeded in taking a person who was deaf. The sages refer to this humbling. A person who is both deaf and mute is considered an invalid in all kinds of ways, not only in terms of obvious disability, but also in terms of legal agency and so on. There's a question about the level of intelligence and so on. And Professor Pereira really changed that. Let's go back here. Who could not hear and could not speak from the womb and from conception. He never was able to speak. And bring him to a state of speaking whereby he would reply with his mouth orally to something they would ask him in writing. Yes, yes, no, no. He could also write with his own hand in the French language and in the Holy language, which is Jewish, deaf, mute kids to be able to write Hebrew as well. And with his mouth, read books of both languages, amazing. And he could understand Tanakh, he could understand the Bible. And he, Rodriguez, was also competent, and he gave signs on the joints of his fingers, right? And each joint he made as a sign of one letter. And when he wanted to speak with him, with great celerity, would he take and move the joints of his fingers, indicating the letters of the word desired, and the mute person, after much practice, straightaway understood his question. And now with my own eyes I saw in his house a lad, who they said was a mute, neither hearing nor speaking. And I saw him talking to me in the Holy language and in French. Now here's the funny thing. And my eyes watched Senor Jacob, indicating with his fingers his mute, and immediately would he indeed reply to his question. And as I was making a jest, I did make some signs with my fingers in a random manner. Right? He decided to like, hey, I'll try this out. So he started making gestures with his fingers. For I did not know the signs which Jacob had selected to his meaning. I was just making up. I didn't know that the system fell off. And I saw that the lad was perplexed by the sight and was upset that he did not understand. Then his master said to him, right, Professor Rodriguez said to him, oh, don't be upset, for the rabbi did not mean to send that finger. So that is actually what it sounds like. This phrase, send the finger, I looked it up in Hebrew, the original here is shalach etzva, it's the literal translation. And of course, the Chidah with tremendous erudition is quoting a verse from Isaiah 58:9, which has that phrase there. And the commentators explain that sort of some says that this phrase to send the finger is like an aggressive gesture. And there, Adam, like people who are arguing, one will send the other a finger. And then the Shadal, a very important Italian commentator, quotes a Latin commentator, Marshall, who refers to it as the digitum medium, which means the middle finger. So essentially, what happened was the Chidah, in attempting to communicate with this person, or this jesting, or joking about it, accidentally made an offensive gesture, which caused the voice of consternation. But Professor assured him that the rabbi didn't. You really get a sense of the humor that the Chidah records in his mind of thoughts. At any rate, the Chidah is clearly very impressive. And his description of the visit to Professor there with the phrase, Baruch Honei Adam. Blessed is the one who gives knowledge. One of the amazing scholars developed a method to teach people definitely to speak. And that was Jacob with the amazing story. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really interested in looking at the figure of Abraham Rothschild. Very important activist who was from Bordeaux and wanted to do the transformation of French Jewry from the medieval period to the modern period. And it's actually, it's not a slow process at all. We'll talk about it in videos in the past about how, after the French Revolution, there was this dramatic change from the medieval environment that had essentially a corporate structure into a modern environment in which Jews were citizens of France. And what exactly that means? Well, that also didn't happen automatically. They had a petition for it. It took a couple of years. This is Martin first, then the Ashkenazim, all kinds of things like that. But right now, I'd like to take a few minutes to look at Abraham Flottard and specifically his rule in the last years before the revolution. One really fascinating it illustrates the complexities of French expansion. Okay. So first of all, he was born in 1756. There is some controversy over the nature of his parents' experiences, but the story goes that at least his mother, possibly his father, left Lisbon, where they were natives, after the tremendous earthquake that happened on November 1st, 1755. This was an important earthquake, not only because of the tremendous damage that it caused. A fire broke out that destroyed much of the city, and then a tsunami. Imagine all three of those things happening at the same time, totally destroying Lisbon. It allowed, however, for a new creative force to step in and not only reorganize the city and lay it out with modern processes in the middle of the 18th century, but also there was a kind of a mood in Lisbon that just get rid of all of this old stuff. And the Marquis de Pombal, in particular, very, very important political figure who was one of the major reformist activists who led the country at that time, and in fact got rid of some of the most noxious aspects of the Spanish Inquisition. Anyway, focusing on Furtado, however, according to many accounts, including very reliable historical accounts, his father was killed in that earthquake. His mother moved to London, and he was born on the 30th of July of 1756. confusing because if his father died in an earthquake and he was born 9 months later, kind of a tragic moment, his father would have died shortly after conceiving his son. However, Francis was definitely the greatest authority on Jews of Bordeaux, especially the Sephardi Jews, who wrote this great book. She argues that no, the couple left together after the earthquake to London. So it's possible that the accounts are mistaken. At any rate, our protagonist, Abraham, is born in London, and then when he gets married at age 19, he moves to Bordeaux, where he becomes very successful, like many other Jews of Bordeaux at this time. The maritime trade working in for that international commerce that's just burgeoning in the 16th century. Now, let's just recall what's going on in the French period. Remember that as of 1306, and later confirmed in 1394, there are no Jews officially in France. And of course, there are Jews unofficially in France in a couple of different ways. And there's distinct populations with very different rights and privileges, even though they're all technically illegal as Jews. There are, of course, the Sephardim, who are largely from Portugal, who are living in the Bordeaux region, and also in the neighboring Bayonne. These are Jews who are technically Christians as well. So Bordeaux experiences, they were largely populated from Jews who were forcibly converted a few hundred years earlier in Portugal, and then they made their way up to France, where they were slowly adopting their Jewish identities, openly or otherwise, by the time it gets to the 16th century, as we've discussed in the previous lessons. Then you also have an interesting population of Provençal Jews who live at the mouth of the Rhone River in regions that were originally under papal control. Here, Jews were allowed to live quite a bit longer. The important duties of Gargantua, for example, having gnomes in extremely important place, and sometimes these are called the Absentee population of Jews. And many of them later actually moved to the Bordeaux region, so they're also living in Bordeaux. They're not the same as Sephardim. They have their own right, the Provençal right, which is largely been lost, but they were never converted to Christianity like the Portuguese Jews were. And then, of course, you have on the eastern part of France, neighboring Germany, you have a mass of Ashkenazi Jews. And they are very, very different. And again, like the Provençal Jews, they have never been converted to Christianity. And certainly, unlike the Sephardic Jews, they have largely no interest in adapting to non-Jewish culture. This would be changing over the 18th and especially the 19th century, where there would be a lot more assimilationist pressures brought to bear on the Ashkenazi Jews. But in the medieval period, they're highly distinct. They speak a different language, Yiddish, which is very close to German, not at all close to French. They dress distinctively. They tend to be much more pious, much more scrupulous about certain traditional Judaism. So they're a very different population and largely considered undigestible mass in France. And again, all of these populations as Jews are technically illegal, but this is a medieval state on the cusp of modernity. You don't really know. A lot was changing in the 18th century, and a lot of the change was a result of the work of this man, whose name I will now attempt to slowly pronounce. Jean Chrétien de Raison de Malesherbes. That's really hard. I know some French, but that's really hard. Malesherbes, how I look for you now. He wrote a really important essay that ultimately resulted in 1787 edict giving Protestant civil rights. Because although we're focused on the history of the Jews here, the Protestants posed a much larger problem for technically Catholic France. And they persecuted them at one point, and they discriminated against them later, but they didn't go away, and they constituted a massive population in France, and they had to somehow come to terms with it. So ultimately, in 1787, with this edict, tolerances that will be fine, they'll have civil rights as Protestants. France will still be technically a Catholic country. This is before the Revolution, but we're going to stop, like, for example, not register marriage. When you get married, okay, that marriage, even though you're not getting married in a Catholic church. So this essay, this edict that came out in 1787, caused the Jews to say, hey, what about us? Should we be emancipated too? So it turned out that the state responded, no, well, we weren't thinking about Jews, although Al-Azhar himself may have actually been Jews. But this sparked a whole feverish activity in the last years before the revolution, trying to figure out what should be the position of the Jews, or more specifically, what should be the position of the various Jewish trades against the revolts. And this is where Abraham Furtado stepped in. He's a successful man, he's very articulate, he's wealthy. He became one of the most important representatives of the Portuguese nation in Bordeaux. The Portuguese nation is kind of like the term they use to describe the Jewish population there. They call themselves the nation. So in 1788, he and another man named Gomez Jackson went to Paris to argue for the rights of the Portuguese Jews. They met with Al-Azhar, and they explained, how they felt that they should have the same kind of rights. Now, let us recall that because they were technically Christians, because they had been converted, even though they were identifying as Jews, they still had this Christian driver's license, as it were. They could go anywhere they wanted, they could attend universities, things like that. But they basically wanted to make sure that all Jews would get an increase in rights if Al-Azhar's project would be advanced. They did not, however, have the imagination to think of all Jews equal with all French citizens. So they were using citizens, they would be subjects, but they didn't quite think that far. They wanted to make sure that the Sephardic population specifically was protected in its rights. And, they're thinking maybe some advances could happen to the other population. Now, we can read this in a couple different ways. It does seem, as Marino prepared to argue, that the Portuguese, who enjoyed already a much higher status, wanted to preserve that distinction. And they didn't want chaos to erupt where they lost any special privileges, but they definitely did approve of this general direction that Alexander was proposing. What they did was they hired a historian, Rabbi, who wrote a 150-page memorandum defending essentially the weakness of the Sephardim. Let me read one page here from the script, in which Furtado and Lopez Jackson made a little commentary on top of it. It says, "For Portuguese Jews, English in England, and French in France, no German Jew is German everywhere, because of his customs from which he deviates there." Right? So essentially, what says a Portuguese Jew is a Sephardic Jew. Sephardim, he says, are able to adapt to the civilizations in which they live. They culturally mold themselves to the cultures in which they live, but not the Ashkenazi Jews. Thus, one can look at the English and the Germans as brothers who, although sharing the same mother, have nevertheless developed characteristics which are absolutely different. They come out of it. When he says English and Germans as brothers, the same mother, the brothers are very different. They say we are not like those Ashkenazi. That's essentially what they're saying. So we're getting a sense of some of the seams of the internal Jewish community at this moment of great change. Now, what ended up happening was the Al-Azhar was won over to their cause and said, yeah, it's a good idea. We should move forward in this. We know from other things that he wrote that he wasn't necessarily such a forward thinker. He did believe that the route that the Jews would essentially have to follow was inclusion and assimilation to the larger French bloc politics. But all of this was rendered huge by the French Revolution that would break out just a much more radical solution would be proposed. And that's something that we've talked about in previous lectures, and we'll definitely talk about in this cruise. Okay, fascinating stuff. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, those Jews and Jews. One of these Rothschild, a great scientist, I'll talk about in a second, was and so on. But the transition from modern state, including medieval state, to a modern state is so essential for the development of modern Jewry all around the world. In many ways, American Jews, Canadian Jews, Australian Jews, we all have to look back to what happened in Paris and Bordeaux, the decades that traversed the turn of the 19th century, and how we get to where we are now. So let's just think about this for a second. What do we mean by this emancipation, this change in the right? The term emancipation is kind of a weird term that was decided on, towards the end of the 19th, early 20th century by Jewish historians that describes the shift from modernity to modernity. It's not precisely the right term. It's a term that was borrowed primarily from the American context, with the emancipation of the slaves in America, which of course happened in the 1860s in the context of the American Civil War. The Jews of Europe were not enslaved, but they clearly were of a much lower status. They had all kinds of legal disabilities, residence restrictions, lots of institutions were closed to them, universities, and so on. Really, the only way to get ahead was to leave the alternative and to convert to Christianity, because in the pre-modern era, these states did not really have a conception of a secular identity possible for all citizens of the national also states. So the transition from this kind of like legally disabled status to equal status with other citizens was really seen on the generally, unfortunately. And it happened on a very sharp date, 1789, with the French Revolution, as we should discuss. Now, the reason why it's not precisely seen as emancipation is because they were enslaved. Within limits, they had freedom. They could not move anywhere they wanted. They had as many children as they wanted, laws and so on. All kinds of special restrictions on them, but nevertheless, within those contexts, they did have freedom. But this is not the case, obviously, with the African American slaves in America, who were enslaved in many ways far worse than they have been in ancient times. It's not even like a comparable type of emancipation which happens right around the same time, the emancipation of the serfs of the Russian Empire. Like the African Americans, the serfs of Russia were also emancipated and very much free from all things like that, but they were not given any resources to actually take advantage of that emancipation. So a lot of the things that Rothschild supports in the pre-modern times, like the fact that they did have certain privileges on land, those things all disappeared, and now all of a sudden they were expected to pay rent for it. Even that meant that, if they weren't producing quite enough agricultural output, they had to find other sources of income, which led to the slow emergence and industrialization of Russia, which took much longer than it did in Western Europe, and the increase of the population in rural sectors and urban sectors, and lots of major changes. It's not the same things that affected Jewry, especially French Jewry. So let's go very quickly to what happened in terms of revolution, how it affected Bordeaux and Venetian Jewry, and later it's all around the world. If we look at this key document here, this is the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizen that was passed by the National Assembly in August of 1789, after the French Revolution. And this is like a really important document in the history of the world. It basically declares the same kinds of things that you see in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, things like that. Fundamental commitments to equality of all citizens in the United. Now, this was a massive shift from modern day, because at that time, it was not equality. You had nobility and high ranks, and clergy had their own little offices. The peasants had the burghers, living in the cities and villages and so on. And there were all kinds of different rights and privileges. They saw this not only with the Jews as an entire corporation, an entire class, but even within Jewish communities, folks perhaps the substantial supplier were primarily located in the area of Bordeaux, back here towards the southwest, very distinct from the population of Ashkenaz, Jews. All of that was thrown out the window theoretically in the French Revolution when they promulgated this document. A lot of Jews and said, hey, that includes us, right? All of a sudden, the authors of Rothschild said, wait a second, we weren't necessarily quite that broadly to include Jews as citizens, women as citizens. Wait a second. So they put the brakes on that, but they couldn't put the brakes on it forever. So by 1790, they said, okay. The Sephardic Jews of the Temple, the French speaking, they're fairly well assimilated or acculturated to French. Who gives that to the Ashkenazi Jews? It took another year, but by 1791, and with this emancipation, there were lots of tensions. And tensions really lasted for 2 decades. As these Jews who had been pent up with all kinds of artificial restrictions suddenly found that they had an open and level playing field in all kinds of areas. But they already had natural and cultural strengths. So, for example, a long tradition of literacy and literacy, a long familiarity with financial endeavors, primarily because of the prohibitions on land and the discouragements and various other barred from trade and things like that. So they developed quite a bit of expertise in all kinds of fields that were especially useful to the modern and growing economies. And this provoked a lot of backlash from local populations who said, wait a second, the Jews are taking over. So by the 1800s, this level of complaint from the non-Jewish residents who felt that, especially in the Ashkenazi class, they were being taken advantage of by Jews, were now equal citizens, which was something deeply resented. They actually went to Napoleon. So Napoleon, I got to tell you this up front. Napoleon was characteristically large way of thinking. Said, okay, fine. We've got a representative body of Jews that we can consult primarily. What do they think about this experiment? And his advisors think, well, there is this thing called the Sanhedrin, but it hasn't passed since the Sanhedrin. Fine, let's bring up the Sanhedrin. So he assembled massively enthusiastic group of Jews from all over Napoleon Europe to come together in Paris to answer a few questions that Napoleon had for the Jews. And he posed it to the Sanhedrin saying, okay, you guys matter body of Jews. Obviously, Jews themselves had different opinions as to the authorities of the Sanhedrin. But they did have a very important figure at its head, the respected Talmudic scholar Rabbi here, who's given this amazing to serve as the president. I never seen anyone quite like this. I just the Sanhedrin, which had a lot of controversy, detail about it, but ultimately the Assembly of Notables, which was the predecessor of the proper, had 12 questions posed to it. These are, first of all, 2 Jews believe that was the first question for the well, why is this question in the first place? I think the reason probably because he wanted to assess, wanted the Jews to sort of reflect on just how prepared are Jews to accommodate themselves to French reality. Now, Jewish nation, of course, I've ever shown you every Bible is you know that Abraham had 2 wives and Jacob had 4 wives and so on. And they're wondering what we see today. It's interesting to know it was ignorance of the future. Because since the year 2000, more or less, the Jewish Europe, the Ashkenazi had almost banned polygamy. It has disappeared for like 800 years by that time. Polygamy is still practiced in African Jews. Well, that's not at all the history. So they can simply say, we promise no, and he has a Christian divorce. Of course, Catholic Church. It's a divorce. Something called annulment, which has complications. But it wants to know how Jews to say, divorce. He asked about Jews married and non-Jews. That was probably one of the questions that he said that the most difficulty answers. And they basically kind of fudged the answer and said, well, wow, look at the tournaments already. I'm trying to really distract the representatives from the answer. This is basically use of bits of information. But if it happens, usually it does give you a lot of tools to prevent it. Of course, this is important to voting because he's thinking, okay, how long am I going to have this problem? How long am I going to have this cyclical mass? So, living in France, don't necessarily regard themselves as information. So then he goes to the harder question. The harder question is residents or strangers, or somebody that knows you, what kind of answer you want. They say, of course, you consider Western knowledge. Is there a double standard? Same kind of question is, oh, no. She was born in France, consider this their country. Will they defend it? Will they obey its laws? It's especially important because the Ashkenazi Jews lived right up against Germany. They had a lot more Ashkenazi Jews as well. What would happen if France went to war with Germany? They did it with some regularity. So would French Jews side with France or Ashkenazi Jews with Germany? Then he delves into the last 6 questions, which we focus on how do you organize themselves. Like question 7 is, what is the are you bound to obey? I want to know how I set myself up to have state within state. What Jews have with their system, their laws correspond to the rabbis. This is where it's another break between pre-modernity and Jews essentially did have their own ecosystem, did have their own enforcement system, typically supported by the state, but instead, the modern system-based democracy can have two different systems, two different populations. Rules for everybody, the laws for everybody, so on. So they come down to the then he asks an economic question, like are Jews required to engage in usury, which is what is kind of negative term for money lending? Are Jews forced to engage in that? What simply want to pursue a different occupation? And of course, the answer is yes. So, all kinds of occupations, as long as there's no various occupations. One of all these questions was, you want to know, are you prepared to become French citizens and take on for yourselves the good quality? Or do you want to try to distinguish within our society that would be acceptable for good? That's essentially just the Jews of these questions were posed. They essentially, yes, we want equality. We will figure out how to deal with the ways in which this particular does not fit with commercialism. We want those decisions where essentially we're going to get back to modern Judy for the now, it's really interesting to try and think back on what was the thinking of the Jews when they gave these answers. Did they give the right answer? Did they the enthusiasm with his holiness was so significant and was so disappointed by some of the things that they have later, which we impose certain restrictions on. But if you want to get a sense for the somewhat slavish admiration that these performance on, again, not shared university, and the Jews in Eastern Europe were quite hesitant to give us this sure. But have a look at this remarkable medallion, which was coined by the Jewish community to specifically celebrate the achievements of the Holy Sanhedrin. Left, of course, you see the profile of the Pope himself. It says in French, he's emperor and king. Lucky to see the Holy actually illustrate the text commandments to an exegesis benefit of the Jew, which essentially is basically the holy tradition of Moses. That's a quick talk about this. There's so much more to say about it, but we don't want to take much of your time. I really appreciate you watching, and I hope somebody will be able to join sometimes. And if not, I'm really looking forward to sharing some of the things I see while I'm there. Thank you very much for listening. Hello, fellow students at Jewish History. In the course of my research for this upcoming trip to Bordeaux to explore Jewish history in its remarkable region of France, I came across another really fascinating artifact. And what I'm speaking about now is the imperial decree of July 20th, 1808, which was concerning Jews with no fixed first or family names. This is a pretty bizarre thing. There are 8 articles. I want to go over the first few of those and discuss what exactly is this strange Napoleonic law referring to. So, what we discussed in the last lecture in the series was Napoleon's 12 questions to the Jews of France. They had been emancipated in 1790 and then again in 1791, two different populations, largely as a result of extremely hard labor by Jews coming from Bordeaux. And then when Jews had been emancipated, there was still a backlash in larger society. And Napoleon had this really strange kind of difficult challenge of threading the needle with allowing the Jews into a rapidly modernized society, which was something that he cared about very deeply, but at the same time curbing the ridiculous necessities of the terror of the period immediately following the revolution, which had a huge backlash as well. And so we wanted to establish some kind of calming devices, speed bumps, as it were, along the road to a new France. And one of those areas, which was kind of like a test case for so much of the revolution, was what do you do with the Jews? The Jews are, an unusual population, potentially very helpful to the society, especially those Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne who had been adapted to French life because they had their strange status as Portuguese citizens or Portuguese subjects. But on the other hand, you also have a mass of Ashkenazi Jews in Alsace and Lorraine who had long been held down by various anti-Semitic decrees. And once those decrees were lifted and they were allowed to participate on equal footing in the marketplace, their long-honed skills of literacy and numeracy and so on really took a huge advantage in the marketplace. And as a result, there was a backlash from that region as well. Napoleon is trying very hard to try and find ways to negotiate these things. So let's have a look, first of all, this specific law, July 20th, 1808, concerning Jews with no fixed or first names, which was issued in Bayonne, very close to the Bordeaux region. So here's Article 1. Let's read the translation. Those amongst our subjects who follow the Hebrew religion and who, up to the present, have not had fixed surnames or last names, shall be ordered to adopt one in the 3 months following the publication of this our present decree, and to make a declaration of the fact before the civil status officer in the commune where they live. What is going on? Okay, let's try to figure this out. So first of all, what is this business about Jews not having fixed surnames or last names? In Jewish practice, Jews always have a fixed first name. This is crucial for the obvious reasons people get names, but also for lots of reasons in Jewish law, like marriage contracts and business contracts and all kinds of things. You have to know who exactly this contract is dealing with. And so the idea of a fixed first name, to be sure, is ancient in practice. The surname is a little more complicated, however. Jews historically used to have always a patronymic and a matronymic, meaning they would be named son of or daughter of their father for a whole host of reasons, specifically contractual agreements. They would always be, let's say, Ruvain, the son of Levi, marries Leah, the daughter of Shimon. And he would always be the patronymic used in that case, that Olivia be the daughter of her father. In other cases, particularly in certain ritual situations, like for example, praying for the healing of a person who's sick, then you use the matronyms. So you say, may Ruvain, the son of Leah, have a poor Shalema, in recovery, that kind of thing. And so, generally speaking, you need to use the patronymic for most legal purposes, but matronymic for other purposes. And those are not surnames, but they were universal and fixed. However, the idea of a family name that every member of that family, every generation would possess, that is only applied sporadically in Jewish history, and it depends on region, it depends on political culture. Sometimes a particular family would get a surname that was used, but it's not necessarily fixed. And that's basically the practice for European Jews up to the late 18th and early 19th century. So what Jews would use for surnames were much more casual. Like, for example, if a person came from a particular village to a different place, let's say a person came from, I don't know, Paris and moved to Bordeaux, they might call him Rouvain Paris, because he's the Rouvain who came from Paris. You might also have a surname that's based on, a profession of a father or grandfather or something else. Rouvain Schuster, Rouvain the shoemaker, for example. So and these things, of course, can change because there's no real reason to fix them law until Napoleon. So Napoleon wanted to put an end to that. He said, okay, that's it. All Jews have to have a fixed surname. All Jews have to have a fixed first name, which is basically already had, and they've got to declare these within 3 months. This also applied Article 2 to non-French Jews who came to live in the empire. There's a lot of interesting things about what does that mean about immigration rules and how does this show up, and see how porous the borders are, but let's leave that aside. I don't want to concentrate on this. Now, Article 3, I think, is so fascinating because Article 3 says names of the Old Testament, which you would think as being a pretty popular choice for many Jews, and names of towns are expressly forbidden. The names forbidden are those authorized by the law of the 11 Shevnal. This article. What are we talking about? So, what happens that only a few years later, this particular article was abandoned, at least the Old Testament part of it was abandoned, because Jews would take names from the Old Testament, especially for their first names. And it's unclear exactly why the towns were forbidden. Perhaps this was a sense of the, wanting to make things a little bit more formal. But to really understand Article 3, we have to go back and say, what is this strange law of 11 Shevnal of year 11? Let us recall that after the revolution, surge changing everything. Not only are we changing government, we're going to change every way we measure things. The metric system, we're going to change the way we measure time. So a Republican calendar, which was metric, so it had 10 months, and it had 10 days a week, which they have on, of course, on any Sabbath and so forth. And all of the names of the months were changed and things like that. So this law of the 11th of Shevnal of year 11 refers to actually the Gregorian calendar of April 1st, 1803. In case you remember, yes, the French banned that Republican calendar because it was just crazy and impossible to use. So on April 1st, 1803, I know it sounds like April Fool's, but at any rate, this new law came out. This law of 11 Germinal outlawed all unusual names for French people. The law of 11 Germinal restricted the choices of names that French people could give their children to names that were recognized from antiquity, like ancient Roman Greek period, and also names that had been enshrined in the Christian calendar of saints and things like that. But they could not use, for example, very popular names that have been adopted during the Revolutionary period, like names of particular heroes from that revolution, they later discredited, or names of particular battles, or even the names of the months of the year under the Republican calendar. All of those names were considered way too strange, and the court said, no more using those names, you got to focus only on a list of names, which apparently was never actually published. That the idea was that by giving typical names that people recognize. This would develop stability. This would develop kind of like a flow through from pre-revolutionary past, things like that. But unless again, because what about the Jews? Jews are not going to typically choose names of Christian saints for their children. How do we deal with that? So hence the idea of the law of 1808, which was to impose the same kind of stability on the Jewish population as the law of 11 now did on the French population. I read a really interesting article on this issue by Pierre Bernbaum, who is a professor emeritus at the Sorbonne, and he says that unfortunately there's never been any good study done of how this law was implemented. Apparently, many of its provisions were abandoned shortly thereafter, but it definitely was a transformation that was effected on the Jewish population. Women with names like Yido or Shiro became Julie, Rahel became Rishon. All kinds of names were transformed as a result of this law, and it leads to the long-standing practice of Jews having really two separate names. It's fascinating to see Napoleon's attempt to regulate the Jewish community, which really could only happen when Jews believed in the overall process. And in general, this was the case for much of the 19th century.
Dude, how you living, Kim?
Adopted French names with enthusiasm, and it was only with the Dreyfus affair that we moved to see.
I think you have two.
Universal.
Second ticket miniball. You're a prodigy at it, dog. I've never known anyone better. Incorrect. You're not funny enough. Next one. Okay, you know my opinion. You don't have severe autism. No, you never met anybody with severe autism. Someone with severe autism generally is nonverbal. Someone with severe autism is generally nonverbal. It does, because it's general. But you're not even close to that. You're just some dude. You're some dude who does have some things. You have Tourette's. I'll give you that. You spent $2,500 at a doctor to basically diagnose you with anything they want. So they said that you have ADHD and Tourette's and autism and all this other shit. Okay, cool. And then they also insulted your intelligence, which you can't get over. They also insulted your intelligence, which you can't get over. Did you know that you have an education? And I still think that you may be a savant at sucking dick at minigolf. There's no doubt. Someone cannot play over 1,000 games as much as you play and suck so much dick without having some type of special ability. gonna bomb so hard it's gonna make your head spin. Tell me a joke. You need jokes to be a stand-up, big dog. Wait, Doug, you're gonna buy. Dude, I do not recommend you do stand-up. At least not yet. You need a routine, dog. What's your routine? Let's hear it. Yeah, dude, and you're gonna bomb so hard, it's gonna cause you massive embarrassment. And it's gonna be very depressing for you. Dude, I'm telling you right now, I watch more stand-up comedy than maybe any person on earth, and you are not ready for it. I'm not saying that you couldn't do it, but you need a routine and you need to practice it. How long are you going to go up there? For how long are you going to go up there? Dude, that is so difficult to do without any routine. Yeah, and so you aren't generous. You're not like naturally incredibly funny that you can just go up there. So we'll do a pretend. Okay, so just pretend. Two, you're going to be on stage in the next 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. Get your routine ready. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and now to the greatest comedy club in Australia. We have Sue. Go ahead, Sue. Yay! Take it away. Dude, go ahead. You're on stage. What are you going to say? Sue, you're up. No, 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 no. You can't do that. Sue, you're going to do that on stage, and you're going to be really embarrassed, and people are going to boo you, and then you're never going to want to do it again. Okay, Sue, just pretend you're on stage. Ready? Make a joke. Sue, you're going to do so bad that you're going to cry. It's going to destroy you. You're never going to want to do it again. Sue, what's your joke? Tell me one joke. That was my question. watch you go before her. So pretend you're on stage. Where's the joke? Yeah, that's not a joke. Dude, but you're not. No, are you ready to play Moncala? All right, come back when your phone is charged. Come back when your phone is charged. He's fucking. There she is. How you doing, girl? I'm wonderful. Are you ready for me? All right. You're going to have an invitation at 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was Aquarius. I set the all-time record yesterday. And your time. You're going to start it tonight. Nice strike. Look at us. Look at us. Kid. Nice. Now what I wanted to do. There we go. Oh, girl. I tried. Get another strike. Get another spare. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, girl. All right. Get it. Almost. Whoa. Whoa. Get it. Seven. Pretty good. All right, Mr. Curtis. It's your turn. Your turn. I will do that. That's still really good. Get it. Oh, you just kissed it. That was beautiful. Well, that was terrible. That was awesome. Oh, get this. Miss Aquarius, good job. That was great. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That was beautiful. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Get it. Miss Aquarius. That was good job. That was dirty. Good job. Get it. Look at it. Look at that shot. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. Ooh, on fire. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking. 98. Miss Aquarius is 98. No one's touching that. No one's touching 98. Look at you, girl. I will do it. Good job. That was really great. We both had really good games, really high games. Excellent work, man. Absolutely. Take care. It's my dreams. I look forward to playing with you tomorrow, Gabriel. Take care. Sounds like a plan. Bye-bye.
was emancipation really a success? Well, I hope you found this fascinating time. And I look forward to speaking with you in the future. Thanks for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As you know, Kosher River Cruises is going to Bordeaux this fall. I'm really excited to see this place. It has such an interesting role in Jewish history. But of course, a good part of what we'll be doing there is learning about French wine, specifically the wine of the region of Bordeaux. So I figured I got to learn a little bit about it myself. I am not a wine connoisseur, but here's something about the history of Jews and wine, and then we'll look a little bit at Bordeaux specifically. First of all, we should be aware that wine is an important part of Jewish ritual. In fact, I had my first taste of wine when I was only 8 days old as part of the traditional initiation rite into Judaism. I don't remember it very well, but I'm sure I enjoyed the wine very much, as I can judge from my own sons. There's not an extensive history of Jews as wine producers in the ancient world. It's not unheard of. We actually know a little bit more about Jews as beer distillers.
Oh, look, drinks now.
Was in Babylonia, we only begin to see Jews really engaged in the production of wine at a significant level in Christian Europe already from the 9th century. And this, by the way, is another example of the widespread fallacy that Jews were not allowed to own land. The reality is that Jews were allowed to own land in lots of parts of Europe. The only challenge is that, especially after the Crusades, the blood libel, and the host desecration, which is like 11th, 12th, 13th century onwards, owning land actually became a very poor investment because if you were expelled from your region as a result of anti-Semitic activity, then you would lose your investments. So Jews started to invest far less in land by the time you get to the High Middle Ages. But before that, you have lots of Jewish vineyards. And it's also interesting because they apparently were such popular producers of it that they would sell their wine to non-Jews as well. In fact, there's significant evidence that Jews were making wine that was very popular, not only for Christians, but for the church as well. This is something that Agobard of Lyon complained about in around 825, and Pope Innocent III was complaining about it still in the early 13th century, saying that churches are using specifically Jewish-made wines for communion. I guess it must have been especially tasty. Jews were also producing wine in Muslim countries where this would be forbidden to Muslims, so apparently they had enough Muslim customers to keep their businesses open, and they did not have to rely entirely on Jewish consumers. Let's just take a minute and understand what is it that makes wine kosher, or what could possibly make wine non-kosher. For most people have some sense of what kosher refers to in general. There's basically two types of rules that make something kosher or not kosher. The type of food itself, like for example, pigs, not a kosher type of food, shellfish, not kosher types of food, and then there are kosher and non kosher mixtures. Meat and milk in themselves are kosher, but if you mix them, not kosher, that kind of thing. So wine typically does not have any non kosher ingredients. Nobody puts lard or shellfish in wine. So it's not non-kosher on the basis of its ingredients. And if it is basically, grapes and maybe some kind of yeast, which would make it not kosher with Pesach, and water, like how does it become not kosher? There's nothing mixed in there that would render it a forbidden mixture as well. So the basic rule is ritual. It goes back to laws which are explained in great detail in the Talmud, where if wine was ever used for any kind of idolatrous purpose, say, for example, wine dedicated to a Greek god or something like that, that would ipso facto render the wine, which is otherwise, in the basis of its ingredients or its mixtures, still be kosher. That dedication to a particular god would immediately render it non-kosher. So it's really not non-kosher in the same sense as the other types of food. It's really like forbidden, but for specific reasons. So the rabbis came up with a rule that said that in order for wine to be consumed by Jews, it had to be supervised all the way through its process by Jews, so that nobody could somehow dedicate it to a foreign god. That's kind of like a short and somewhat distorted view of it, but that's basically what it is. So in other words, wines are kosher in terms of what they contain, but not necessarily kosher in terms of ritual law. And that's why Jews have to be involved in the process in order to make sure that the wine will be kosher. There is a significant shift from producing wine to trading wine around the 15th century, especially because of the reduction in arable lands under Jewish control for the reasons I just mentioned. In Central and Eastern Europe, there's a lot more Jews at this point involved in distilling, but primarily distilling beer and spirits. This is related to the unusual economic structure of Eastern Europe, where Jews were frequently given a right called propenatsia, which is called a privilege, where noblemen would give Jews the monopoly in producing alcohol in exchange for a very heavy tax or tariff on the sale of alcohol. So as a result, you've got a significant number of Jews involved in the alcohol trade in Eastern Europe. In 1765, there was a survey of Jews in Poland that revealed that about 15% of the Jewish economy was derived from the alcohol trade specifically. But that's not so much in wine as it is in beer and alcohol. Now, if you look at Bordeaux, there's definitely a lot of Jews who were settled in the region from the 15th century and onward, but there's not a tremendous number of specifically kosher wines being produced. In fact, the first mass-produced kosher wines released for general circulation was when the barons of Edinburgh mentioned the Rothschild established the Chateau Clara. They, in 1988, released the first kosher wine to the rest of Europe. But this area of Bordeaux, which you realize is like one of the most fantastic wine producing regions of the world. In fact, even though I'm not an expert, I recognize many of the strains of wine that come from there. Merlot, Cabernet Sauvignon, Sauvignon Blanc, these are all Bordeaux vintages. So I'm not sure if I'm using that word, but still, since 1988, the rest of the world has developed a significant taste for kosher wine that comes from Bordeaux. And so as a result, it has exploded. Okay, that's a very quick overview of Jews and wine up to at least the 1980s. I'm hoping to report back more once I try tasting some of these wines myself. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellows. One of the most fascinating aspects of the history of Jews in Bordeaux is its influence on modern Jewish communities. And today I'd like to look at something that we have planned today. First, shout out to amazing book, Jews and Judaism in Bordeaux, which is a fantastic section. Specifically, the role that Bordeaux Jews face, not only in our houses, such that one of the most important and longest lasting, I believe, the first international Jewish organization defending was just called the Alliance in translation, just like it sounds in French. The Alliance of Israelites, things whatever. So the University of Israel Alliance of Israelite is like sort of another term for some languages. In the late 19th century, the term Jew was considered slightly derogatory. I don't know why. And so they preferred other words like Israelite or Hebrew. I would see that, for example, in Russian, the term Jew is definitely derogatory. And so it's so close. And so they preferred the term Hebrei, terms like Hebrew. In French, the term Rabbi was not nearly as shaded as it was in the East, but nevertheless, they preferred the term Israeli, member of the House of Israel. So, anyways, this organization called the Alliance of English was founded in 1860 in Paris. The motto was Kol Israel Kaverim. All Israel are called, all Israel are comrades. It also has an allusion to the very famous passage in the Talmud that says, Kol Israel Kaverim, not Kaverim, but Kaverim, which is part of the larger sentence that says, all Jews are responsible one for each other. And this really encapsulates the idea of this organization, which, as I mentioned, is actually the oldest international organization currently still in existence that's dedicated to development worldwide. Its principal activities are Jewish education, vocational training, and things like that, and it had some diplomatic, actually, around the Second World War, and it was severely depleted by, of course, the Holocaust. And that gives me some quick before we go. Here is a look at the logo of the Alliance. You can see it has the globe that captures the international aspect of it, the shaking of hands, and on top of it, the two tablets of the law and the word Echad, which means God is one. That's the statement, but I want to get right to the story. The two major international events that sparked the ideas for the Alliance, which was born by particularly one individual, Jude Carvalho, who's shown here. From 1820 to 1819, one of the founding members of the Alliance, and he was from Portugal. He was one of the first to really raise the idea that Jews needed international restoration. So then, one of the two major events that really brought this to the fore was the Damascus affair and the Mortara affair, 1840 and 1858 respectively. The Damascus affair was this typical story where in Damascus, a Catholic convent and his Muslim servant disappeared in February 1840. This crazy idea circulated that somehow the Jews of Damascus were responsible for the disappearance as a repossessors of that bizarre medieval myth called the Blood Rights. This is something that had first appeared in England in the 12th century and then rapidly spread throughout Europe. The same notion that Jews somehow need to consume the blood of Christian children for various ritual purposes. Absolutely ridiculous libel, lie, and been perpetrated too much on medieval history and no basis whatsoever to it. But nevertheless, it's stuck in the popular mind. It's very hard to control this thing. The Nazis made a big deal about it. 7 Jews were arrested, and they were accused of this blood libel, and they were exposed to hunger and torture. 2 of them actually died while in custody. One converted to Islam and returned to avoid torture, and the remaining 4 issued a false confession, much like the tortures of the Spanish Inquisition. Torture is extended beyond these 7 individuals as well. 63 Jewish children were arrested in an attempt to coerce their mothers to divulge information as to the whereabouts of Thomas and his servants of art. And no information was ever found. Actually, this is awful. Medieval revival in the 19th century, this era already of the telegraph and things like that, the Jewish world was absolutely shocked that this could still be happening in the 18th. Now, it happened that one of the arrested Jews was an Austrian citizen. And so this got a lot of European powers to involved and save Jews. The Ottoman Empire, what are you doing there? Moses Montefiore, a very important, wealthy British citizen, traveled to the Middle East, and he demanded, together with other prominent Jews, including a Rothschild, a very important French Jew, that the case be transferred out of the backward judicial center of Damascus to a much much more advanced Alexandria, where the case should be tried properly, and of course they would in fact, what happened was there was this Montefiore press on this. Damascus ultimately had to admit this was just a sham and to release the prisoners, and so it was scandal for the prison and this horrific, and the Damascus affair subsided afterwards. But it's a tremendous example of horrific wrong that was executed on a helpless Jewish community, and only through the assertions of international effort, particularly from wealthier, more powerful nations that had Jewish populations like France and England, was the so this was kind of a major inspiration for the idea that maybe Jews should establish some kind of organization that raised themselves more effectively and consistently. However, the revolutionary era of 1848 slowed the progress towards this goal, but 10 years later, another major event, absolutely horrific event, very similar in some ways, led to the moment that the Alliance to the terrible story of kidnapping of Rothschild. Basically, what happened was, for our decades, Martin Nichols did at this time, there was a young child at Gaza Hotel, a Jewish child. The Mortana family employed him, which kept being served and when the child at Gaza was about 2 years old, he was very, very ill, after some kind of scarlet fever, and Polisi worried for the eternal life of the unbaptized child, and so she secretly took him to be baptized without letting her employers know that the child was now actually part of the church, albeit unbelievable. Now, later on, when he was about 6 years old, Lacey happened to mention that she had had the child baptized secretly, and the Vatican got very involved, and they actually came and they kidnapped the child from his family. This is in 1858, secretly quite late, and the churches were like following an evil doctrine that once a child has been baptized, he accepts Christian. Even if this happened against the will of the child and the will of the parents and so on, the church insisted on taking it in their control. Here's a horrific painting of that event what is often that is controversy for the horror of the family must be experienced. So Pope Pius IX was unmoved by any kind of protest by the family, and he took them into God of to Rome. And despite the protests of Jews worldwide, including Florida at this time, and including the prodigious efforts of Mrs. Montefiore, the hero of the Damascus affair, Pius IX refused to release the child back to his family. Comprehensible tragedy. The House of God will end up growing up as becoming specifically dedicated to like afterwards, he proselytizing among the Jews, and only as an adult does he finally realize his family, as you see it here on the right, with his mother and his brothers, and has a family that whole thing. Montalvo lived the rest of his life as a ultimately died without shortly before the Nazis invaded. The Nazis would certainly consider him to be regardless of his baptism and Christian heritage. Nevertheless, this example of the incredible power wielded by the church and the helplessness of the Jews led specifically to the foundation of the Alliance. A gathering was held in Paris in 1860. Paris, of course, the capital of France, the logical place for the Alliance to be founded, and it was the principal center of activity. Of the 6 founding members, 2 of them were from Bordeaux. This probably Rabbi, who is shown here. He was the elder statesman. He was the first one to be express the idea that she created. And also, Rabbi who was a rabbinic figure. He studied at the seminary. And that's very, very prominent, particularly in the last of a lot of the key statements of the Alliance of this early period. The 6 charter members, including Carvalho and Astruc, developed 3 main goals for the Alliance. 3 goals that basically they expected to raise their existence, right? First, everywhere for emancipation and moral progress of the Jews in that place. If you're looking at the Two, to offer effective assistance to Jews suffering from anti-Semitism. Three, to encourage all publications calculated to represent their strong publication-oriented activity. There you'll see also the formation of a central library in Cyprus. Alliance was especially active for a century and a half in the Middle East, North Africa, areas where France was much more important in general. They set up schools and major network schools throughout North Africa, also the Middle East, into Persia as well, and they were especially known for promoting the education of women. They're also quite active in helping migrant Jews fleeing persecution in the Russian Empire and so on. And their heyday was really the last half of the 19th century, moving into the early 20th century, all across the course of the so the Alliance never left to be active. They would look at the website to see although it does offer on the website, but they have a relatively active YouTube channel, specifically into the library and things like that. They remain in this unusual space where they are promoting understanding Judaism that's faithful to tradition, like this tolerant, open, modern world, and they do a lot of Asian meditations all around the world. And at its core are two things, though Alvaro particularly the other states, the idea of the alliance is just so much. I hope you'll be able to join us on Bordeaux. Not on the first research that I can there, and I'll put some videos from this part. So, thank you very much. This morning we're docked in Libourne in the region of Bordeaux. Beautiful, much more rural area than the city of Bordeaux, which we left last night. And we're going to be visiting a vineyard in this region of Saint-Emilion. This is the beautiful river as it enters into the Gironde estuary. And you can see the city of or it's really a town of Libourne. It's rush hour now, morning rush hour, so you can see quite a few trucks and cars and things on the road. And we're going to head up to the synagogue, which is up by the church. It's not at all uncommon to have synagogues near the churches, sometimes cathedrals in large cities, because of the settlement of Jews typically is in the oldest parts of the city. Since they tend to be the oldest residents, I think this particular town is especially fascinating to illustrate a widespread phenomenon that we don't study very much because we tend to focus our energies on larger centers where you have a lot of Jews concentrating and you tend to have like great minds involved in creating something amazing. But the truth is, after the Spanish expulsion of 1492, there's a huge influx of Spanish Jewish refugees into this part of Bordeaux, where they spread out into a lot of the smaller villages and smaller settlements. And it's fascinating that they retained their identity for so long here. We're going to go visit the synagogue of Libourne, which is still functioning. It's absolutely amazing, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it later today. Here we are, coming up to the synagogue of Libourne, a really great example. Okay, so you have this hallway here, which is really cool. And look at this, they got a sukkah here in the courtyard. So nice. Beautiful sukkah here. And then check this out. It's great. It says, "Let us go to the house of God with feeling." 1847, very important date. Very typical kind of architecture with the courtyard, like protecting it from the street. There's just a fairly, quiet gate up front. And we come into the synagogue itself. I'll walk in for the first time. This is the whole synagogue. A very, very excellent example of a tiny little provincial synagogue for a community that we know in 1840 numbered less than 150 schools. They got the women's section up there. Wow, just fascinating. Look at this. What an amazing thing. And now we're going to look inside and see the ah, beautiful. So Sephardic and Ashkenazi style synagogue. I really enjoyed this beautiful little synagogue. It's just such a great illustration of what it must have been like to live in a small community like that in the 18th century. It's important to note that the synagogue actually existed much earlier than that, but in a private home. And finally, they were able to build that modest little structure that lasted for centuries. What a wonderful, wonderful little visit. We're now headed south. It's the next day. We had a fantastic concert last night, a classic concert that was just amazing at a local chateau. Now we are headed to Bordeaux. We're going to see the synagogue that contrasts tremendously with that tiny little sort of like French steeple. Now we're going to see the grand synagogue, a phenomenal expression of the cultural might and power of the Jews of Bordeaux. I hope you found this video useful, and thank you very much for watching. Here we are at the gorgeous, massive edifice of the Bordeaux synagogue. A really interesting looking sort of menorah right in the middle there. This building was originally constructed not on this particular design in the, I think it was 1812, and then it was burned in a fire in 1873, reconstructed in 1882. And then, unfortunately, during World War II, was used to intern the Jews by the Nazis before they were deported to the death camps. And then after the war, it was renovated and rededicated. And with the great influx in the 1960s of Jews from North Africa, it was repopulated as well. I'm so grateful to be here with Kosher Recruiters and Rabbi Moshe Tayeb from this amazing Bordeaux synagogue. And he speaks English, so he's going to share a few words with you about the history and so on, and whatever it is you would like to say about the nature of Bordeaux Jewry.
I'm pleased to say that I got a typical synagogue today at Bordeaux, and we should try to explain the history and the particularities of the Jewish community of Bordeaux.
Right. If you would like to say one thing to 100,000 followers of Jews around the world watching your videos, what would you like to say to that?
I say them that we are very pleased to serve all people, all Jewish people, or non-Jewish people, to see our synagogue and to come in Bordeaux, to see, to learn about the history, the controversy and the history of the Judaism and of the Jewish people in the city of Bordeaux.
Thank you very much. Okay, go down. So this is the entrance here, and there are mosaics and so on. And as we come into the main entrance, it's just gorgeous. Wow. And look at there's that motif of that gorgeous menorah again. Wow. Beautiful synagogue. Here I am at the top of the in the amazing Bordeaux synagogue. The smell inside is just gorgeous. It smells like old wood polished for decades and decades, coming from the pews here, the seats. You see there's a massive menorah right in the center. We have both the menorah that's on the exterior wall, and here is the Ner Tamid. This is a really interesting purpose for this huge theatrical light curtains that go up. Looks like about 4 stories worth. Has a skylight bringing natural light in. Hopefully, and you can see that the Aron itself has decorative elements of the 12 tribes, and then the stones on the breastplate of metal, and then they have a small statement of the, not the abbreviated text, of the Ten Commandments. They're all spelled out as per the biblical text. Just gorgeous. They have a large women's section on the top, and it looks like they have, it goes all the way around the back as well. It's beautiful. Acoustics, gorgeous. And look at this, there is a massive organ here. Now, I have to get into the history a little bit to find out what they did with the organ on Shabbos. There was a huge bone of contention in 19th century Europe. Do you use the organ, not use the organ? Because it is possible to play an organ without electricity using hydraulics, for example, and compressed air. But the question is it appropriate on Shabbos? So the hallmark of reform to use them, Orthodoxy was really quite hesitant. This looks like the Kisei Eliyahu, the chair of Elijah that is used for circumcisions. The Sandek, the godfather, as it were, who holds the baby on his lap, which sits there, and the spot here for his feet. It's like the Bordeaux synagogue is just a tremendous statement of the status that the Jews had achieved after so many hundreds of years of living, first secretly as Portuguese merchants in this region, and only in the 18th century beginning to assert their Jewish identity, which had long been artificially submerged. And then ultimately, by the time you get to the 19th century, when they built this great edifice, they'd come of age. They had pioneered the emancipation of Jews, not only in France, but also in all of Europe, and by extension, North America, where a lot of the articulations of how Jews were to exist in modern society were finally expressed in a contemporary society where people's membership in a state is based on citizenship rather than on membership in a community, which has its upsides and its downsides. We've discussed that in other lectures, but it's really amazing to be here in Bordeaux with Crucial River Cruises and to actually see artifacts like this, great architectural artifacts like this in real life. Okay, I'm going to go up into the women's section right now. Nice curving stairs here. And check it out. Right Koran kind of looks to the top. And it looks like you can enter into the center section or to the left section. Let's go to the center section and see if it's open. Yes. Here we go. Okay, you got these banked seats, like like a bleacher style. Not terribly big, but this is 19th century people. Once you can see it's actually used, people can sit here, and it actually looks like the sitter is with the photograph from Bordeaux itself. The sign here says, "Please don't forget to put the books back on the shelf." And the synagogue is active. They have a minyan. We just saw them coming out this morning. As I don't think they probably don't pray in this large room here. They probably use a smaller room somewhere else during the week. On Shabbat and holidays, they have quite a crowd here. That's beautiful. Here is the law that Moses gave to the children of Israel. Most of the original sacred Torahs were actually thrown in the river by the Nazis. But several were saved by the community, hidden away, and later returned. And also, of course, new ones that have been added since then. So immediately behind me, you see there is a plaque that memorializes the 1,600 Jews who were actually interned in this synagogue during World War II. This is the only synagogue in France that was used actually as a jail by the Nazis. So that's ironically, it was not destroyed like so many other edifices were. But the Jews of Bordeaux were all held here until they were later deported to Dulce and then from there to Auschwitz. Their deaths. And someone pointed out that it is a sad irony that on the wall over there we have a memorial to Jews who were interned in the synagogue during World War II. And on the front doors here, we have photographs of some of the hostages who are still being held in Gaza as I record this video. It's a tragic reminder of the historic act to Sachon and shows more changes, the more it stays the same. Hello, fellow students of history. I'm very happy to have something special to offer you today. I'm working with Truro University Berlin and some of their esteemed faculty on a new project. We're going to spend 20 brief videos discussing this remarkable book on tyranny by Professor Timothy Snyder. Professor Snyder is a professor with a tremendous amount of expertise in 20th century politics and history in particular. And this happens to be a really fascinating book that looks at both the historical devolution of politics in the modern era and applies it as well to our current situation in some fascinating ways. Perhaps controversial, but I'm really looking forward to having these discussions with the faculty of Truro University Berlin. In particular, we want to highlight the really creative and important work that's done by the Holocaust Studies and Tolerance Studies faculty at Truro University Berlin. And today I want to invite Dr. Stefan Lehnstab, who is going to speak to us about the first chapter. Welcome, Professor Lehnstab.
Welcome. Hello.
Okay. Do you want to give us a very brief précis of what Professor Snyder says in this first chapter?
So this book is basically a manual how to prevent or how to deal with tyranny. And the first chapter is called anticipatory obedience, and it basically means don't be nice to dictators and don't have them become dictators if you're not forced to do so. And this obviously makes a lot of sense, and on a general level, it means you should pay attention to the things that are happening around you. But on the other hand, it comes up with some historical examples, examples from the history, especially of Nazi Germany and the Holocaust, but also with on a smaller scale, also with examples of the Soviet Union. But these historical analogies are sometimes a little bit, well, they are not, often not convincing, I have to say, or at least this is the very first chapter.
Well, let's go down into those examples. If I remember correctly, and I should because I just reread the chapter this morning, he gives three examples, right? He gives the example of Austria immediately after the Anschluss has an anti-Jewish wave of persecution, which is then, of course, repeated by the Nazis with Kristallnacht.
So like Lenin rising to power in 1970.
Germany invading with Operation Barbarossa, invading the Soviet Union, and then you have that kind of spontaneous wave, like, for example, in the city of Lviv, the attacks on Jews before the Nazis even, imposed these things. And I think that's his idea of anticipatory obedience, that it's as if people try to figure out what the new boss wants, and they step forward to provide it even before the boss asks for it. So what do you make of those examples, and why do you feel that they're not appropriate?
I think it's worth talking about several of those examples. I think it's not his first idea or first point is that it's coming to power in 1917, and kind of also compares, well, he's not comparing it, but he also mentions Nazis coming to power in 1933. And I think, how those two came to power is completely different. I mean, in Russia, there was a real revolution. There was really a parliament before the revolution. There was some sort of semi-democratic authoritarian regime
And the thing is, how I mean, why would that be anticipatory obedience? I mean, who actually obeyed? There was a lot of, I mean, there was a civil war, right? I mean, like whether they were fighting for a just cause, but especially with the White Russians, they were fighting for Tsarism, and which were often extreme anti-Semites. It's a different question, but they were certainly not obeying to any decisions. On the other hand, when you think about Germany in 1933, I mean, Hitler came to power by a democratic election, and you might not like his program. Sure, it's for good reason not to like his program, but it's kind of, I mean, arguing from hindsight, I would say that as a democratic election, you can be against it. Like, you mustn't, you're not required to like the results, and many politicians and many judges actually didn't like it, and they tried to disobey, but in a way, it's a democratic government, so what would be the alternative? Like going for a coup d'etat, or like how might that actually work? We should not forget that very soon there was an immense pressure on the streets. Like there were all sorts of the brown shirts, the Nazi brown shirts, the SA in particular was going out and just beating up everyone who was real or supposed opponent, and the beating up Jews and so on. And people tried actually to get point the police, and the police said, well, listen, we can't help you, don't help you. If they did, they were stopped by the government. So again, well, there was disobedience, but on the other hand, was it anti-statutory? I don't know. Yeah, you would well advised not to elect Tesla for sure, but this is kind of another question, I would say.
Maybe the problem is in the terminology, because I really like what Spencer Snyder has to offer you. Maybe it's not that we're looking at anticipatory obedience, because, I'm not a sociologist, but I would guess that most people just want to keep their heads down, stay out of trouble, and take care of their families and so on. But there is a certain group of people who will engage in anticipatory innovation. Meaning they will say, oh, so we've got a new boss in charge. What does that new boss want from me? How can I meet that need and therefore advance my own cause? And I think that's the especially dangerous aspect of that. We see that, for example, in Vichy France, that even before the Nazis implemented a deportation order for Jews, they were rushing to collect the Jews in order to ship them off. And I think in terms of the Soviet Union, you see that with things like Stakhanovism, the whole idea of like trying to prove to the great leaders that we are going above and beyond what you would ask for. So that, I think, is a real human phenomenon, quite frightening in my mind.
Yeah, I just agree. This is a good argument, and actually, I've extensive research on this when it comes to national socialism, and even Kershaw is the most prominent scholars of Nazi Germany. He coined working towards the Führer. And this is basically it. This example is basically civil servants which are trying to guess what might be expected of them and to deliver results, though they are not yet required to provide those results. And it's always actually is that because they're actually pushing for a career like opportunism, but it's just because they suppose, well, that's kind of their self-understanding, like being a good servant to the state, and hey, we have a new government, so we try to work for that government. And if you like, this is what also happened in 1945. It was the same personnel, and they just continued their job, and they became loyal servants to a democratic state. Maybe not Democrats by heart, but by understanding. And they actually, and this is how Western Germany in the end became a successful and a stable democracy. It's because your personnel, despite them not being persecuted for their crimes and so on, but these people are actually continuing their loyal service to the state, even if it's regardless of whether it's a democratic state or whether it's a dictatorial and totalitarian state. So this is a fascinating thing.
Yeah, I agree. Let me switch a little bit to the contemporary period. I mean, one of the things I like about this book as well is that it inspires me to think about today. And I have young undergraduates who are sort of exploring their emerging adulthood. Many of them have just got the franchise, able to vote for the first time, and able to engage in civil society. And I think that Professor Snyder offers us some sort of cautionary message here. What would you say that cautionary message is for average citizens in Western democracies today?
What is very obvious is that we should always reflect what you're actually requested, or maybe not even requested, but what you're going to do. So think about whether it's really like that, what you're doing is actually, let's say, it's good for the people, it's maybe a bit pathetic, but it's not, it doesn't do any harm. And this is something is really needs critical thinking. I think this is something that our students really are interested. I mean, many of our graduates, they then move on to work at memorials and they become educators, but not teachers, but educators, like for grown-ups. And they are interested in this kind of stuff, and that's kind of their motivation. How can we get people to critically reflect what they are actually doing and thinking how they are behaving?
I'm really glad you specifically mentioned that because I wanted to get an opportunity to promote the amazing work that you do at Torah University Berlin. Do you want to just take a second in our conclusion to say something about why your program is so unique and so valuable?
Yeah, I mean, what we actually do with our students that we actually do is that they actually curate exhibitions. So it's not just about theoretically reflecting, also things we're just discussing, but also trying to get an actual outreach, like the practical relevance of history, and see that the lessons that history teaches us, and it can teach us a lot of lessons. The question is whether these lessons are actually learned, so that we can transfer them in a way that it's understandable, and it's not a program academic writing or so, but an exhibition can also be an online exhibition, so that it's accessible, it's understandable, it reaches the audience, and we do this together with Berlin Memorial. So actually, this means the exhibitions, they are not just on campus, but they are really out there. They actually, I mean, some of them are prevalent. I had an exhibition that my students did, and it was actually shown by the United Nations in New York. So a huge success.
That's fascinating. I hope that we'll have an opportunity over the course of these 20 short videos to speak maybe with some of your students. And of course, I'm looking forward to speaking with some of the other faculty at Torah University Berlin. With that, I just want to give a quick thanks to Dr. Manstadt for participating in this conversation. And I hope all of you will join us for the next few discussions that we have on Timothy Steiner's remarkable book on tyranny. Thank you very much for watching.
Thanks for having me.
Fellow students of Rothschild, one of the things that I find most fantastic about our shared campus is the fact that Jewish history is so awesome ways to love. So much so that in the ancient periods, Jewish history was considered ancient back then. The great Jewish historian And so in this short video, I'd like to just give you a sense of how awesome Jewish history is. Now, this is part of a new series I'm starting. I've called it Jewish History for Parents and Other Teachers of Children. Now, let me just step back for a second to tell you why I created this new series. My wife and I recently moved to a new community where we are like on the older end of the spectrum, very young. Lots and lots of parents and young children. And I want to speak to the community that I'm living in, so that's why I'm so structured. I'm thinking about it, kind of like, in essence, I feel like I'm old enough that I'm like the old guy sitting around the campfire explaining the stories of the elders to the younger people, but also because, it's just so crucial for the survival of the Jewish people to understand how long and how important, how very appropriate this story really is. It is the story of the passage that the late Rabbi Jonathan Sachs shared so many times. It is that story that has really kept the Jewish people alive, understanding the arc of this brilliant narrative where contemporary Jews and their children find themselves in. And I think it's important to speak to parents and other teachers and children because, it's a little bit like when you take a flight and they explain to you, before takeoff that stimulus like depressurization of the cabin, oxygen master will drop down. If you're traveling with small children, your natural instinct would be, well, I better put this on the kid first. But in reality, you're supposed to put it on yourself first because only if you're getting oxygen, that's going to be able to take care of your child's life. This is also echoed, by the way, in the thought of Maimonides, who, if you have a look at this citation here from this remarkable Mishnah Torah, in the Laws of Torah study of the Torah, he says, if a parent and a child eat early, and there's only enough money for one of them, you might say, well, okay, so the kids are going to do everything for the kid. In reality, halacha, the law is, you're supposed to teach yourself. You're supposed to do it yourself. And only when you have some money that you're able to share with your children. That's the idea of the series. There are, by the way, exceptions to it. But that's basically the idea that we're trying to achieve. I want to speak to a generation of parents and teachers in the hopes that you will receive the information you need to do your jobs well. Stepping back even a little further to realize this is just another way of packaging Jewish history. Like, so happy that you enjoy listening to me talking about Jewish history. So, okay, let's talk about it this way. It's the same materials. You don't have to be a parent or a teacher of young children to participate, but I hope you'll find it useful. Okay, let's go to our questions. How awesome is Jewish history? So, okay, we have to start from the beginning and figure out when does Jewish history really begin. So, the earliest date of Jewish history, and there is a certain amount of variation here because the Bible rarely gives us a clear date. There are traditions that was codified in the first century was Talafta on how to count the years. But basically, around the year 1750 before the Common Era, this important trip of Abraham the patriarch and his wife Sarah from their home Ur, which was the Syrian Empire. Now look at this map here. You can see that basically he's down in sort of southern Iraq, and he makes this kind of roundabout route to get to the land of Israel, and he lives into Egypt for a while and goes back into the land of Israel. That's considered the origins of the Jewish people. Now, it's shrouded in history largely because the only source we have for these events and, for the first 500 years of Jewish history really is the Bible itself. And from a historical point of view, although the Bible has phenomenal historical data, it is problematic in the sense that normally historians like to find stuff from outside of history to validate the data they're looking at. But that's, not surprising. Almost every old civilization has its origins beyond the point where they start to actually record data. The Bible, however you want to look at it, was not given to the Jewish people until hundreds of years after much of the events described in Genesis. So those first 100 years are largely kind of like get that hazy realm of what do we know about it from outside sources. The first time we have a reference to Jewish people in any form is the Nephthys as shown here, which dates from about the year 1209. So not to say 1209, maybe a little bit later, but not too much, because we know exactly when we found Nephthys lived. This is on his conquest, and there is one little massive comment about Israel in this stealing, and so that's the first evidence we have that gives to corroborate the narrative that's presented. Obviously, there's a lot more to say about how to understand the Bible and the historical sources, and hopefully we'll speak about it for what future classes. But looking at it the way Jewish people understand their history, they would date the origins back to about the year 1750 BCE, give or take a century or so. But they also mentioned one small point. Those of you who are watching and who are more familiar with years BC and AD, it is not a scholarly convention today to use those terms because they are distinctly religious, specifically Christian. The word BC obviously stands for before Christ, and although that may be the actual year we're working with, it has an internal inaccuracy built in because there's something made about the actual year of his birth. And secondly, the term AD is offensive to non-Christians because it stands for Anno Domini, year of our Lord. And so therefore, a non-Christian who does not consider the founder of Christianity to be his or her Lord would prefer not to use that term. So the scholarly convention, which is secular in nature, that is BCE, or the common era, or dates before year 1, I like to jump up to year 0, and the term C, common era, after that time. Okay, so sorry if you're offended by that. Sorry if you don't leave a nasty comment in the comment box. Most people do. So go ahead. At any rate, so here we have this early start about the year 1750 BCE, which means that Jewish culture is roughly 3,700 years old. We want to start from the earliest extra biblical evidence that is giving, that's still 3,200, which is still a pretty long time. I have to say, as a historian, it's really good for me because we get paid by the year. So Jewish history is like full of opportunity. I want to leave that small public service announcement for those of you who are considering Jewish history as a career. Great. Very few other histories have this long duration. How does that compare to other ancient civilizations? Well, you should note that if we're talking about continuous civilizations, civilizations that survive antiquity and medieval period, their own period, is not the oldest civilization, but it's pretty close. I don't know if this chart here, which basically measures how long various civilizations lasted. Now, this is basically a back of the envelope calculation. Again, we're working with self-reported numbers, like we talked about with the Jewish civilization, but also with Chinese civilization, which has the same kind of concept. It appears that the Jewish civilization is pretty much the second oldest continuous civilization in existence. The Chinese is older. A lot of people make jokes about how this meant that the Jews would have something to eat when they began civilizing, right? There is, of course, very old civilization. Assyria, and so on, Egypt civilization is super old. Robert, all these are very old civilizations, but only the Chinese one is constantly extant. So Jews and the Chinese have a lot in common. They have been sort of neighbors in time for over 1,000 years. But the Chinese have, I have to say, huge advantage here. Look at this chart here. It compares the number of Chinese people alive today to the number of Jewish people alive today. It's pretty easy to say, oh yeah, we've got a continuous civilization that stretches back almost 4,000 years. When, yeah, God might really account for it. The Jews are talking about somewhere around 60 billion people, a fraction of the Chinese. If you look at this chart, you see that, Chinese people are actually just about 20% of the world's population, 1/5 of the world's population. Jews don't even make a single percent, 0.5%. So that, it is a remarkable thing that the Jewish civilization lasted so long with such a tiny population. And that number, by the way, never exceeds 2% of the known population of the world. Jewish people seem to hang on through all kinds under very, very difficult circumstances. And to perpetuate their culture generation after generation. It is really.
How are you?
Another factor besides the number of people is the fact that unlike Jewish
No,
people,
I haven't. How are you? Yep, I'm watching the William Montgomery show. How are you?
Destruction of the temple was suddenly by the Romans. Jews were exiled.
No, I don't think I slept any of it. It's good in your neck of the woods. Baby, you're not disturbing shit. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? What's your fish's name? Hi. I hear that your iPhone or your iPad is starting to lose its connectivity with its charger. Is that correct? Yes or no? No, it's definitely a speaker. Do you ever clean it out? Okay, well, it could be important. Have you seen these AI videos with Sasquatch? They're hilarious. I could watch like a whole TV show just on that fucking Sasquatch. Uh, yeah, on Reddit they have just AI. There's a couple of series of it, and he just does like funny shit. Like, where did I find? You know, uh, I know he was in Las Vegas. He was gambling, and then he met some chick. She like roofing him or something, and he awoke next morning, couldn't find any of his shit. There's something like that, and it's just so funny because it's pretty realistic, and the voice they use is pretty funny. Yo, dog, have you seen these suction cup things that allow you to climb up walls? You're right. But that's the next topic. Suction cups. So, what are your thoughts on the Sasquatch? Is it about lesbians? I no, I haven't. It depends what it is. If it's like a big time person, like a Vivo, Lady Gaga, or like Taylor Swift video, you're gonna involving your favorite person, Brendan Shaw, the guy from been on Joe Rogan more than anybody. And so long as you create, it has like the words are. Let me get the exact words. It's like it needs to be transformed and the creative, like new creative uh, elements. It's fine. Dog, what are the rules on YouTube and being able to use other people's content? Like, doesn't it have to be transformative? That's the word, or something like that. Dog, you're exactly right. The key word you're looking for is transformative. That comes from fair use, which is what YouTube often relies on when there's someone else's content without giving them a copyright strike and taking them. Here's a breakdown of how it works. Fair use basis. U.S. law, YouTube policies. Fair use allows limited use of copyright material without permission under certain conditions. To qualify as fair use, a video must usually be transformative, meaning it adds new meaning, message, or purpose to the original content. Four factors of fair use. YouTube encourages look for these four main things. Purpose and character of use. Is it transformative like commentary, criticism, parody, or education? Is it commercial or non-profit? Nature of the original work. Factual works are more likely to be fair use than creative ones, like music, movies, etc. Amount use. Using only what you need helps. Using too much hurts your taste. Effect on the market. Does your use hurt the original creator's ability to make money? Examples of transformative use. Reaction videos. If you add commentary, not just watch silence. Video essays or reviews. If breakdowns, opinions, or analysis. Parodies, not just copying or twisting it into a joke or satire. Educational remixes, like explaining a news clip or breaking down a song. What doesn't count for just reposting a song or video, even with answer. Using long clips or no commentary. Compilation content, like 20 moments highlight themes, unless it heavily adds context. Monetizing full-length shows for music without permission. YouTube-specific tips. Content ID, YouTube scans videos for copyright stuff. Even fair use videos can get flagged. Disputes. You can dispute a claim, but it's risky if the owner fights back. Transform it well. Add your voice, visuals, editing, or critical perspective. Don't just borrow. Dog, what if something is used for it? Then can't you use it? 100%. You're tapping into another major protection. If something is newsworthy, there's often more legal wiggle room to use it, but it's not automatic. Let me break it down. Newsworthiness is not equal to free pass. Just because something is newsworthy doesn't mean you're totally safe to use it without transferring it. Even journalists have to play like some copyright rules. But it does strengthen your fair use case, especially if you're reporting, not just reposting, adding analysis, commentary, context, using only short, necessary quotes. Real world example. Let's say there's a viral video of someone doing something wild at a protest. Fair use would be YouTube uses a 10-second clip to talk about what it means, gives political or social analysis, add subtitles, commentary, etc. Not fair use. Another channel re-uploads the full clip with just a title like Wild Protest Footage, LOL. The first is transformative and newsworthy, the second is just right. Journalistic fair use works best when you cite the source, you don't use more than necessary, you don't hurt the original creator's life. For instance, you are not stealing their entire, you're not stealing their entire bonus. Public interest is not fair use. Even if it's in public interest, like footage of placement, misconduct, elite celebrity stuff, you still need to use it responsibly, add your own voice or context, be aware the copyright ruler can switch on. TLDR, if it's newsworthy and you're reporting on it, adding value, and not just re-uploading, you've got strong fair use skills. But always aim to be transformative, even with the news. Let me drop another thing. So does that make sense? Yeah, I mean, it helps our case. It also helps the case that I don't make money off it. No, if I ever monetize, I'm gonna give all that money away. 100%. Yeah, I won't need it. It's it's like Joe Rogan. He has a Spotify deal. He doesn't need any of the money that he gets from YouTube. Now, he takes it, but it's like he doesn't. That. Yeah, that's where you get into trouble. So even though I don't make money off this, if we play copyrighted content that has that content ID that's easily identifiable, I get a copyright strike. It depends how long it is, but yeah, generally you're okay with that. We have another thing to talk about after the suction cup. Can I tease it? Or is it the big webs? No, what is it? I'm looking at it right now. Is it as funny as Family Guy? All right, just over here. I'm going to watch it 55 seconds. That was a bad example. Let's ask him this last question. Yo, were you aware? Move on from the topic of Sasquatch, and then we talk about section cups. But I have another topic.
Do you have anything to do with
No, well, yeah, like what would you climb up first? Would you climb up and build it? I think I'd like to start primarily. No, like Empire State Building. Well, yeah. All right. Um, yeah, one of those. I think it's like those one of those billionaire road buildings, uh, Park Avenue, which is where uh, I then I allegedly masturbate to every single one of them because old chicks are my thing. Free gifts, yeah, man. As long as they consent to it. All right. So, are you ready for another topic? Yeah. So, everybody's favorite Australian addicted. They're really struggling. I wish I could help them. They struggle with their own personal issues, and they came in here. They want to be exceptional in something, and they're like, "Rabbi, what are you exceptional at?" And I really am a better live stream than perhaps anyone else on earth. And it's just about consistency. Yeah, and uh, well, he's just like he told you a little bit about what was going on, but like basically he wants to be a savant in something. Now I'm not saying I'm a savant at live stream. All it takes is just consistency and being able to press buttons. But he wants to be a savant in something. And so he keeps like saying, I tell him, Doug, you're a savant at something. He's like, what? I'm like sucking dick at mini golf. He's like, what? Uh, so he really wants to be good at something. And I'm like, all right, well, what is it? Like, at what do you want to be really good? Like, I don't know. Like, okay, well, like, do you think what do you want to do? So, I don't know. So he comes back a few days or hours later, whatever, and he's like, I got it. I know what I'm gonna be. I know what I'm at with Chucky Savant. I'm like, okay, what is that? He's like, stand up comedy. I'm like, you? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, I'm not saying you can't be really funny, but I've never found you to be like actually hilarious. So do you have a joke you can tell? And he's like, no, I'm just gonna wing it. On Monday, I'm gonna just do stand up comedy. I'm like, dude, I watch more stand up comedy than perhaps anyone on earth. I mean, like, I'm watching a stand up comedian's podcast right now. I watch Kill Tony. I've watched every Kill Tony. I'm like into old school stand up, retro stand up. I watch comedy specials of all the greats. All of them, when every single one of them will tell you, every single one, without exception, is it takes practice. You can't just go up there and kill the first time without ever having done it before without any material. He's like, I'm just going to do it. I'm like, dude, that doesn't make any sense that you would do something like that. He's like, I'm just going to do it. I'm like, all right, well, Improv is different. Improv is different. Improv, you have things on which they're different. Improv, usually there. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Somebody's got to give you the scene, right?
But that's not that's like category of improv.
Hold on. The idea of improv is that you don't know what is going to be there. That's like in the name. It's improvisation. I've seen many of them. I've had friends in them. Stand-up comedy generally is there's you and a microphone, and you have to make everybody laugh, right? That's true. Generally, it's always okay. With improv, even in its most basic form, where you're there to make people laugh, there's someone else giving you a scenario of what to do. And that changes everything in the expectation of the audience. What I'm saying is that if an audience sees you do stand-up comedy, they have an expectation that you've prepared whatever it is, your routine, to make them laugh. So they have a higher expectation of the comedy because of the fact that they expect you to be prepared. With improv, they have a lower expectation of the quality because they know that you just got the scenario seconds ago and you're just thinking off the cuff. So their expectation, their bar for humor is much lower than it is for stand-up. Does that make sense? Um, it's not really improv. Improv kind of has rules to it. Like one of the rules is you can't say no to something. You just have to go with it. And I mean, like there, like that's true. All of it is hundred. What are the basic rules to improv? Right, exactly. So the first one is yes and. Usually you need a partner as well. Dog. The way that Zoot's going to do it, he has to have 2 to 5 minutes prepared, and he just goes up without anything prepared, and he's just going to do that. That's not going to be funny. And I told him that's going to hurt your self-esteem because people are just going to shit on you. I told him, just tell me a joke. And he's like, I don't have it prepared. I'm like, so you don't know any jokes? He's like, right. I'm like, you're not going to be funny. He said, I'm going to just go up there and tell people that the R word, when he said the R word. I'm like, but you're not the R word. You're a pretty normal person. You may have some minor issues like Tourette's or whatever, but you're not R word. You're far from it. In fact, in some things, you're pretty smart. So no one's going to think it's funny if you go up there and just name a bunch of like psychological issues that you think you have. No one's going to think that's funny. here's the thing. Here's the thing. At least with how I understand improv, you need someone to randomly give you a seat, right? Then it's just stand up. But the second that somebody gives them a situation, then it becomes improv. Now there's a type of stand up that utilizes improv a lot, which is crowd work. And if Zoom was like, I'm just going to go up there for 2 minutes and do crowd work, at least he would know what crowd work is. And I'd be like, okay, you can do that. You can make that successful. And that's improv in itself because you're getting information from the audience and you're improvising using it, you're riffing on it, you're commenting on it, whatever it may be. So I'm going to go to ChatGPT. Yo, dog, from a very basic standpoint, what is the difference between stand-up and improv? Explain to me in 3 bullet points. No more. It could be less. Yo, dog, here's the difference. Stand-up is written and rehearsed. One person delivers jokes as planned. Improv is made up on the spot, usually done with a group, no script. Stand-up equals joke telling. Improv equals scene play. I'm in agreement with that. Are you in agreement with that? What is it when a stand-up comedian goes up with no material and just wings it? Yo, a stand-up comedian who goes up there with no material and wings it is usually called improvised stand-up or riffing. Depending on how they do it, it might also be called crowd work, when they talk to the audience and react off the cuff or going off script, or they just speak spontaneously, or freestyle comedy, less common term but some use it. It's not quite full improv theater, but it is using improv skills in a stand-up context. Comedians like to keep things fresh and challenge themselves. But Zoom didn't say, I'm going to do crowd work. He said, I'm just going to go up there and wig it, which to me is, yeah, it's a bold choice. Whether yeah, but he doesn't need it right now. I mean, it'd be one thing if he was just writing on cloud nine, kicking ass and kicking ass, but I don't know. I want him. Yeah, he's been doing it. I'm gonna call him. I want him here. I'm gonna. And here's the other weird thing. It's not that weird, but I'm always like, Zoom, come to come to. Let's play. He always comes in here and he's like, my phone's about to die, and it's like, dude, every single time. The other day, we were like, what percentage? How much percentage? It's like 49%. Like, that doesn't mean your phone's about to die. I'm requesting him. Anyway, I wish he. I truthfully think that he could do. I truthfully think he could just stand up really well. But he just needs to rehearse. That's all. you ever heard my podcast? Have you ever heard my podcast? Yeah. No, different. I had I had 15, I had 15. What do you mean interviews not a podcast? That's one kind. Have Have you ever Have you ever seen my podcast on Spotify? Rabbi Rothschild podcast on Spotify. Their podcasts are free. The first part of it is, and then I let people talk about anything they want. No, you have to look under podcasts. What are you talking about? I don't know if that's a real thing. I've never interviewed anyone. Oh wait, there was one guy I said maybe. I don't even know. Maybe. Oh wait. No. That's different. That was me being interviewed. Yeah, no. You're right. There was that guy. Yeah. But I didn't interview anybody in a wheelchair to my knowledge. I interviewed kick streamers. Let me do apologize. Yeah. Well, anyway, I did a podcast and I have 15 episodes. I could have more. The reason why I don't have more is because it takes too long for me to download them and upload them and to edit them and everything. That takes time and I don't like doing it. Um, have you ever heard any of the ones where I interview somebody? Was that no? That's okay. No big deal. Um, the earlier ones I think are good. I'm not saying the later ones aren't, but sometimes the quality isn't as good. There's one that I do that a guy and I kind of like get into it. I'm asking him questions and he's just kind of being a jackass. But I still posted it. Um, but like, I think they're all the greatest ones that you're ever going to hear, and they're full of content. And I ask everybody the same 73 questions. Very well. Are you ready? Yeah, dude, that was the plan. And then when I asked him about it, he's like, I need a six pack. I'm like, do you have a six pack? He's like, well, yeah, but now I'm working on bulking. I'm like, well, did you just need a six pack to like get this job or whatever? Dude, play Mount Collar with me. I'm gonna teach you. It's not hard. I'm about to I'm about to send you an invitation. All right, Riser is about to get an invitation. You have an invitation. Okay, so you don't know how to play, right? Okay, so basically, whenever you go first, you want to click the third one above, and then there's like a secret to it, and then like a third one that allows you to capture it. Basically, if you capture everything with a single stone on the other side, so it's your turn now. That's perfect. That's great. Now do the one, two down, like the second one from the top that has three. I just told you incorrectly. Apologies. It wouldn't have changed it. Oh, would have. It would have. Yeah, so we'll get it so that you get something. Um, okay, so I get to go through. All right. So pick something. We'll the next game we'll go through and I'll read the instructions. All right. So I'll get it so that you get. Uh, okay. Just hit it. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Now, do you see your brownstone? Press the brownstone, and you'll get some points. There you go. So you just captured three. This is the oldest family of games in the world. Excellent. So if you see your lowest greystone that's like about to square, next time you have a chance, you press that greystone, you can score and get a new spot. Oh, the lowest one. That's okay. The lowest one, right? Right? Like the lowest greystone that you have. It's like do you see this? Yeah, the one with one that's right before where you score. No, not that. Oh, I bet it is. Apologies. I bet it is. Right. Okay. Um, so I'm going to take two of yours. I didn't want to. Okay, now there you go. Uh, so I'm just going to end it. Capture. Okay, I'm going to read to you the instructions. Here are the instructions. Moncala is a two-player turn-based strategy game played with single small steps and rows of picks in a board. The objective is to capture as many seeds in your store as possible. The player with the most seeds in their store at the end of the game wins. The game board. The game is made of two rows of six small holes known as pits and large holes on opposite ends called stores or opposite. The game starts with four seeds in each pit. The should be in each alphabet, but anyway, the colors of the seeds don't matter. Your scoring store is to your right, which is on the top side of the UI. Gameplay. One player will start the game by picking any heads containing seeds from the home side. The player will remove the seeds from that pit. Do you want to just play archery? Okay, well, just play Aren't You With Me once. Because I don't know why you haven't beat me. And no, I want to play you. I want to play you, and I'm going to play right now. So, Riser, you have an invitation. You can make your dog dinner or whatever you get. You have an invitation. Here we go, baby. Oh, dude, you beat me a lot. In fact, at one point, you were definitely, I feel better than I was at this game. But um, you're not as good at this one as you are at the other one, where you have as much time to shoot as many as you do. Dude, we tied. That was good. Not as good. I'm still pretty good. Get this one. This is the big one. Oh, that was great, dude. I'm messing up, dude. You need to average a 9. Okay, okay. You need a 9 to tie, a 10 to win. 9 to tie, 10 to win. Here you go. Game winner. Oh. You want to play again? You want to play? You want to play again? All right, well, go do what you need to do, and then come back when you're ready. Are you gonna stand here while you make dinner? Was that a yes? Yo, pimp. Was that a yes? Are you gonna stay here while you make dinner? Oh, okay. Well, then we can listen to William Montgomery talk. William Montgomery show. How much time do you need? Do you want me to talk to you? A 2-in-1 microwave air dryer combo, air fryer, a washer, a 2-in-1 washer and dryer. I know that. I know that. I know. What is it, traveling? Am I supposed to guess this? Am I on the right? Oh, it has to do with traveling. Does it have to do with? Does it have to do with helicopters? Does it have to do with? That's what helicopters do. Does it have to do with driverless cars? Does it have to do with? Yeah, I mean, arguably we already have that with autopilot. Does it have to do with bullet trains? Does it have to? Bullet trains. Okay, does it have to do with the water? Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that one. I'm in agreement with you on that one. Why doesn't the digital passport exist? Security and privacy risks. Digital IDs are reduced targets by hackers. If someone steals your phone or hacks the server, it's way easier to forge and misuse than a physical passport. Governments are hesitant to fully rely on something that can be compromised with a few lines of code. Every system has their own passport system and requirements. Every country has their own passport system and requirements. There's no single international agreement on infrastructure to support a universal digital passport. The International Civil Aviation Organization is trying to push standards for its slow moving. Governments don't want to hand over control to a global system. A universal digital passport would require a high level of mutual trust and shared control, something most nations are comfortable with. Not everyone has reliable access to smartphones or internet. Digital-only systems could create inequity or exclusion of borders. Some countries are testing e-passports, biometric passports, and digital ID apps. Apple and Google are even working with some U.S. states and airports to use your phone as an ID. But we're still in the early stages. Does that answer your question? I think that we should have probably had these a long time ago. But yeah, I'm in agreement that those are reasons why we don't have them. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't understand why. It's not like you have to force everybody to be on the standard. It's just like an additional thing that you could have. Right, exactly. I'm in agreement with you. Yeah, I mean, I kind of don't believe the bullshit answers that I just gave you because they already have digital payment systems. So if they already have digital payment systems, why can't they have digital identification systems? But well, I seen something on your phone. I've seen that too. There can be a lot of issues with that. Well, like let's say you have some type of plastic surgery done, or even just fillers in your face, that can change your face makeup. I mean, that's a thought, but even still, like if you see the difference between some women when they have their makeup on versus when they don't. I mean, I know they do it in China, so it obviously works some way, but um, there's a very good way to do it that you ready for this one? Are you ready for this one, son? Do you know who Bob Lazar is? It has to do with identification. Do you know who Bob Lazar is? I think you do. I talk about him all the time. Yeah. Okay, so you know Bob Lazar. When he worked at Area S4 back in like the late 80s, the technology wasn't really advanced. But one of the things that they would do for you to be able to get your identification card there is you would take your hand and put it over like a light, and the light would take an X-ray of your hand, and you can identify somebody by the size of their bones in their hand. Isn't that fascinating? Like enough of them. Yeah, maybe it wasn't. Let me make sure I have the technology correct. Yo, dog, what kind of technology was used for Bob Lazar when he did X4 to get a card? Did they do an X-ray on him, or was it some kind of other ray that allowed them to measure the bones? Talk to me like Joey Diaz, please. Yo, listen to me, cocksucker. This ain't a regular ID badge and barcode bullshit, okay? We're talking about deep black ops, Area 51 type shit. Joey Diaz style strapping. So Bob was he's a wild motherfucker who says he worked at S4 at Area 51 back in the 80s. He talked about this thing they used for identification. It wasn't fingerprints again, God. It was some sci-fi retina thing. It wasn't some sci-fi retina thing either. It was a goddamn phone reading device. Here's what the fat man breaks it down. They use this device that scans the bones in your hand, specifically to measure the lengths of the bones in your fingers and some space between the joints. Everybody's bone layout is different, like a fingerprint, but on the inside, real people shit. Lazar said you put your hand on this flat panel, and there was this little light sensor underneath. Some people say it was using backlight and X-rays or low-level infrared to see the skin and map the bones. They called it a hand scan, and for years people thought he was full of it. But here's the kicker. Years later, a picture surfaced of this exact device he described. A real military-grade unit used in the 1970s and 80s. Some weird pegs and lights. No one had even heard of it until Lazar mentioned it. That's when people started going, wait a minute, maybe this guy ain't blowing smoke. So yeah, dog, not a palm print, not a chip in your arm, no retina laser show, just a good old-fashioned bone reading light machine that made sure you were who who you were before you stepped in the belly of the alien tech beast. You feel me? You want pics of that, what that scanner looks like now that it's out on see. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So it seems like it's called an Identimat 2000. There's articles about the bone-based biometric scanner called the Identimat 2000 that use subdermal bone patterns in your hand, not fingerprints or retina scans. You place your hand over its sensors or low-level X-ray or infrared beams to map your finger, bone lengths, and joint spacing. Why it's iconic? This wasn't some sci-fi barracuda. The machine was real and old school. The czar insisted that it was a top secret escort that later folks dug up pictures of the same model he described. Supposedly, that exact hand scanner was even used in Spielberg's Postal Copies, commercially available since the 1970s. What it did was, as Lazar said, once the scanner verified his identity, a card authorizing access was being dispensed. No chips, no retina lasers, just stretch from cocksucker. Show your advice in your ear. This scanner's like insert your hand, see your bones, get the fuck out. Ain't no bullshit. That's how they kept the ducks in row at S4. Make sense? I've looked this up. A gate, they can identify you by your gait. Yeah, could they touch your hair, you ask? Yeah, but that would be more like DNA testing. That could do it. Those would be unique. Who's your favorite Canadian musical artist of all time? Biggest Canadian music artist of all time. Do you like Rush? Do you like Celine Dion? No one knows who that is. Yo, no, give me a list of 50. Is that a girl? All right. The number one all time is Alanis Morissette. Yeah. Why don't they have them? Oh, they are. Nickelback. Everybody hates Nickelback, but I really like Nickelback. Dude, there's something interesting about the name Rockstar. It's fucking amazing. I also like their song "The Day Nobody Died." I look forward to that day someday. Dude. I mean this. There's some okay. When I say Nickelback, what do you think? Right. Exactly. But what else? What is that? Wait, exactly. Exactly. What does that name mean? No. Generally, it's the, I guess in football, like there's a position called a nickelback, or the running back, nickelback, but it has a deeper meaning. Hold on, it has a deeper meaning. The meaning of this band is actually like something really fascinating, but I don't remember what it is. It has to do with science, though. So just one moment. Yo, dog, why does the name Nickelback band have that name? It comes from the phrase "here's your Nickelback." Oh, it was catchy, Canadian, and weird. What does it mean? Just that? Okay, so you're right. What position is a Nickelback in sports? A Nickelback is a defensive back, or the fifth defensive back in a field. Okay, but um, so that's why I thought it was called that, but it's called here's your Nickelback. Okay, fine. But there's an even deeper meaning. Yo, dog, what is this like scientific theory? Or it's something that I don't know exactly what it is, but it's Nickelback. It's either like it's like deep science. It's really important to like the world, though, and the universe. What is it? Yeah, Nickelback isotopes for nickel physics. Um, Nickel alloys. Um, Nickel isotopes indicate nuclear reactions in astrophysics, especially in supernovae and nuclear fusion. It stars in supernovae, and some supernova explosions mass amount of nickel 56 materials. Nickel 56 is radioactive. No. What are the different definitions of nickel? Nickelback the band, Nickelback in football position, Nickelback in science, nickel isotopes, produced supernovae, decays in cobalt, huge part of what makes dying stars shine, nuclear-based catalysts. Nickelback is the bridge to catch them. There's something about Nickelback that, yo, dog, can't you use Nickelback to like determine the age of this universe or something? Um, They're probably talking about nickel 56. And yeah, this bad boy is actually used to understand how stars die, how supernova evolve, and how the universe unfolds. The radioisotope of nickel created in huge amounts during supernova explosions, like when a massive star dies as it hits what it blows its dust up into space. Scientists study the decay rate of nickel 56 and similar isotopes in distant stars. Like there's something more to this. Is Nickelback used in like time travel at all? Not directly. Is the term Nickelback used in any science fiction? dog, there's something to this that it's not telling me. The term Nickelback, I looked this up like earlier this year or last year. What are the definitions of Nickelback? Band, football position, slang using Nickelback, pop culture, Nickel 56. Not really, not really. No. Fuck. There was something that I read. It was really advanced, and it was like Nickelback had to do with it. Like the band, and it was no, it was some kind of scientific thing. I don't know. I can't find anything about it, and that's really bothersome to me. Dude, there's this lady on Blue Sky. She's such a bitch. Her name is Lady B Middlemaster Neal, and she reports all of my accounts. Fortunately, she is not awake 24 hours a day. But this fucking bitch, and I say that with a capital F and a capital B, needs to stop reporting my fucking account. If you ever see this, you stupid bitch, I'm never mean to anybody on this, but I'm mean to you, fucking bitch. I say that Lady B, Middle Master Neil, like, I don't really think you're a beach. I think you are just doing your job. But quit being a bee, girl. I'm trying to bring world peace. You're over here being a socialist, atheist, humanist, empath, mostly harmless, sweary cis woman. You're a proud mom of two, nanny to Finley. Fuck Finley. And warning, may contain nuts. What the fuck does that mean? Save the bees? I'm all for all the shit that you just said, woman. The opposite of woke is cunt. Don't be a cunt. Okay, whatever that means. No way this fucking makes sense. It is 25 minutes ago. What happened to what? This woman who has made it her duty to be like the Paw Patrol of Blue Sky just goes around and reports me whenever I have an account. Then once she reports me, it gets banned right away, which is cool. I have over 1,100 accounts that are ready to be used, so it's not like it causes me too much despair. And I'm making them at any given time. But it's just like, mind your own business. But once you push the record button, basically it goes to the moderation team of Blue Sky, and then they have like about 100 people around the world who work 24 hours a day. And anybody who gets put in that queue, they review why they were banned or why they were reported and ban the people. But the fact that they see Rabbi in it, they just ban it automatically. How much more time do you need? What are your thoughts on Alanis Morissette? Go. You don't know who Alanis Morissette is? Oh, tight. What'd you say? Nobody knows who that is. Patty Mail? Oh, Patty Mayonnaise. Yeah. I know Patty. She's not Canadian, is she? Wait, you're not talking about the person from Doug? Yeah, they do. It's a television show about a kid. He's got a best friend named Skeeter, and his crush is named Patty Mayonnaise. Dude, it was on. It is. It was on Nickelodeon, and it was also on Disney. Okay, who the fuck is Patty Mayo? Welcome. How you living, Pim? What's up, ILY? Can you hear me? Fuck you, ILY. I didn't want to talk to you in the first place. Who is Patty Mayo? On what? On YouTube? No one knows who that guy is. All right. How many hours of footage does he have uploaded to YouTube? How many? Does he have 3.5 years? 3.5 years of 24/7 content, baby? Like lemonade stands? Yeah. I mean, normally like zoning doesn't allow for that, right? Yeah. Yeah. Who gives a shit about that though? That's like the British thing. That they need to get rid of those laws. Those fucking what are they called? Yo, dog, what are those laws in England that don't allow you to block a neighbor's sunlight? No, they're called the right to light. Do I know why all apartments look the same? Many times they don't all look the same. Many times it's because it's the cheapest way to have something look based on like a certain architect's plans. Right. law because yeah, you do in case one of them gets locked and fired. The odds of that are far less. Basically, I could prevent an entire building from getting outside if I just start a fire in the stairwell under your laws. Right, right. But those become damaged and they're not as strong, and people mess with them. When I was like in my late teens, early 20s, I lived in a place that had one of those on the side of the building, and people would be drunk at night and grab onto it and just like slam it, and uh, they'd be really loud and they would keep me awake. But I always thought it was kind of cool, so I never got mad. But that could happen. Yeah, I mean, I just kind of saw the fire escape as being kind of an old timey thing. So, um, no, so I don't know if you can imagine this, I'm sure you can, but imagine like a seesaw, and okay, so imagine a seesaw that would go up when the fire escape was not in use, so that people couldn't climb up it and like do damage or whatever. But what people would do when they were drunk is they would like get on their front shoulders and grab it and pull down so that they could go. No. This is like a fire escape with like stairs. Like, haven't you seen the fire escape on the outside of a building in like New York City? Yeah. So it was like that. And those things, I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. So let's come up with a better idea. Like, imagine a fire escape that, I mean, I guess, yeah, because usually it's in a high, like a dense area, and the property value mean that every square inch will make your building cost more. So instead of having an actual stairwell, you just build it on the side of the um, building, and then people can walk under it. And people can walk under it. They don't. I mean, these are like an old building, so usually they don't do them anymore. But like the building I was in was like it was like a national historic building, and so like they couldn't just like do all kinds of changes to it without destroying like the original intent of the building. So one of the things that they had was these old timey uh, fires. electronic is out of the door because it, like a lot of times with the fire, it can cause, um, um, like the power goes down. But yeah, have you ever seen how you get off a cruise ship that's like sinking? Well, yeah, I mean they have life raft boats, but the way you get into a life raft boat is there's this thing that like would stick out of the window or off of the side of the ship, and you slide down it, almost like when a plane, like if a plane ever crashes or whatever, and you need to get off. It's like a big inflatable thing, and you just slide down it, but it has some friction so that you don't slide down too quickly, and then you slide into the life raft. No, I mean you couldn't do it for like a building that's like 100 stories tall, or you could do it for a building that's like 10 stories tall. Well, maybe not 10, but like 5. Yeah, I'll get you. It's on. I saw it on Reddit. It's really cool. It's a cruise ship. Uh, yeah. It inflates in 90 seconds. Okay, type into Reddit cruise ship escape slide, and it's the first thing that was posted 4 years ago. Damn, that's interesting. It inflates in 90 seconds, and people board a raft. No, it's not a vertical drop. There's like it like expands so that there's like friction. So it's like you're going out of a brake pad. Yeah, but you don't drop. No, no. I've seen there's another there's another video that I've seen of somebody down. Okay. Um, okay. So then just go to the media part and a lot of these are water stuff. Not what I'm escape stuff. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's not that though. It is a vertical drop, but imagine it's like inflated on the inside so that you go down it, but you go down slowly. Which thing is go? I mean, unless you were really, really fast. Okay, I found it. Okay, are you ready? Okay, type in how a cruise ship is evacuated. it's under oddly satisfying. So they actually, yeah, but do you see how you put your hands on the side to slow yourself down? Exactly, that's what I said, like a birth canal. No, there's moving air there. The issue would be if you went too slowly and somebody came in right behind you. But that's why there's a little light inside of it that tells you when to go. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's, the one that I'm seeing is, yeah, you see, you see the guy's hand that can slow you down. Right. So imagine that, but it doesn't have to be straight down like in a cruise ship. It could be at an angle on a building. Let's ask Chat. Let's ask ChatGPT about how high this. Yo, dog. Imagine I was building a building, like a really big building, like one of those buildings a billionaires own, but I didn't have enough money for a fire station, and I want to have like a cruise ship evacuation tube. How high can those cruise ship evacuation tubes go without hurting? Like, could it go all the way to the top, or does it have to stay at like 5 floors high? How could that work? That's a while that you're using the cruise ship evacuation tube kind of system for a skyscraper. I'll break this down. Okay. How high could it go? Height and speed limits. The higher the tube, the faster you go when you slide down to get to depth. Speed increases roughly with the square root of the height you drop. If you drop from super high like 50 floors, people would be hitting crazy speeds. Risking serious G-force and the body increases with speed and turns. Too fast equals risk of losing broken bones or worse. Cruise ship tubes usually max out at around a few floors, like 3 to 5 floors, because of these risks. Could it go all the way to the top of the skyscraper? No, it's too dangerous. But if you cemented the tube into multiple stages with slower sections or gentle slopes, then maybe. Another idea is to use air-resistant water mist to slow people down, or build a staircase-style tube with multiple exits every 5 floors, where people can stop, raise, and then continue down. So that's the idea. You can have one that expands, but it just every 5 floors you hit like a big trampoline, and then you go down to the next one. Oh wait, I've seen this. I've seen the design for something like this, but it was created after 9/11. Uh, it's a it's a skyscraper parachute. Type in skyscraper. Type in skyscraper parachute into Reddit. Yeah, but type in skyscraper parachute, and the first thing that comes up is damn, that's interesting, and that's how you can get people out in like a big fire. No, it's the first thing under it was posted 2 years ago. It says after witnessing the chorus between having to choose between burning to death or jumping to the death during, just type it. It's the first post under relevance. Oh, it's also the first thing in media. It's also the first thing in media. Yes. Yeah. It shows a guy jumping out a window. No, this one has 12, but 12,000. But no, it's a real person doing it. Type in type in after witnessing the horrors of people. Well, after 9/11, there were all these people who felt badly for the people who were burning, and like you could see them in the footage, just like hanging outside the window with like all these flames going around them, and it was so people would, and then they would jump to their deaths, and so people came up with this like 25 years ago. Yes, it does. And I'm sure you could make a better version of it, like I don't know, smaller, more compact, probably with like more parachutes, flame resistance, certainly. Maybe have a USB charger inside of it. Right. It expands. You just stick your cushion out of the window and it expands and goes you out. Well, you don't fall, the parachute. Exactly. What'd you say? Not like an octopus? What'd you say? Oh, it could be because it's archived or something. I don't know. It shouldn't be the case, but I don't know. But then you see the guy land. He's really safe. That could be. I got a way to be able to say, well, hold on, I'm cutting you off. What was that word? Okay. What about a series of drones that just hook you to a harness and then fly you out? Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Well, you could just like have it on top of a fire department. And okay, I saw this the other day. It was on Reddit. This oh yeah, police are already starting to do this in the United States. So it's against the law in the United States to equip drones with firearms, but they're starting to use them like at police stations that they take off from the police station and they're able to get to the crime scene or whatever faster than the police are in a car and be able to give them like a visual of what's going on. And they're just automatically deployed. They don't have to like they don't have to manually drive them there. They just have to know the location and then these drones fly over it and basically allow them to apprehend people or whatever. And this that I saw, because it's illegal for them to use a gun with a drone, which I hope is forever illegal, but I'm sure they'll make some change that will allow it in the future. Um, what they do is they have the drone, like I've seen it for people for like for mass shooter incidents where you, let's say you have a mass shooter or whatever, the drone identifies the mass shooter and like charges or like flies into the guy's gun and puts like this substance on the gun that disarms him. Yeah, I think that's illegal in the United States. But no, no exceptions to that because if it gets the wrong person, then you have someone who's dead. I'll believe it when I see it. Hey, I just had someone who wants me to officiate their wedding. Three minutes ago, they said, "Is the clit chewing rabbi available to officiate my wedding?" And then somebody else, some chick said that, and then some other chick said, "The phrase clit chewing makes me physically recoil." And then the girl wrote, "I wonder if he actually uses teeth or if he just thinks clit chewing sounds odd. I bet he's actually really, really good at eating pussy." You got that right, girl. eight minutes ago, she made a screenshot of what I write, and she wrote, "This guy is basically an artist." I love it. All right, how long is it going to take you to make your fucking dinner, dude? All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. Here's William Montgomery. Can you hear me? Do you think that William Montgomery should have called this podcast the William Montgomery Show or the William Montgomery Podcast? And why is that? Some people do. You, Doug, you sound like you're 1,000 miles away. Hold on a second. This other chick wrote, I unironically love the Rabbi bot. It's very funny and have to respect the depth and commitment. That's tight. Okay, you want to play table soccer? All right, are we going to play? Are you going to be closer to the phone or are you going to be 1,000 miles away? Yeah, you need to be closer to the phone. Nobody's giving you the phone you're saying. That's true. There you go. You sound way better now. Okay, do you want to play tactical or active, dog? I'm not sure. Okay, so tactical means you go, and I go, you go, and I go. Active means we both choose what we want to do, and then it goes at the same time. We're going to do active because I think it allows us to do more. Okay, we're going to play 5 goals to win, one per person, one. And the amount of passes limit is going to be 3. Yeah. Ooh, you picked the Netherlands. Do you know what color the Netherlands are? Do you know what the color the Netherlands jerseys are? Yeah, exactly. Okay, you have to make make a move. And I think you can use, you can move 2 players at once. There you go. And you can move players at once. Like, well, you pull back on one of the guys, and there should be an arrow. Yeah, there you go. This is active. Well, no, I'm hitting the ball this time. There you go. Okay, well, we can play the other way next time. So you can kick the ball with. There you go. Oh, fuck you. That's the first goal you've ever had. Really? I thought I beat you 5-0. Okay. Are you going to go? Oh, good.
This one you have to predict like
Right, I like it. If you can like block the other player, but I think this is the superior way to play.
it's too good on that.
This is a superior way to play.
No.
For sure.
For sure it's not.
Fuck you, dude. I even said we're gonna play the prize. So, yeah, oh, that's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. This is the superior way to play. Because then on each turn, we're both doing something, as opposed to you go, and then I go, and then you go. I didn't either until I ran and played against somebody. Oh, fuck. That was great. No, it'll just stay like that. Oh, yeah, no. I'm gonna try to pass it. Oh, this sucks. Now this is a bad spot. This is the superior way. Oh. Okay, you ready to play the other way? My goal is to work tactical, read past them. Do you know what the dragon attack is? You know, for as much as I give dude shit, and I give him more shit than anybody, I really like him. Exactly. He always comes in here like Kramer on Seinfeld with something like, "I got it." Like, what is it that you got? I'm going to be a savant at stand-up comedy. I asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT told me I was going to be a savant at comedy. I'm like, okay, what's your first joke? He's like, I don't need jokes. It's like, okay, so you're just going to go up there? Yeah, I'll figure it out. Do you see why this is an inferior way of playing? No. It's so slow. Yeah, but it's already Oh, and notice there are more guys on the field in this game than the other. Yeah, because that was beautiful. That might have been. You can't just take a shot on goal. But if you make it, then it doesn't count. You just want to advance the ball. But if you make it in this version of the game, if you make it on the first shot, it doesn't count. It does count in the other version of the after first shot. Okay. No, it does not count here. It counts in the other. Yeah, I mean, I always find it to be beneficial to have a bunch of guys in the box, just because you can stop a lot of people. So I can't. Do you know? Do you know who Alanis Morissette is? No one knows. She had one of the greatest albums of all time, and was Jagged Little Pill from the 1990s. Haven't you ever heard the song? It has the song "Ironic" on it, and isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain on your wedding day. It's a free ride when you've already paid. It's 35 that you just didn't take. Just who would have thought if you could? Mr. Play It Safe, he was afraid to fly. Packed his suitcase and kissed his kids goodbye. Okay. Do you want to play the shit version, the one that you suck at, or do you want to play the one that you're pretty good? Active or active pickup? Okay. Do you want to play archery? I suck at this game. You want to play literati? You want to play basketball? That would be fun. I've never played that. Shut up. Oh yeah, that's like hard against humanity. But it would probably be too hard to just Alright. Haven't you ever played Cards Against Humanity? Oh, okay, so there's like a card there's like a card that they put down, and then you have to choose like what card matches up with the other card, and it's usually like really sexual. And then people vote, and then it awards points by who had the best, um, who had the best, I guess. I'm dirty in this game. Tilt. It's 2 to 5. No, it's AHS. Ash is ASH. I put Oz, like when you relax.
It's very
Yeah, that's where you want to swap out your letters.
use this name word.
Yep. You have the letters to do it. Two and Ted. That was really good too.
Yeah, nice. I needed that one. Yeah.
Uh, you know what coast to coast data is?
Yeah.
You're amazing. Did you know what it was before me? So, some do, but not.
It's a very Where's the two gates? Let's look it up. Yeah, there's two gates. Yeah, it stands for a dry form of lava resembling clinkers. Whatever the fuck that your goal is to at least get half of what my score is. I'll tell you what my really. Are you just listening to like medical advertising? No, I'm listening to something on that's
it. I agree. No, 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 no. Well, then just swap it out. I have, I have 4 eyes. Oh, yeah, you can swap. Like that sometimes. The United States is really so there's a lot of experience. Talking about the United States. Yeah. Oh, I think that. Boy, dude, that's really good. Canada and Stop. Fuck yourself. Fuck you. I've been to the fish store. I've been to that store. I've been to that store. I have a friend who lives in I went to visit him, and I was like 19, or no, I was 20, he was 19, something like that, and we went there, and it was fucking bad, and people were like all out in the streets. It was a lot of fun. When we were with a friend of ours, I think I told the story, we got stabbed. Did I tell you this? So, we went with some friends, and like, um, I traveled to go see my friends, and had friends with who, like, I got to know, and we went to Michigan, and we went to Canada, and then my friend, my friend's friend was with us, and since when I was 20, and my friend had just turned 19, so we went, it was like, my friend had just turned 19. The thing is, we were going to drink, and we did, and we went to smoke weed, but we didn't want to bring it across the international border because, that you'd get a lot of trouble for doing that. So we waited until we got together to Mexico. And we were staying at the nice hotel in Mexico. And we packed it with my friends. And one of them was like, all right, I'm going to go get meat. And I'm like, all right. I'm like, do you know where to get meat? He's like, no. I just, like, usually you just find somebody and they'll sell it to you. I'm like, okay, cool. And you know, it came back like 2 hours later, or something, like an hour later. And we're like, oh, good. It makes like 3 hours later. I know, so maybe you call me. But one of our friends had to go get him something because he was in a hospital. And still, basically, he was trying to get the meat. Somebody stabbed him. And we were like, who the fuck stabbed somebody? Like, that was just like foreign to us. Like in the United States, you get shot, but nobody stabs them. Like, it's just not like it's too messy. Like if you're gonna like a friend was stabbed, he wasn't killed or anything, obviously, but and he wasn't injured that bad. He was injured just to the point where like, I don't remember exactly what happened, but it's like he goes to buy the meat. The guy's like, "Give out your money," and our friend was like, "Fuck you," and he got stabbed, something like that. And um, that was in my time in Canada. Um, what else? Truthfully, the whole fucking time was just like I was just high the whole time. Nothing wrong. But I remember the chicks were really hot. Went to this strip club. Not I didn't go because I don't like strip clubs. It's not my thing. And my friends knew that I didn't like it, but they liked it. So what we did was we just drank outside a bar outside the strip club. And I remember the girls were really hot. Like I remember being like, "Look, every chick's pretty hot." Not like California chicks, but they're like hotter than us. And no, I traveled there with my friend from college from Michigan, and so I went and visited him and saw his friends and they lived and stuff. Yeah, and then my friend, we like after that whole situation happened, we whenever we like, I don't think I ever. Well, then the other time we bought like drugs in another country, it was in Mexico, where we went for spring break, which was closer to where we were. Um, and we drove there. We drove to Mexico. And just like through California, and it's called Florida Penasco, which is back home. And my uncle owned a condominium there, so we stayed with him. That fucked up. So we didn't just do weed, drink, we got all fucked up. Oh, my uncle, he had a connection to Mexico. We brought it from Rothschild. So we had a connection. Oh, yeah, we bought weed in Mexico. Um, so yeah, with like it was just on a plate. We were fucking in lines as we drove down to Mexico through California, and well, it's a lot easier to bring drugs into Mexico, or at least it was then, than it is now. And yeah, they were. I'm not gonna say they weren't doing that, but it wasn't like a common. I'll tell you what, like, we were so fucked up, and I remember we had to, uh, like, we were so fucked up, and my uncle was like, all right, we gotta leave at like 6 in the morning, and it's uh, my friend, like, my friends were all really fucked up, and I was too, and I just started cocaine all fucking, they all fell asleep, and left me with the cocaine, and I was like, oh, fuck you, good job. Um, fuck yeah, I'm gonna play archery. Yeah. tried to another place too. Other strip and it kept me off all fucking night. And then I crashed in the morning. And I was supposed to drive us to Mexico, but I was so tired that I remember saying to one of my buddies, if you want me to drive to Mexico, that's cool, but we're gonna have to pull over on the side of the road because I cannot stay awake. I was like driving off the road. I was so tired. And I'm like, is there anything you can drive? And so he drove us down there. And we got off the fucking Mexico. I just didn't feel fucked up. Not to the point where I couldn't control myself or anything like that, but um, just like very. Um, I had a lot. Get it. I went through it. But you deserve it. I have friends who just party a lot. No way! I didn't even see that happen, dude. I didn't even see it happen. That was the most. That was the most fortunate thing we've ever seen. So what happened? My ball, my ball hit a tree or something and it bounced back and went in. Oh, did it hit the wall or anything? No. The only way I realized that I got it was that the rabbi had one more. Um, anyway, when we got to Mexico, we, my uncle, he like knew like this everybody in town because he's like all the time with his friends. Well, his friends don't come to business too, and uh, my uncle was having another kind of note at the time. It's a long story, but we went, we toured that, and one night we toured this tequila factory after hours. We went to dinner and toured this tequila factory, and I got really fucked up. I was really drunk. And but not drunk enough, surprisingly, to like not have my wits about me. And my friends really wanted to go to a Mexican strip club, and I did not. Again, I'm like not like I have a lot of respect for them. Even though I come here and I'm like I just listen all on the show. I have a lot of respect for them, and I have respect for those women because I knew like, hey, we're in another country, basically like colonizers, and I don't want to take advantage of these guys. And my friends were like, dude, come on, we're only on spring break once, like, come on, let's do this. And we um, went to the strip club, but I didn't want to go. And I was like, I want to stay in the car. So like, don't be a pussy, like, come on. Like, and I'm like, I don't want to take advantage of these girls. I don't feel right about it. And I want to stay in the car. They're like, no. Like, well, they're like, fine. If you want to stay in the car, that's fine. But you were warned for me not to do that. And I was like, why can't I stay in the car? And they're like, you don't know, but like there's the cartel, and they'll rob you if they see you alone in the car. And so they're like, it's much safer for you to come inside. And so I'm fine. So I just stayed inside, and wow, you destroyed my birthday. And I just sat in the chair, and all these girls came up to me. Every single girl in the street called up, a few black girls, were like trying to get me to drink, and I did not want to. And I did not. No, I didn't want. I don't want to. I didn't want to have anything to do with it. Even though it was nice and it was like the girls were pretty, I just felt like I was taking advantage of them. And to me, it's very exciting for me to go out and pick up women, but not. But I like the chase. Like to me, the chase is very exciting to me. And when a girl is just like giving it up, I'm not saying that that's like a bad thing, but I don't know. I just felt like it went. It was you were that if I didn't have the most fortunate shot of my life that I didn't even get to see. Um, so then we um, went to the strip club. I did not touch it. And then we got back to the condominium, and everybody went going to bed. And yeah, so my friends who did that, they I don't know what back there, but then then two of them. So I went to bed because I was just like so fucked up about the security. But my friends were I didn't notice that they got a hooker and from the strip club, and apparently she was just like absolutely totally. And they like either fucked her or got blown in the back. And then I remember waking up the next day at like 6 p.m. and like really late. And he finally was waiting. Yeah, what happened? And I kind of remember the strip club. I remember like I just remember it really fucked up. Yeah, I mean, I remember what happened, but and then my friends were like, yeah, yeah, hooked up with the strip club. And I remember we got we you could get weed there from like any taxi driver, which is really tight. And uh, just I remember being a little worried about getting drugs there because like the last time I was in a foreign country and we tried to get drugs, my friend got stabbed. And like you don't think of Canada as being a dangerous place at all. The only thing you ever hear about Canada is like it's really people are really polite and really nice. But we had like we had the opposite of like what you would expect. You would expect Canada to be really nice, and if you got drugs, everybody would be really cool. And Mexico with the cartel and everything, they would be the ones who would stab you and fuck you up if you got drugs. It was the complete opposite. Canada, my friend gets stabbed every chance to get drugs. Mexico, you could get drugs anywhere. Yeah. Oh, no, I understand that. And while I don't know a lot of Canadian people, I do know a few, and they've all been really pretty nice. But um, I know it was just an exception. But you would think like it was just an exceptional case, but that's what happened. But yeah, those are the times I was in a foreign country, and I remember wanting to get back to the United States. It's not like immediately, but being like, we don't have to say rights here. and everybody's trying to take advantage of us. And like in Mexico, if you like, no matter what, oh yeah, definitely. Have you ever been to Mexico? Have you ever been to Mexico? Yeah. Well, I mean, when I went, it was like 20 years ago. But so like they were just things that I didn't really like. I mean, I was like, in college, so I didn't have a lot of money. But like if you went to there was this bar outside of our condominium complex, like right outside. It was like a sports bar. It's like it was like not a thing for like regular people from Mexico. It was like only people who were staying in this condominium complex would go, and the prices I remember were like, um, oh, it was something like let's say it would say like a beer was like 1 peso or something like that, or a beer was like what? Okay, how do I want to say? The exchange rate was kind of messed up. So at the time it was like 14 pesos to every dollar, or something like that. Maybe it was like 140 or 1400 or something like that. But it was like 14 to 1. And if you ooh, if you went in there and ordered something, they just automatically made it 10. So they would just take advantage just because it was easier to do the math. So, like if you ordered on the menu, it would be like a beer would be like, uh, let's say like 100 pesos or something like that, or 10 pesos, like 100 pesos. It would, I think where's the fast? I had to find, wow, if it was 100 pesos, uh, they would charge you like $10. When in reality, it should have been like a little less. It should have been like $7 or something like that. But they just figured everybody who's going to be here is like a white person from the United States, so we take advantage of it. Um, there was another thing that I found interesting, which was none of the people from the city there would visit the condominium complex. Like, the condominium complex was almost kind of like a fortress. So they had walls in case like the cartel came down, and they had like armed security. And I just remember thinking like, oh, that's a good place because like people could like take costumes and stuff. It was safe for them. I don't know if I would go to Mexico now. Um, yeah. You have an invitation if you want it. Yeah. Play me in archery. 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 All right. All right. Before you go, let's read what people have said about me on this stuff. should I get all the rest that you need and be ready to keep me on tomorrow, okay? So,
Yeah. Victims of this shows it's like handbook that get arrested for countries and the jail and the corrections countries are things you don't want to be part of.
dude, totally. That's always
A lot. And third one, because this is like the first
right. And then you hear about Scandinavian Christians, and they're like, I would bring that. Yeah, I know. They're like, we have this communal room, and we have this kitchen, we got a nice view, and then we've got our individual bunks that have televisions and like soccer jerseys, and it's just it doesn't like what's what's the punishment? Yeah, but I mean, yeah, that's the issue. Again, it's kind of like if you were gay, yeah, no internet. Is that they don't get internet?
I don't know. I assume that it's limited. If it's unlimited internet, then I would put it on risk.
Exactly. I've seen people on Reddit who say that they're in jail and they get like used to the computer.
I was, and I was the guys from jail that I was talking to
That's absolutely
in the jail. I'm like,
isn't that something?
the craziest prisons I think are the ones that are they're literally not private prisoners in South America or
Right.
random countries like South
Brazil.
Africa or
Colombia. Right.
It's literally if you see the show Prison Break, we go to jail and it's like that where it's like the guards basically have control of the outside, but the inside is just like run by prisoners and yeah, some of them like they're openly selling drugs, but making money tons of money selling drugs inside the prison and guns, knives, like you think that there would be like this like something that disagree with a lot of like big penny place should have like laws they should be in prison. But for some reason it seems like they go around those laws and like, they just don't like the guards are like, yeah, we'll just turn a blind eye or whatever because everyone's evil, therefore it's just going to be great job. That's
Right.
fucked up.
Like I've always felt that like of any place that you have cameras everywhere, it should be a prison. Like 100% everywhere. And it's like, nope, this was an area that didn't have cameras in there. And it's like, well, what the fuck? Like, if you can't remain safe in prison, you can't remain safe. Did you ever see Narcos with Pablo Escobar's his the prison that he built for himself?
I could watch that show the whole time.
Where they have pool tables and they have telephones, they have all kinds of drugs in there. And then the other one that I find, or go ahead. Yeah. So here's a quick breakdown. I know you haven't heard that. So, Yoda, what's the Pablo Escobar jail? Like, what kind of amenities do they have? And didn't you like buy it, or isn't it like today, like a museum or something? Or it was something. Okay. Oh yes. So Lodge Cathedral, like the so-called prison, but it was really a luxury hideout built for himself. So it was built by him in 1991 when the Colombian government agreed to let Escobar surrender on the condition people could be extradited to the U.S. He said, "Fine, but I'll build my own prison." It was located on a mountain in Venado, in his hometown near Colombia. High altitude, hard to access, with great views, made it easy to defend. So, yeah, they had a bar, a waterfall and jacuzzi, a soccer field, he'd fly in professional teams to play, pool tables, giant TVs, and gaming rooms. It had a helipad, a gym, secret rooms and tunnels, a full kitchen with personal chefs, views of the city so he could spy on rivals, guards, which were his own men, not government officials. It was more like a spa retreat with guns than a prison. Did he really control it? Yes, completely. The Colombian military wasn't allowed within 12 miles of the place. He kept doing business from the inside, even and tortured and killed two guys in the prison who were screaming like, and the government let it slide until it did. What happened later? In 1992, after the murders inside Colombian authorities decided to transfer him to a field prison, Escobar got tipped off and escaped before they arrived. Manhunt was back up. Where is it today? It was looted and abandoned. Today it's part of a monastery run by monks. There's a small chapel and museum honoring victims of violence. Some ruins still exist and tourists can visit. You can actually see the remnants of the Chiquita and then the other one, what was the story of El Chapo? He was able to escape through a tunnel to a house that his friends brought him outside of the city. El Chapo's tunnel escape was one of the wildest prison break stories in history. Straight out of the Hollywood script, he's having a die. El Chapo Cruz Mark was the head of Casino Cartel, one of the most powerful drug trafficking organizations. Well, he was known for escaping prisons twice a day. The tunnel escape was his second jail break, and it was next level. So it was in 2015, the tunnel was beat. The prison was Altiplano Federal Prison, a high security facility in Mexico. It happened July 11, 2015. The method was a mile-long tunnel dug directly into his prison cell. How did it go down? Chapo was in his cell in 24/7 video script, but the one blind spot was in his shower stall. One night he walks in the shower and vanishes. Security checks the footage, but he's gone. He later discovered he slipped through a hole beneath the shower and dropped into a custom-built tunnel that was over a mile long, had lighting, ventilation, and even a motorcycle on rails to speed his right out. Led to a construction site in a cornfield where his crew had bought property specifically for this game. Literally, they bought a house in a rural area just to dig the tunnel right under the prison and bust him out. It took them over a year to dig it. The insane engineers used GPS blueprints and survey equipment to match his cell to exact coordinates. The tunnel was so precise that it popped up directly in the shower stall. He rode the little rail-powered motorcycle for part of the trip, then escaped on foot. What happened now? He was on the run for 6 months. He did an interview with Sean Penn and Kate Del Castillo, which tipped off Mexican authorities. He was caught again in early 2016. That time, Mexico said no more games and extradited him to the United States in 2017. Now he's locked up in ABX drugs after pressing options. Zero escape chances. TLDR, he escaped from Mexico. Well, I didn't know he was still alive. Yeah, okay, so maybe we're talking about the same story. Is this the one where guy's wife learned how to be a pilot just to get him.
This is not the guy's wife. This is some of his henchmen on like the outside that came into the helicopter with guns or whatever. Like you're flying with right now.
Okay. Yo, what's up with that rider that learned how to become a helicopter pilot to bust her husband out of jail? Yo, dog, you're talking about one of the most legendary ride or die jailbreak stories of all time. Not even literally sad. Nah, you're thinking of Natasha Bogart. Wait, nope, you're talking about Natasha the Chrome Brody. No, wait, the real one is the Syria Al Kuwari. No, the actual tweet and the helicopter jailbreak story is Natasha Bogart. Nah, just kidding. Yeah, the real one. Why does it keep saying nah? The real one, Natalie Nadd second. But the most famous one is actually Laura Memoria, the big concert, told of the baddest in the world. Pascal Payet escaped, female pilot connection. There are actually a few cases, but the OTA helicopter jailbreak about the woman learning to fly to break out her man. That's likely linked to the French gangster. That's why we say it's French. Where these types of escapes were like actual development. Closest match to what we described. 2001 friends. A woman named Natasha, sometimes referred to as a girlfriend of a French pilot, trained to in secret as a helicopter pilot. Her mission was to man out of prison with a child. But the even wilder and more documented case is the Radio Fake, the 2018 helicopter escape. Who? Radio Fake, the French gangster and American prison escape. This is the one I'm talking about. Inspired by Keith and Robert De Niro high school career criminal armed car robber and escape. That's what happened. In 2018, Khalid escaped from the French prison via helicopter and landed in the prison guard. The pilot hijacked the cockpit by his armed accomplices, including allegedly a woman to help coordinate. They cut through doors with anchor grinders and snapped Khalid in under 10 minutes. The helicopter landed in a field nearby where they switched vehicles to him. Was their own mutual body to rumor that in earlier attempts near Atlantic states, the female accomplice had considered learning to fly and help coordinate the plan. That one was unproven according to French authorities were investigating women forced to fly who may have helped coordinate the emergency. So, I guess this one in 2001, a woman named Natasha did. But like, okay, tell me about that. Yo, tell me about the one in 2001. Tell me everything you know about it. Not just her name's Natasha. All the other stuff. Okay. So then they say it didn't happen in 2001. It happened in 1986. Okay, well, how the fuck did you say it's 2001? Michael Wow, convicted bank robber and attempted murder, locked up in Paris, has found in prison. His ride or die partner was what maybe unsure. Sometimes maybe, sometimes maybe on the made to basically the crime family. How she pulled it up. Secretly, they didn't learn to fly a helicopter. She took lessons under a big identity and flight school near NC, starting around 1903. After years of training, she was ready. Skate plane, a mystery chopper, a white outback for the first American. Taking foot low over the city to a person. Michael and another inmate were living on the roof with what looked like grenades, actually not grenades, painted to look like grenades to skip cars. A helper on the ground dropped a cable around, and Michael come on as hanging from the night. The escape landed on the nearby soccer field and softball park in Florida. After that, Michael got a headroom and filled not very quickly. Maybe it was caught soon after the escape. The couple was eventually captured on the incident of lifetime return after why it's legendary. This is literally a ride or die helicopter jailbreak. The life flight skills plus painted fruit grenade plus chopper top to gun. It inspired security changes. France started installing anti-helicopter nets
where I met up with some other guy. Everyone doing his notes here and there. And so I got kilos of beer. So I just pushed her out of here. I looked at a fucking rock and sank the boat. I just got this shore and tons of these fucking barren packages going up the shore. The guy that fucking had them shit out of them. Mexican police took them to jail. And next to jail. And this is what the 70s and that's also prison. But they somehow managed to use a butter knife and a rock to chisel the concrete in their grid house. And then they just started digging this hole out. That's the thing. And they literally had to dig themselves out of jail. They're giving this story. And never want to go to this guy is supposed to be there for like 14 days. And the second day, his drink got spiked. His possibly someone's trying to came out. His drink got spiked, and he had to pay for these drinks at the bar, but he like smashed his head on the bar and cracked the screen of the ATM. Wandered back to his hotel, was safe, and went back to the bar. Next day, he paid the bill, going out and continued on his journey. And he was leaving day 14 at the airport, and then I said, no, I can't be here. They detained him, mugshot, sent him to the police station. So I'm holding cell, eating like bread, and sleeping on concrete for 6 days. And then they chucked him into like the regular prison jail there. It's like overcrowded. People, there's like diseases, infections, medical help, drug staff, shit. And he had to be in that shit for like 8 months because of like this ATM screen incident. And he was literally just like locked up there for 8 goddamn months. This happened recently. Like the rice and the payments and shit. And yeah, the wrong there and bribe judges pay enough to bribe them. They're going to get off more time trying to bribe them. So like his lawyer was wasting up money. All his money is just being drained trying to get out of jail. When he barely made that 8 months and he would have been screwed. So yeah, maybe we don't want to go. What? Yeah, or any. Yeah. Unless you can sell everything. Or unless it's that way.
Yeah, but I would take that Norway, especially if you got, what do they call it? They call it
Emergency parachute. Spain's case of fires.
Yeah, that and what do they call it? Yeah, what do you call that business? To have sex with your partner. Conjugal business. Imagine if you got conjugal visits in that Norway prison and you were with a bunch of cool people. I feel like we all do it. Actually, I think they have video games there. I'm not kidding. Like, I think they have big TV.
Weird as a maze thing.
Yeah. I remember like watching the sunset and I was like, I have a fucking view.
What do you think of the concept of just both populations in prison? Or sorry, not both genders, or all genders, about
Um,
same prison?
yeah, so I think that
Would that be more dangerous? Do they do it because it's more dangerous? Or do they do it because they don't want to do it?
they don't people are suffering. Oh, what you're saying. And I
Do
believe,
they not?
and I believe that
Just because they don't want to keep it.
yeah, and to rape the girl.
Right? But they're cool.
Yeah, it's the same.
I think rapists should be in that elements.
Yeah, usually they are. But then, like, yeah, they're not in their own prison, but they're in their own section because they're seen as target. Which kind of doesn't make sense to me. Like, um, you can rape, let's say you rape a chick, she's still alive, which I'm not saying rape is cool at all. That's rape. But if you rape a chick, then you're like a target in prison when you should have just killed her because then you're not a target.
So it's incentivized
Or kill people. Yeah,
to get some prison respect.
exactly.
I mean, I heard this thing just like, that there's instances where like, hey, kill someone. I don't know if the penalty's less or whatever, less than a jail. Penalties and less. You get like 25 years for some people, but the people that are on the list,
Right.
they don't care. It's like, they already got the price.
Right.
Literally, like, free pass, just
Exactly.
it does was the bonus.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's people apparently that just get shuffled around. Like their gangs, and like they literally just do that. They just shuffle them around. And, there's some crazy murderers. That have nothing to do with it. They also get paid money to kill people. That's people that want to do it themselves again.
Right.
Hiring them.
I love those stories of escape stories. The issue is like those people laugh and they're like on the run, like with that on their country. All the time, got to be hard for them to sleep and stuff. But they're free, so it's got to be better than being gone.
Do you think you could disguise yourself?
I think I
Instead of you're
okay. Yeah, probably changing my location a lot. Like that can be beneficial and can be disadvantageous. But I think that like the people who I've seen in those kind of movies are yeah. I mean, it depends how bad it is. If you're like a stone cold murderer, or probably what they consider worse, like a bank robber or something, then they're going to trace all that stuff to you. But let's say you didn't do something that was that big, and they'll just wait for you to get picked up for something else, and then pick you up. I would probably do my best to stay on the internet, like every single way that I could. Definitely. Um, I don't know if that's a good idea, but be friends with them on Instagram. But I would, I just would not want to about it. I try to get over a small. I'm trying to get to another country at that point, not Canada. I would try to get to Mexico. Like depends what it is. Like, let's say I'm going in forever. I'm going to try to get to Mexico, and if I can't get to Mexico, I would try to get on a cruise ship and something that like docks in another country.
There's some countries not extradite you.
Yeah. There are some states that don't do it. So maybe I go to one of those states.
And like the floods,
Well, if it's a federal time, then you're going to be done for it. But if it's a state time, I think the state of Florida, they don't do that important enough. South Carolina is another one. So I would probably tell them to go.
so if you steal a car, like Grand Theft Auto in New Jersey, make it down to Florida, you just have to not go outside those places in your car.
Well, okay, let's say you steal a car and get caught in New Jersey, and then somehow you get away in New Jersey. If you go to Florida, you'll probably be okay because they don't have trouble at all. Yeah.
That seems really weird.
Well, let's look it up. That's how it works. Dude, let's say I'm in the state of New York and I get caught for Grand Theft Auto, but it's a state crime, not a federal crime, and somehow I get out of jail. Could I go to one of the non-extradition states like Florida and just live my life normally? Dude, I feel tough. That plan's not going to work the way you think because you break down. Non-extradition states. That's a big myth. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Let's see. All U.S. states, including Florida, participate in extradition or criminal extradition or federal law. If you got a warrant in New York, another state can and will arrest you. New York requests. Okay, maybe I kind of read that there was some. Hold on. What happens if we skip town? If you want in Florida and you plead, you want in Florida, you get pulled over, arrested, or even just ID on the stop. Then your name gets flagged in the National Crime Information Center database. Florida cops proceed if they want. Then what? If New York wants you bad, they'll file an extradition. Florida will hold you in jail. New York has up to 90 days to complete. If New York decides it's not worth the cost, they might say don't extradite, but that's up to them. All right. What does that look like? Yeah, weren't there some states like South Carolina and Florida that were non-extradition states or something like this? I feel that a state like Florida can choose not to extradite someone for minor crimes. That doesn't mean extradition is legal or possible. Just that the governor prosecutor might say, nah, that's it. Sometimes the word is only oh, okay. Okay, so the only non-extradition scenarios in the U.S. If we to a foreign country that is not extradition treaty, like Russia, Iran, or Korea, you stay in the U.S., but the charging state decides not to pursue you due to the cost or low priority. That's very good in some examples. Okay. So, to clarify, basically, there's no state where they're not going to come after you.
Most countries have
Probably the best thing you can do is make enough money if you can to be able to get a good lawyer and get the charges lessened.
okay, we gotta say maybe money buying just fly to Colombia.
I mean, there's that too, yeah, definitely. I mean, that would be a project. I'm just talking about. I'm not going to have a big attorney.
I don't think planes are that expensive for a small little plane.
Well, let's see what countries don't have the
Assess
and their expensive. So Iraq, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Somalia, Sudan, Libya, Algeria, China, Australia, Vietnam, Korea, Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Cuba, Venezuela. So you get to Cuba if you can do it. Kosovo, sometimes Serbia will cooperate. Countries with the treaty and may not cooperate. Even if you have a treaty, if you might not send you that treaty, no death penalty allowed there. Political disagreement with the U.S. Kinds of unfair trials and rights issues. So those would be France, Mexico, sometimes Brazil, not extradite its own citizens, and Germany, Norway, and Sweden. Same deal, they block it if they think the legal system is too harsh. So like this.
We know repossession agents and their job is to steal other things. And it's like,
And then they say, if you're thinking about type places for money, the way you have money, you just hide most states that won't sell it on. So the safest United Airlines, only white collar fugitives are Qatar, directly chilling out of no contribution treaty with the U.S. U.S. has strong ties and as possible. Morocco, Vietnam, treaty, not to the U.S., relatively easy for foreigners to live. Russia straight up doesn't play ball with the U.S. It's been covered smoke. But not under heavy sanctions of the other country, not in short business for us. So there's
you've got some options.
yeah,
It wasn't how I would have lived yet.
yeah. What about Cuba? I don't even know. I guess it could happen. It'd be difficult to get you on the plane. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know.
Is there really?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Because
You kind of run into that same issue that you said, like, okay, let's say you're out and running for you know you're fucked anyway. So why not just become a large scale drug dealer? Because if you're gonna go to jail, then you're going to jail anyway. So at least try to make some money.
Yeah, no, but like this is something where you have this get the that's like grant of private name and then like really have on the street. Okay. But yeah, secret agents will still find you probably in those countries anyways.
Seems like goodness.
I mean that yeah. Do you know what that is like this?
I only know how to identify them by
Okay. That's what it
Would you rather be the president of the William Montgomery fan club or the Bob Lazar fan club?
was.
Be the president of the Bob Lazar fan club. Dude, isn't that interesting that there used to be fan clubs that made money off of people? There are no fan clubs. There's like no Justin Bieber fan club. Like, even Taylor Swift doesn't have a fan club. She has Swifties, but she has like no real fan club. Dude, they used to be huge. Like the Beatles fan club and the biggest fan club, like Elvis's fan club, they would send you newsletters about where they were going to be. And I guess with all that information just be published online, they kind of lost their purpose. But let's ask ChatGPT. You know, why don't they have fan clubs anymore? I think like David Cassidy had a bigger fan club than the Beatles and Elvis combined. Why doesn't like Taylor Swift or Justin Bieber or Justin Timberlake, why don't they have fan clubs? So that's a fire question. And you're right, back in the day, so with David Cassidy, the Beatles and Elvis had huge fan clubs. Newsletters, membership cards, and exclusive merch. It was the whole thing. So what happened to fan clubs? They freaked out. Why old school fan clubs faded out? Internet was back then. If you were a fan, the only way to get info or to connect with other fans was to join the official fan club through mail, get updates and magazines and newsletters with links for photos and posters. Now, fans get real-time updates on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter. You can DM on comment, stream, and access 24/7. Discord, see the same subjects, but fan non-nomination. Artists run their own platforms. Taylor Swift doesn't need a fan club. She's got access to social media. People over exclusive merch drops and ties and trades. Massive fan communities like Swift and Sesame. Same with BTS Army, Believers, Beehive, Directioners. These are all de facto fan clubs, just decentralized ones. Fan clubs used to be a business. David Cassidy's fan club was like a money making operation. People paid for it. Picking photos, signed letters, updates in the mail, official membership cards. Now the money comes from VIP concert packages, subscription services like Patreon, merch sales via Shopify. So old style fan club just doesn't fit. Fun fact, David Cassidy fan club is fully packed over the equipment of 500,000 members. More than almost in Beatles combined, what in the early 1970s. Like we went like you see, letters, promotions, exclusive behind the scenes stuff, tons of merch. The era was peak of the official fan club life. Bottom line, old fan clubs would run like 1973 of private fan clubs. But in the 2020 stores just that flagship. You still get the fan just like my membership. Well, I'm gonna tell you what. When I go viral, I'm gonna have a fan club. It's gonna be old school. We're gonna have membership cards. People are gonna want that shit. It's gonna be like we're gonna reverse it. People are gonna be like, oh fuck, online shit. That's cool. But are you a member of the band?
So the dude it was like some third party thing called profiting on the company. It was like an official one.
Yeah. Do you know what the Partridge Family is?
Partridge family.
Yeah. It's a pretty big show in the United States. They had a band, and then David Cassidy was like the lead singer of the band. And then like he did that band. That's how he got bigger than he knows Elvis come up.
Beatles.
Well, David Cassidy's fan club was able to. Well, okay, let's talk about this for a second. The Beatles weren't an American sensation; they were a British sensation. So it wasn't like they were from. Also, David Cassidy had a television show, and the Beatles did not. So he was like more in the limelight. And David Cassidy's um, fan club used what Elvis fan club did, used what the Beatles fan club did, and just did it. So it'd be like saying, like, um, when Taylor Swift was really big today, she sold XYZ amount of records, and she had the biggest pop artist ever. And you could be like, well, yeah, but she did actually built off the model that the Beatles created, and they built off the model that Elvis created, and Elvis built off the model that Frank Sinatra created, and Frank Sinatra exactly. Frank Sinatra did it off of what Bing Crosby had done. Bing Crosby off of what Al Jolson, yeah. So, yeah. So they were huge. They could like have a thing where like the fan club would be sponsoring a meet and greet, and David Cassidy would go there or whatever person inside autographs for 2 hours. You know, that actually it's a lot like Amazon, but like for just us.
Literally just gonna say
Yeah.
a big convention account.
Are you thinking from the movie? Yeah. Um, did she have a fan club? I bet she had a fan club, like a small fan club, but she was old enough. She doesn't have a. Did Pamela Anderson have a fan club back in the day? Pamela Anderson definitely had a massive fan back in the day, especially during the Baywatch program in the 90s. But did she have an official fan club? The short answer, yes, she did. Or at least something close to it. Here's how it went down. Pamela's official fan club was mostly run for dancing and family. Back then, celebs like her even had mailed business managed by the team, where fans could send letters and sometimes get photos or autographs like that. She was featured in tons of official merchandise posters and magazine covers. Yo, what up, Pimp? Join my Discord. Um, Before the media blew up, a lot of publicity and fan engagement was done through print media, TV appearances, and events, rather than fully organized fan club. So yeah, she had that. Perhaps I'm the president of the Pamela Anderson fan club to this day. Secret. We don't know.
Two questions. Do you think attention should exist? And second one, have you seen the movie Breakfast Club?
That's the goal. What do you think the connection should exist? attention. Well, the way the brackets talk were, that didn't really seem like detention. I guess that was sadness. And the way that we had detention, I think is the way that detention should be. So let's say you did something minor, like you had your shirt untucked, you get a 15-minute detention. Let's say you had something a little worse than that, like you know, without permission, like 30 minutes. Let's say you stole, yeah, I don't know, something like that, but like, no, that would be worse. That would be worse. But let's say you got caught drawing on your books, that might be a 45-minute detention. And then if you did something bad, like let's say graffiti, it would be a double 45 minutes. And the way that this worked was really, I went to school with boys, and so you, if you got one detention after school, detention started at 3:15. So school was done. You went to one of the classrooms, and the teacher would put everybody in a different seat in like a straight row, and then look, you would be staring just directly at the chalkboard, and they would take a piece of chalk, put it on the chalkboard, like just a little dot, and then draw a circle around the dot, and like a different corner. And you would just do that in a bunch of different spots where you were supposed to stare. And then you'd have to sit with your hands flat on the desk, and sit up straight, and you just stare through. Also, no. Apologies, no. Feet on the floor. Apologies. Feet on the floor, hands on the desk. Feet on the floor, hands on the desk. And you just have to stare at the dot. And if you stare at the dot long enough, the circle goes away. You just keep staring at it. Exactly. And you weren't allowed to scratch yourself. You weren't allowed to talk, of course. You just stared. You were dead silent. Yeah, you weren't supposed to. They weren't so strict that you scratch yourself at a time, but you might get a warning about it. And it made you really appreciate time and how long time can take. Because when you're talking with your friends, time goes by so quickly. But when you're in there, it can really take a long time. It's like a minor deal. It's 45 minutes. Yeah, exactly. Right. Even in jail. And scratch yourself. Yeah. And walk around, do other things. So I didn't pay attention a lot, and it was like something that I would give attention when I wanted attention. So let's say my friends had gotten attention for something, and I wanted to hang out with them, even though we couldn't talk or anything. I just wanted to maybe, we were getting a ride at it or something like that. I didn't want to do anything like that. I might do something. I remember I really didn't get a lot of attention. This one time I remember, because I didn't get a lot of attention, my friends dared me to curse in front of a teacher. And there was this word that I would use, I started using a lot, that I just knew I was going to get attention for saying what I was going to say. But it was like, fuck it. Like I'm a junior or senior in high school. Exactly. So my friends wanted me to say a word, and to just kind of become my word. And so we had this period where, like, we would have these reading days, and we would basically have the opportunity to catch up on the reading of, like, usually, like, it could be tomorrow, but it would be, like, maybe the classics or something like that. And badass. And he's like, what'd you say? And I said, badass. And he interpreted me saying badass like I was saying to him, you're a badass because you're in this place. But I wasn't necessarily saying that. I was saying like sweet, like badass. That's cool. You know how it could go either way? Like it could be interpreted as me saying to him, you're a badass. Or like badass, that's sweet. And while you normally can't, you shouldn't say that, I didn't think that it warranted double 45 notification. But I remember my friends wanted to hear me say it. I never got in trouble. And they always did. So it's like, all right, I get in trouble this one time. And so, double 45 was yeah. Yeah, so the way that they would do that is you wouldn't spend an hour and a half doing it because that was too much of a punishment. So you would just have to do it on 2 different days. Usually I think it was Tuesdays and Thursdays. So you'd have to walk for 45 minutes or 45 minutes. So you can still think, obviously. Yeah, exactly. And I remember I appealed. You did have the opportunity to appeal, and you had a detention. I tried to appeal this one, and the dean of course was just like, you can't. And I remember trying to tell him, like, it's a saying. It's not like a bad thing. It would be like saying, I don't know, it's sweet or cool. It was just like bad. And, but I think because the word passed. And the other thing is he couldn't go in person because if he did, then it'd be like, that teacher would be like, this guy called me a badass. He's undermining my authority. And how are you going to reverse my decision? So I took it, but I really didn't get a lot of attention, unfortunately. I was there. Yes. Yeah. So generally, some are on the same campus. Some are separated. So in our case, we had a campus that was mostly separate. But we did, like, they were separate facilities. Though they had some shared facilities as well, like our athletic fields were shared. But we didn't have really any interaction with the girls. And that's generally how it is. No, not always. I mean, there are some Orange County schools, Jewish schools, where they're all in one facility. And then there are others like it's called ULA in Los Angeles. And they have separate campuses. It just depends on, but they have like high school, they have shared facilities as well. So it just depends on how wealthy you are. Yeah, so there was like a time, if I recall, not up until I was like at least a junior in high school, and then as I came grade, yeah, no, it wasn't anything like that. We weren't allowed to like sit with each other. We weren't allowed to get certain things. We weren't allowed to date. Dating was if you dated, yeah, if you dated, you got kicked out of the school. And so there was nothing like that. There was like maybe we might have a speaker, and the girls would say, you know what? There was some real positive to it, and I liked people talking. I mean, it was. I know girls Yeah, I mean, I get that. I mean, if I ever had any kind of like, I'm trying to think, like, you would have maybe you had a crush on someone outside of school, but you were not all dudes, and I can tell you it made us more um, mischievous. Like instead of flirting with girls, we were making like pen launchers or spitball or um, like doing what we could to get away with just being mischievous kids. And um, like, you, yeah, I mean, there's no perfect system, um, but I found it to be less distracting. And like, for instance, we learned Torah, and if you're reading Torah and they're talking about, so and so knew so and so in physical sense, that means that they had sex. Well, you're going to look at that as, a seventh grade or something like that. Um, and if girls are there, it can become more awkward. When you were just going to just, it was, the male teachers would just correct you if you were getting spoke out of it. But that was generally kind of that kind of stuff. I would say with most kids, most people, I would say that when I got to know girls, as I got older, actually, I mean, you rarely speak to people that's how it's working. No, that's how I was a senior in high school. But then, as a senior in high school, um, I got to be friends with college kids, which made me really cool because here I am going to college parties and like my friends are still in high school, so I had free family campus. And I could take girls like perhaps like as on the pool. I mean, I never kissed a girl in high school or anything like that. My first kiss the night of my graduation party or something like that. So I did kiss him. It was a whole softball team. It wasn't just one kid, it was an entire softball team. Uh, and yeah, it was that's so the way that went down. It was my graduation party, and we had a very close friend of our family who came to the city to uh, basically just wish me happy graduation and stuff. And um, he had had a few drinks, and I took him to his hotel. And as I dropped him off, there were a bunch of girls at the hotel as well, and they were like, I remember like dropping him off and making sure he was okay, and they were like, "Hey, come, who are you?" Like I'm with one boy. There's like, I don't know, at least half a dozen softball chicks, and come to our room. And I'm like, uh, they're like, come to our room. And I'm like, I'm really shy, especially when I haven't dated a girl. And they're like, what do you guys do here? And they were at some like softball tournament, and they, yeah, I think I was so shocked that there were so many girls in one room that I was just like, no way. So they're like, I don't girl after girl, they lined up. And then it was like, wow, I just had like all of them. Yeah. And so I just like, I don't know, between 6 and 12 girls. I can't even remember how many. Who was a softball team that I raced in? No. And then they wanted to see me again. And they were in town for this like baseball tournament or whatever. And um, I remember, like, yeah, this is like almost 10 years ago. But they told me to meet them at the hotel, and I did. And then I remember just like being in that one of them had like a foot expedition, sort of, yeah, an expedition, and one of them drove around, and um, she, well, yeah, one of them drove around, and I was in the car with my family, 5 or 6 of them or something like that, and then there was one by like the previous month. It's like, okay, this girl, she, we didn't live close together, and I got her number, and I remember at the time I was working at a financial institution as like a bank teller, and I had to go to work the next day. And so but it was like I went from like no chicks having it out to making out like double digits like in one night. And um, I gotta say, I think that was really good for me because I didn't like fall head over heels for some shit. It was like one after another, after another. And I guess it was good, but it was yeah, I mean, I'm not no big deal. Yeah, I mean, I'm not recommending it, and it was different than from like the standpoint, like girls would think more like about, I guess, like he was more innocent than his own. In today's day, people would be like, I don't, I don't think people just go that long without. That it's the exception to have such conservative backgrounds, but that's how it was. And I think today kids start so much younger that to not have your first kiss while you've been in high school is quite unique. And um, that's, that's how it went down. And then as I got older, I explored a lot of scholarships and but basically became more mature. And not only once, it's still a process. And then once I became like an adult, then I started having sex. I then became really good at it to the point where they would ask me to have sex with them, even if they were married, or they'd ask me if to have sex with them. And so I became really gigolo, and that was all cool and everything. But then around, like, there's nothing in particular that happened, but I just started becoming more religious again. And realized that I wanted a family. Probably I had sowed my hopes, and then I started attending synagogue every day, and started ensuring that I followed really the traditional teaching of Judaism, especially Orthodoxy, and then basically because I know if this works out, if this plan works out, oh, I've got every chick I've ever met. I could have any chick I want, married, unmarried, the hottest chick in Hollywood, the hottest chick, the hottest international model. I got it. So it's kind of like, all right, I'm making a sacrifice for the, the future of my lineage, and I'm okay with that. Dude, I've never dated like unconventional. So I only dated women. And that's just pretty. I mean, looks are one thing, but really smart. I don't know. I go for pretty faces, certainly. I go for really smart chicks. So, do I think I could pull it down? I know I could. I'd have to get in shape though, and I can certainly do that. And you know, have a career. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't exercise the way that I should. I golf, I run, swim. I'm a very active person on live streaming. But I know that if I go viral, I'll be able to afford the best of the best medical care to be able to get Ozempic, get Wegovy, and all that other shit to lose weight very quickly. I'll be able to get if I need it. Testosterone replacement therapy. I'd be able to get tropics and everything that I need to just be in super good shape and like really life is. I let's say, I mean, I know if I do this for another 10 years, I'm gonna go back. But let's say I didn't, for whatever reason. Okay, that's fine. I can find some lady out there who wants to have crash shows and maybe not, whatever, and just live a normal life for the rest of my life, and I'll be okay with that. But the flip side of this is, if I'm right, I basically discovered like a new gold rush or a new oil boom. This is the biggest event in the industry. And so it's taking a big risk, but I know that that risk could potentially give you digital immortality. If I don't do this, I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford all of the peptides and the oxygen therapy and all those other things that would be really great that extend your life. Even if I go back to have a six-figure career at some Fortune 100 companies, that's still not enough to have like huge amounts of money. It's nice, but I mean, at least in Southern California, it's not enough to even like purchase a house. And so perhaps with a combined income, I might be able to, but even that things will be tight. And I'm going to die at age 8. If I live stream my life, there's there's the there's the possibility that it could work. Exactly. And that's not even kidding. I'm not, you know I'm not kidding about that, and I know you're not kidding about that. With mind-blowing technology and life extension technology, I'll be able to afford those things and be able to help a lot of other people too. That's important to me. So it's like, all right, so I'll dedicate, like before I did this, I dedicated like, I don't know, half decade of my life to being extremely religious. And now I'm dedicating a half decade of my life to live streaming, if not more, if I need to. And I'll we'll see where it goes. But this has the opportunity to pay off, unlike any lottery ticket that we could ever have. And I know the more that I do it, the more people I'm going to meet, the more opportunity I'm going to have to be extremely successful. The way that I see it is like a lottery ticket that I just know is going to pay off if I do it for money. And if that occurs, there's more dollars. Without a doubt, we're going to make it the world reserve currency. about what I say when I say the risk that I'm taking. I could have had, I mean, right before I started life in my life, I had a matchmaker and she was setting me up with people that perhaps setting me up to settle down. Really serious, great families, and can have traditional Orthodox marriages. And that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But chances are I'm not going to be able to afford all the things that I want to be able to give my kids, and perhaps not be able to afford. With this, there's a real chance of the determinant. I don't think we can even. I know I can't get my head around that. I just see it as something really good might happen, and that's true. But I mean, the conversation that we're even having right now might be watched by people generations from now or centuries from now. People would say, "Look how smart that motherfucker is to make the sacrifices they may have had." And now that they're still alive, they're still alive. When before they would have died. Sue comes in here all the time. Sue comes in here all the time. And he asks me what intelligence is. At least he's been doing that recently. And as I said to him, generally it seems happiness. And you said the same thing. And it is. I saw this documentary once ago, like, I don't know, 5 years ago, when I first started streaming. And it was on the Monkees, which were a band that were like the Beatles, but they had their own television show. They were very popular. But the reason why they didn't become as big as the Beatles is they didn't play their own instruments. And this became a very taboo thing. They don't play their own instruments, so let's not like them. And at least with documentary, this guy who was their manager, who was kind of a scumbag, had this quote that I'll never forget, or I hope to never forget it, was something along the lines of, genius is the ability to identify analogy. And then I went back to watch this documentary, at least the one that I could find online, and it was like that part of the documentary was cut out because I could not find it. Anyway, that rings true to me, that like genius is the ability to identify analogy. It's very similar to like pattern recognition and such. And if I had to identify an analogy for me and what I'm doing, it would be like, just coming up with like Christopher Columbus, who people probably said, you're crazy to just want to sail westward. You don't know anything that's going on. And he eventually had to say and convince enough people that I'm going to do it, and we'll see what happens. I will either. Dog, I talk about this all the time. I talk about this all the time. Oh, all the time. Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't mentioned it to you. I love that meme. I always think about that. And the one guy who turns around, and then the other guy just keeps on digging.
Right, yeah.
Exactly. And that's I think about that meme all the time. Perhaps almost daily. I don't think about it daily, but I think about it all. And I know that if I just keep going, there's going to be bad. And so I just got to keep going. And it's just like before. Columbus could have said, I'm going to just die of an Italian man in Spain, just like anybody else. Or I'm going to take the name of Pinta and South Korea across the Atlantic Ocean see me in the same way as a modern day Christian, somebody who has dedicated their life, passion to something they like, and perhaps a better future not just for themselves, but for the future of humanity. Yeah, so well, LA Times and Orange County Register, and what they say is what you're doing has to become newsworthy. And just live streaming your life, there hasn't been anything newsworthy about that. And I don't
Do they not see the fucking West of the world's largest live stream program?
well, yeah, and then other people who I've I contacted, yeah, the New York Times, the Washington Post. I've emailed them, and some of them there's a newsworthy aspect of it, and then the other one becomes I run into an issue where I show copyrighted content, but they have advertisers, and they don't want their to lose advertisers because someone basically found a loophole in the system. And what's the loophole? Well, you can watch the Super Bowl if you put it on a projector and play other music over it. Or, you know, if you want to listen to any music that you want, you just have to play multiple versions of the music simultaneously. And you can get around all of these, content might be identified. The content identifiers. I mean, I developed a lot of different, strategies that I think aren't that, aren't that attractive to um, some.
So if you're publishing an article, just like an article, they're not being this, or they could like the screen.
Yeah, I mean,
They say because you've done that past, they don't want to run it.
yeah, I mean, I'm basically showing copyright material. I get copyright strikes. What I'm doing isn't technically illegal, but it is a gray area because I've lost accounts. And what do? I just create another one. You're not allowed to do that. Once you lose your YouTube account, you're not supposed to create another. So I do. That's against their terms and conditions. When they hear, allegedly, yeah. When I tell them that I made 100 YouTube accounts, and 200 Instagram accounts, and 500 Twitch accounts, and 1,000 TikTok accounts, and 2,000 Twitter accounts, and 5,000 Voice accounts, and 10,000 TikTok accounts. That sounds great to the common person, but to these giant corporations that own these companies, they don't like it. Well, yeah, because I'm just announcing it on my stream. And like, did I tell you about? Okay, that guy who came to the other game from uh, UAE Falcon and Finance? Did I tell you about it?
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly. So I just need somebody like that who has. I mean, he brought in like 25 people. I just need someone like that who has a big home, but a bigger home, to just tell people what I do, and I'll go viral. But I'll go viral anyway. It's a slow and steady process. But every single hour, I get 2 or 3 people who comment about it. Just while I've been talking with you, I get people who talk about, who either complain about it or say what they think I'm doing is really funny or that they love what I do. And that's all I need to continue to do. And
But what you got is not just that exchange for like, I don't know, something that ideally A is on B promotes your stream and like see whatever else the winner comes third. That's
space. Um, you, you had asked me about, well, have you ever contacted any organizations to do that? Well, I did, and I had stuff published. So when I surpassed 424 straight days, I had some press releases that were published. Now I'm long after that. I'm at like 1,300 days now. And but I did do that. They were published, and I think the biggest one I got in was like temporarily in Bloomberg News or something like that. Which is great, but unless you're reading that website, most people are right. It's not that didn't stick. Um, like I did, I got some that are still out there, but so to answer your question, why don't we contact any organizations? I do, and I have um, and then the most recent thing that you said, I started a contest or whatever. I mean, I don't really know what I give away. Yeah, okay. I give away. This is a contest. Repost will become a tribute. And I mean that. What do I mean by that? When I go viral, I'll be able to give anybody whatever they want. And all you have to do is show me proof that you tried to help me along the way. That's it. The whole thing is like a graph. And so I do talk about the space and life extension technology and mind deployed technology. So I am basically writing a graph. And the way you get a raffle ticket is by promoting.
I suppose that's your way like formalized after like podcasts that you see like on Twitter or something.
At least in California, you got to be careful about the kind of stuff that laws and companies. Yeah, there's a
It doesn't have to be a monetary.
okay, what am I going to give away? Right. If I could, I would. And I'm sure those things are like hundreds of thousands of dollars just for let's look at it. How much do you think you have to say? I'll say 100,000. Now how much is one of those slides for a cruise ship that allows you to take like two tubes into the water onto rafts that inflate? Oh, there's no separate purchase. You're using the ship's built-in. They don't know that. No, I'm talking about the emergency tubes, the emergency slides. How much are the emergency slides and escape rafts of a cruise ship? Just to buy one system. I bet it's more than 100,000. Okay, so each life raft, the big one, is at $60,000, and then the marine evacuation system, the slide capacity. Okay, it says like $200,000 to $1 billion for the slide and shoot plus the rest.
Yeah, I guess so.
That kind of stuff has to work. So can you imagine the quality of film from those movies?
Right. Yeah. It's not just like a cheap, it's like
Right. So all I have to do is put together between 200,000 and $1 billion per station. That's per station. I don't know if that means 2 tubes or just 1 tube. I think it means 2 tubes, but I don't know. And I don't know if people really know.
I'm assuming we can reuse those slides.
That's a good question. Let's see. Yo, Doc, can you reuse one of the slides, the emergency slide systems, and the boats? Or is it just like a one and done thing? Once that stuff expands, it's done at the bottom. Those were really emergency rest, not just one and done. But they aren't exactly reusable. It's a breakdown. Can you reuse an emergency system? Yeah. But only after you pack it in service. The slide is supposed to last that can technically be reused after the plan. But they have to go through rigorous inspection, ground testing, and repacking by certified technicians, which is understood as the high level. Not designed for casual use, like a playground slide. They are life-saving. So what happens after you retrieve it? You send it to an on-site service center. They deflate and inspect it again, replace gas cylinders and the ground. The cost to service these could be $7 per year. But that's good.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's good that you have.
Stuff for us. And then,
What happened to your business?
she's like first year of college in the U.S. And so she just got a car. Last week she was staying at her mom's house, very sort of full because she's playing a golf tournament in town this year. She didn't play to the golf tournament, but like 2 days after she stayed at her house, she got her first car ever. And so 4 days after she got her first car, she was driving on the 401, which is like this congested, crazy highway in Toronto. And she reared out somebody in school falls, and her car is totaled because the airbag and the other cars too, because the airbags don't.
It's unfortunate that you have insurance.
Oh yeah, she has insurance. Her insurance is going down.
Right? Is she okay?
Yeah, no, I believe she's fine. I don't think she was going extremely quick or anything. Probably like, yeah, I don't know how that works. She was like that.
Is she going to be okay with running everything?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
How were her golf clubs?
I'm sure she's really, like those are in the car, but she was like it's about 30 women's golf for every camp.
She's excellent.
She is excellent. Yeah. Super excellent.
What's her handicap?
Yeah. It's very low, like it's like low single digits, depending on the course.
That doesn't make sense. You mean like low
Like
70s?
single digit handicap, like
Oh, okay.
3 over or something.
Wow.
Like very great.
Does she want to play on the Canadian tour?
It's tricky to
Oh, that would have been funny.
Yeah, no, she oh, that's my best membership, and I think that's her life as well. She travels around all over the place, like this little towns. It's pretty cool. And she was, I mean, it's kind of like there's sports where like you can play the sport and be just considered good at it because there's just not a lot of people that play that sport, you know.
Right.
Like I got into kayaking in like when I was like I don't know, probably like 10 or something, and I was competing for Canada like national regatta or some shit. Like I went to like the national like I don't think I was competing for Team Canada, but like I was just like already national for like one of them was like the C1 was I don't know I was good at C1 over in C1 races. So I got to literally like feel like it's my other, but I feel like the same thing happened with her because she started golfing when she was like 5 or 6 years old, like super super young. So I think there's just not a lot of girls, especially like way back when, like 15, whatever years ago, that were into golf. Probably has increased now as the popularity of golf has grown in popularity. But um, yeah, I think that missing her, but she's also talented. I'm not trying to discredit her talent, but it's just a good combination of being in a sport that is so overpopulated where you have like zero chance of actually making it.
So you're coming out there with her friend.
Yeah, we've got some athletes in our band. Yeah, I haven't golfed with my cousin yet, but how good she is.
Are you that good?
Great. I get some amazing shots and some not amazing shots. I don't go out enough to be consistent, but
You know what your handicap
I have
is?
the ability. I have the ability to hit the ball my handicaps like at least plus 18. Like, I don't know, shit like the 90s usually.
Yeah, you play both golf. I got you.
Yeah. I mean, I occasionally
So,
usually cars, but
what's your
mostly focus on
handicap if you play?
zero. I might
Not today, you didn't, son.
I didn't.
No, you didn't. You tied the win.
I took you. That's right. You won that one because your ball bounced through the tree next.
You know what's interesting? And I don't understand this with Plato. Sue would have himself, especially because I was so far behind. And on top of that, you almost got that full streak, which is like the best you can do. Okay, in Montana, if you tie, no one gets the point. Nobody gets a win. But in mini golf, if you tie, you both get a win. Isn't that weird?
Is there a reason for that?
I mean, I'm sure there is one, but I don't know. Are you gonna ever play Marcella?
I don't
Pretty amazing.
You like it?
Yeah, I do.
Is it actual stuff?
Yeah.
What's your strategy?
On the first time, if I'm going first, it's to go.
Yeah, you take the 3 months.
Right, right. That's exactly right. And then my second shot, so I get to go again then. And then I get the ones wherever there was an empty one that I had. I do the math so that it's the right one. And then I get the other person's. So I start off with like a +5. And then from there, I have a strategy to try to get it so that I get like individual pebbles like in a good spot where they can take advantage of my opponent at the right time. So like it's not good if like I'm gonna only get 1 or 2 pebbles from him or them. That's fine. 1 or 2 is fine. But what you really want to get is when it's like 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. That gets you a lot of points. And another thing that I do, I don't want to go too quickly around the board because if you go too quickly, you don't have any stones on your side, the game ends, and the opponent gets all that were on their side. So like there's some strategy to it. And I feel like I played the same type of strategy that the Pharaoh from Egypt would have played. I think I would have made a very good point for them.
Probably world's greatest player.
It's fun color. Let's look this up. Let's see if there is one. No, dog, is there like a world greatest fun color player? And if they are, is there like a deep blue chest of someone who has like figured it all out? And is it played competitively and like for money and stuff? No, dog, that's actually a really interesting question. I love how ChatGPT always is like, that's a really good question. But color's been around for thousands of years, but it's kind of stuck on when it comes to big time competitors like chess. Go even back then. Let's break it down. Is there a world's greatest Macau player? Not officially like Magnus Carlsen in chess, but Ricardo of Blitz. But yes, there are elite Macau players, especially in countries that are deeply rooted like West Africa, the Middle East, and parts of Southeast Asia. Depending on the variant, certain players are known regionally for mastering the game. A few big variants include Ghana, East Africa, and populated Ghana. In some African countries, there are actual national championships, and top 5 players are monthly recognized legends. I want somebody someday to go, okay, that's a Mancala player, not that I'm like, has anyone deep blue Mancala? Yep, Mancala is solved in some form, specifically Kala. The common American version was solved by computer scientist Lance C. Roach in the 1990s. For Kala with 6 points and 3 CPs, perfect play from both sides results in a draw. That's very interesting. Some algorithms play perfect Mancala, but deep for the game, just not as hype because it's a smaller game space than chess or Go. There are AI bots and computer programs that can play optimal Mancala, and they absolutely smoke humans unless you're playing a variant like Bow, which is a way which is way more complex and less solved. Will Mancala play competitively for money? Yes, but not often on big money international level. In Ghana, Nigeria, and Tanzania, there are national tournaments for. I just thought it's something really funny. Okay, so you know how like in American basketball, every once in a while they'll get some guy from Africa who's like the ringer and just comes here and destroys everybody. Imagine getting off a little plane in Ghana and it's just this little Jewish rabbi who comes in and smokes everybody in Mancala. I love it. And Ghana, Nigeria, Tanzania, their national tournaments for variants like a rare and bound, sometimes with cash prizes or TV coverage. Some African cultural festivals and games expos include Macaulay tournaments. You won't find a Vegas style Macaulay tournament with $1 million stakes, but there's an underground grassroots feel to the people who do take it seriously. So TLDR, there are Macaulay players, especially in Africa and the Middle East. Some versions of Macaulay are strong and computers can play complete games. Let's play competitively, sometimes for money, but more at a cultural and national level than internationally. The more complex versions like WoW still challenge humans and computers alike. If you want to get gnarly and play like a beast, I can break down some perfect opening strategies. Fuck you. All right, you go to bed, big dog.
Just remind just remind that YouTube algorithm, okay? Just like gave me this video with like 15 million views posting the national, it's called like championship or something. And it's just like this fucking weird game that no one has seen, and it's like, it's this board, it's basically like amateur shuffle paper. But with your fingers and you're flicking these like tiny little pens and you try to get it to like this little like perfectly like heart-shaped circle and you have to hit it perfect to get like the circle and score points and you have to like you can shoot it from like two angles and you have to defend off the other times.
Is it like Arrow?
This guy,
Yeah, it's similar to Carol. Crocodile. It's Crocodile. Crocodile. CROKINOLE. It's of Canadian origin. It's similar to Karen. We've played Karen. You and I have played Karen. Maybe two times. Before you go, I know you want to go to bed. Just you don't even have to play, but just look at the invite I'm going to send you. But no, look in, look in. Go to go to go to go to Plato for a second. Look at the invite I just sent. It is. No, I sent you a different. You pull back. You pull back, and you want to get exactly. Oh, like that. So you just So you just got one. I think so. I think we do. You can slide it. You can slide it like left to right. You can slide as far left to right as you want. And you can play with up to 4 people. That's what the other 2 spots are for. There you go. Oh.
It's going to take me
There you go. So the red one is the queen, and that's at the very end. Yeah, or like the second to last one. Oh shoot! I just put your ball.
This is like kind of like cool, but
Yeah, exactly. If you've ever seen this game played though, it's played in the Middle East a lot, and it's got like sand or like what's the term? Or like sawdust to make it slide really well.
yeah, it's really like that.
So,
What place?
no, nothing happens. That's, I think so. It's called the striker. Yeah. And the little ball things, or like the white things and the black things are known as carrots. No, you have to get 9. You have to do them all.
Did you just take the red one?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the game is over. No, because if I don't put it in now, if I don't put it in now, it goes back. Yeah, there you go. They just not. They just not. You just have to get that red one in before your last shot. So a lot of times it's like the second to last thing to go.
No, it's not.
Right. Oh, I think there's one.
See if we can find it. Oh, that's actually it's just not.
Right. I mean, then you just get it. No, I mean, in some versions of it, but generally, no, it's not to not to get balls with their son. I can tell you this, at least on here, I am very, very bad at pool. It's my worst pool. If I look at my record of all my games, it's like, it's unbelievable how bad I am. I usually win most games with people making my card, but not cool. Not cool at all. Um, you never played pool on here? Yeah, it's not that sensitive. I just always put in, well, guys, I just always put it in my own, the 8 ball. 8 ball, because I know we're putting it in, do you know what carom is? Oh, excellent. You want to play? Okay, download an app. It's called Plato, Plato. Okay, excellent. And I'll send you an friend me. Oh, shoot. I'm the THE Rabbi, RABBI. Send me a friend request. Okay, excellent. We're almost done. And I'll send you a camera invitation. How's your day going? Riser, these are my friends from Estonia.
So, Israel, and then Ghana, yes, Ghana,
That's a right. Uh-oh. So now you have to, or you have to get one more of the black caroms, and then you have to get the red one. Isn't that hilarious? I think it's like, yeah, I have it. Like, do you know what carom is? Like, I'm thinking it's like this esoteric thing. It's like, yeah. Oh, do you have Play-Doh? Yeah, I have it. Okay, so now you want to get the do you see the red one blinking?
Yeah,
Dude, you're gonna have it.
that's, I'm actually curious to look more.
Oh,
I just repeated the same.
it's easy.
Absolutely.
You want to play again? Oh, tight. Okay. So there are different ways to play. There's classic, which we'll play, but there's also cool, freestyle, freestyle 120, freestyle 160, freestyle 210. I don't know what any of those are. And then we can have turn-based or live. We'll just play the one we just played. I don't know all the differences. So this is like the game that you saw on YouTube.
It's similar in that that's the big beads with your hand on your shuffleboard. This is a different version, which I like. Probably more than the other one is very boring.
This is a lot like cool.
I think it might be scratchy. I want to tell you this one.
Is it the strategy to just this one I don't really know. Now you're gonna get a bunch of
So,
dude, but everything's gonna go in. Okay, now you put the thing in. Oh, so it's my turn now. It's like a, it's like a, it's like a scratch. It's like a scratch. I did have a bank shot. That one that you were like, I don't think that was planned. Yeah, that other one. Oh my God. What a good shot. This is a really good shot.
If you shoot the puck, you have maybe
I'm down for that. Well, there might be that. I don't know. Just play the concert.
look at this, look at this, look at this.
You just helped me so much.
Oh, no.
It's over, baby. I had it counted. Now the red ball comes back. You don't. You can do the other ones, but chances are. Go, baby. Go, baby. That makes it really hard to hit. You know, I did the same thing. Okay, I got that. Ready for this bank shot, babes? This is a good one. No, it shouldn't have been to the side. Easy shot. Now these are fun. These are hard shots. Get in. I'm gonna do that. So what happens? I think that it comes back out. Yeah, there you go. Dude, you put that thing in the wrong spot. What an amazing shot. Now I had this bitch counted earlier. Got it. 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. That's what I'm talking about. I like how you said you're leaving like 4 hours ago. Oh no, I just put one of yours in. God, no. Oh, that was great.
This is like a great game. I love this.
Excellent.
Like, I don't know how I've never seen the type just
The way that I learned about it was on like TikTok or something. I saw these guys in the Middle East playing, and I was like, that game was pretty tight. It looks like this game that I've seen played like shuffleboard. It's called like Marvin shuffleboard or something, and you like use these little cups. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Hey, why don't you do it? Oh, that is smart. Oh,
it's hard because
so if I put one of yours in, it goes back to being your shot. No, I thought mine went in. One of them. I did. I think I put one in, and I still get it counted, but because I put one of yours in, it's your shot. I could be wrong. Okay, you just put one. No, we won't. We won't see right now. That's not what happened. What I'm saying is, if I put one of mine in and I put one of yours in, I think they both count. But stop. I don't think so.
You just said that.
No. Oh, dude, what a good shot. Oh, look at that. Okay, I'll just try it out. Okay, I put one of yours in. I put one of mine in. Okay, you're right. So I must have not put any. Get there. Get there. Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Oh, baby, come on. For sure. Look at this. Ooh.
It's hard to get like
I think they're hard to get when they're miss this, I'm gonna destroy it. I'm gonna now just clear the floor.
I know. But also the before it starts getting more food, sometimes easier.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, because you're thinking better. You're slighted. Big shot. You made it. You made it really difficult for the job. I wonder how they came up with the idea of the queen. That like that has to go in for another one. Now you have to get the queen in. Have to get this one. No way. No way. You just fucking played like a champ. And, no, actually, there's a trick. Yeah. It's not supposed to manage, or I at least allow it to be random. So whatever. Okay, then. Look how sick. They should do like an Olympics for board games. Okay, I put one in, and I put another one in. It's still my turn. All right, what do I do here? You've got some good shots. All right, you better take your shot. Yeah, it's okay. I'll skip it. So is your thing starting up? Okay, I'll let mine go. And in the meantime, please restroom. All right.
Yeah. It's,
Well, it's your turn. Just hit it. Is it my turn? Or it's your turn? Hit it.
yeah. I already did my turn, so
Oh, okay.
I'll shoot it into.
That was kind of okay. Is your iPad charging?
It sure is.
So I don't really know what to talk here. I don't really know what to do here though. It's like if I hit it, it's gonna hit all your shit. Oh, don't hit the shit. Don't hit the shit. Fuck. No way is this a good shot. You just gave me a beautiful shot right here.
They're mostly not good.
Right.
The other person's that good.
No, 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 no.
That one's good. The next thing, I got the and
I did what I wanted, which is to get it in the middle. Hey, my thing went in, and it did gain. I did gain an extra thing. No, I don't think so. I think you do. I think it goes. You add an extra one anyway. You just weren't noticing. No way. Okay, here's one of the greatest. 1, 2, 3. You're ever gonna see my entire life. One. Fuck. Oh, fuck. And I just opened up the door to you. You have the iPad advantage. Is a major advantage. In the world board game Olympics, it's gonna be seen as like juicing. What is that bullshit? I'm gonna shut the shit off. Don't fuck up. Oh, you help. No, you didn't. Hurt. Now that I was right. Dude, mini golf is easy. You just have to get it like somewhere just remote and close and then it's something. Which I'm happy. I like that it's something. Right, and I'm glad that it is. Look at you. You got this. Now you got to get the red one. Yes. No way. No way. No way. No way. This is a tough shot. Dude, and it put it in a bad spot. No. Don't miss. Okay, that's easy. And this is super easy. Don't miss. He didn't fall for it. Got it tied up. 3-3. All right, now I'm going to start playing tough. Well, I've only won one game. You won 3.
Oh, that's 4. Okay. That is what it is. Was that, what is this?
A slide? A slide? Oh, it's the first one?
Yeah, is there a name for it?
Dude, I don't think it added one to you because you had never put one in.
But I don't have
Right. Dude, I don't know where to go with this.
because my like server was too good.
I'm going to try to mute your fucking thing. Wait, I just put it in. Yeah. Why not? Dude,
Now it's clean. Now it's just like
come on, baby. Totally planned. Totally planned. Oh, fuck.
it's more information.
Where do I put this?
goes to five. One for six.
That was garbage. Oh, miss.
Clutch for the
Oh, are you
this
sure?
thing is pretty sensitive. It's like dry.
Fuck. Dude, it did go back. It did go back.
Then you go in there.
Look, you're gonna get an extra one.
You think no extra? Alright, these shots are
Easy. Dude, I just spread it out. Easy for you. No way. No way. No way. No. What a good shot. Yeah, you're fine. I wouldn't worry. I wouldn't worry about it. I need like the green shot of like putting it in. I don't even know how to do this. Would you say creepy? It's not my street, but share her. And she can afford to actually it's that last chance. No way. Oh, this you must be up. Both of them. Now you're talking. That might have done it for you. Might have done it. It all comes down to this. But Get in, get in, get in, get in. What are you talking? Oh, I absolutely. Okay. Oh, get in. Get in. Thank you. Oh, what a good. No way. No way. That was amazing. Oh, dude, I don't know what I did here. Oh, that was bad. But I had to get one back. Oh, no way. Dude. Hi, this yeah. Boy, this would be an incredible bench shot. No way. Oh, get my hand. easy shots for you.
I always say that.
I mean, I know you're gonna make them.
Easy shots. This is so. Oh, wow.
Big shot.
Oh,
That was fucking. That's the best I've ever played. Like where I actually had to like, wow.
I mean, I saw what happened.
I can't believe I can play. Yeah. I wonder if it's possible to make one on the shot. I think maybe I can. That's
Like the first time.
that was good. That was good.
These ones always.
Oh, and you screw right up. Dude, you got 2 in a row. Get my neck. Just get my neck. No way. Look how tight those corners are. One, 2. I just feel like the shot's good. That was a big shot. No, stop.
The second part to it.
gotta get the thing out. Oh, no way. No way you did this. This is like such a hard time. No way. No way. All right. Now I'm going to make the greatest comeback you've ever seen. Sorry. One. Oh, fuck. No way. No way. Game winner. Game winner. Fuck, man. That was great. All right. Take care, good dog. We'll play again soon. Isn't that funny that you would just randomly like? Yeah, I saw this thing on your YouTube of like native ski ball or something. Oh, you like there? You're like, what? You played that before? You're like, no. Well, this is like this really is crap. So, yeah, here's the way we do it. Take care.
All around the world living in smaller concentrations. Whereas if you look at this comparison map, you see the size of historical land in Israel is just so tiny in the geographic scope of the country of contemporary China. And as this map indicates, Israel is 437 times smaller than China. So again, it boggles the mind that Jews are still that survive so much in a tiny little territory from which they have been separated for the last 2,000 years, sometimes, or they was reconstituted as a modern state. And they're still perpetuating things. It really is, I mean, say. So, even though I spent so much of my own time studying. Okay, so that describes ancient civilizations that were around when the Jews were going to the historical. If we were to look at empires that fell since then, we would see that there are so many of these. The Jewish people have witnessed the rise and fall of so many empires, including the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, although Zoroastrianism, Persia is still around. The Greeks still around, but they're very different from the ancient Greeks of the period of Heraclian, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. The language is modified. Of course, there's lots of Christian now. The Roman Empire, of course, is very significant in terms of Jewish history as well. And this is the same thing that's true of empires outside of the Roman Empire as well, like a rapid civilization in North and West India, or the Peruvian civilization, the Nazca peoples, the Mesoamerican peoples, like the Aztecs and so on. They're all gone. All these empires well. Rome itself, which destroyed the temple and a bunch of Jewish sovereignty in the first century, it falls just over 200 years later, and the Jews see the rise and fall of the Muslim empires, Safavid, the Umayyad, I should also have my way, the Mughal Empire, also Muslim, and a whole slew of European kingdoms fall during the modern period, including France, Germany, Russia even falls twice, not counting the Mongols. Jews have gone through all of this previous astounding. And I were to deliver a simple message about Jewish history to my children and my students, I really emphasize how Judaism has proved its ability to last through such great journeys of human tradition, historical circumstances, different cultures, languages, and Jews are still here celebrating pretty much the same kinds of things that have been going for centuries, engaging in conversations with rabbis who left their thoughts 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. This is all still part of contemporary conversation, but can't emphasize much how phenomenal that is. So if we look at it, so the timeline is just this. Of this, the green bar here represents Jewish history. It's very schematic. Basically, it's an Excel spreadsheet. Each box represents 500 years. So this is the extent of Jewish history. Overlap that with Roman history, you can see that it's a big chunk of Jewish history, but Jewish history predid and certainly posted other major faiths, other religions, Judaism, Christianity occupies roughly half of Jews, but there's another half of Jewish that extends way back before Christianity started. Islam even more so. Just to give it a contemporary feel, the United States has been around for over 200 years. If I place that against the rest of Jewish history, it's almost like a handoff ranks of history. Very excellent. Okay, so that's just a very quick look at the question, just how awesome the law is. I'm good. And I look forward to speaking with you soon. Thanks very much. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History for Parents and Other Teachers of Children. One of the things that I find most incredibly valuable about Jewish history is not only that it gives me personally a sense of my place in space, in my community, in my family, and so on, but also my place in time. Just a minimum of historical awareness. I have a sense of where my family comes from. One that's a ridiculously long time. We've already spoken in the previous lecture migration throughout the centuries and help you answer that question. As your child, the person who asked you, how did Jews end up there? Or how did I end up here? So let's start with the ancient here. We're going to go blindingly fast for all this, but I hope in subsequent lectures we spend a lot more time checking out this experience. At the very beginning, as we discussed last week, what was the southern Iraq? As it's described in Genesis, when Abraham takes his family and makes this roundabout journey up the Euphrates River, and then makes a sharp left down to land Israel with a very short stay in just that state, which of course would be extended in later generations. And that's a whole other story. That's not for our topic today. But the end result is that the Jews settled the land of Israel. Here's a map that shows you how the Bible describes the distribution of land according to the tribes, and ultimately they come together as a monarchy. This is this under the kings Saul and David, and then later Solomon, where it's expanded considerably. Unfortunately, this doesn't last. After Solomon, there was a split between the northern tribes, known as the kingdom of Israel, and the southern tribes, known as the kingdom of Judah. And ultimately, that northern to be taken away by the Assyrian Empire. This map here, how there are several population transfers from the northern part of Israel in particular, and there's ends off. These are the so-called 10 lost tribes. I'm going to say about that later. In the 8th century,